Hey guys, welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, we have a special guest, Retro Roscoe. How you doing, buddy?
What's up? Doing good, buddy.
Also, we've got our normal losers, Reese,
on time and straight as always.
I mean, we are late, but only by virtue of waiting for FDM, who's still not
But
here.
I was here like 2 hours ago, so
That's true. Random Levin's joining us again.
Hello.
And highest shareholder in OCA Podcast LLC, Greenline.
Hello. I own all
right.
your bitches.
So, if you guys are interested in supporting the OCA Podcast, there are numerous ways you can do that. Easiest way is to go to ocapodcast.com/support. Right. You can support us directly through the website via PayPal. You can also support us. Oh, why is my mouse dying? I just replaced those batteries. Through the OCA Podcast Patreon. There is also the Anime Collector Patreon for content unrelated to the podcast, which you will almost likely never see again. And then you can also support us via our affiliate links, which I believe are also in the description of most videos. Moving on from here, jumping right in, we've got quite a few things to talk about. Oh yeah, also Stealth Weeb. That's right, that store that I'm supposed to be uploading content to. So there you go, Stealth Weeb as well. You can also buy shirts and products from OCApodcast.com. Moving on. So you guys remember last podcast when we talked about Japan expanding their immigration policy to allow foreign workers to stay indefinitely?
yes.
Well, it's been less than a week, and Japan completely closes the borders to new foreign arrivals.
I mean, that's terrible. What a twist.
Yeah, so apparently they're afraid of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus, because it is the most contagious and least lethal version of the virus. So I thought this was pretty funny. The reason for the tightening of protocols is concern about the potential spread of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus. At the time of the announcement, no Omicron cases had been confirmed within Japan, but a 30-something man who entered the country on Sunday from Namibia tested positive for the coronavirus upon arrival at Narita Airport.
Is that
How
lovely
much-
country?
Yeah, that's freaking Hitler. Hitler Unona country. I mean, behind the scenes, I was just bringing Matt up to speed on the fact that we're gonna. There's just stuff about this podcast you're not gonna get. So we covered,
Unleash the lore on me. Unleash the lore on me. I can take it.
We covered. We covered in a local election in Namibia, South Africa, and Namibia is a country next to what is known as South Africa. It is in the southern portion of the continent of Africa, though. Anyway, a local official was just elected there whose name is literally Hitler. He was named after Adolf Hitler.
Damn.
And his parents didn't know. And it's like, there's a forthcoming podcast clip about it. It would be easier to just show you. Anyway, so yeah, that's all I've got. That's all I've got for this thing. Let's. You guys want to do some pickups before we jump on to the next?
Oh, sure.
I've got pickups.
Yeah, boy.
So it was Dan's birthday recently, and he hung out with me, and we were thinking about what we wanted to do. And while I do very much want to watch the John Wick movies you sent me, Reese, I figured Dan's already seen all of them. Maybe we should go to Book Off and just see if we can find something to watch. So I went back to Book Off, and I picked up the Blu-ray of Last Action Hero, which Dan absolutely loved because he has great taste in movies, and it's one of my all-time favorite movies. And then I found Mirrors, finally, after all this time. Didn't think to look in the horror section until just now. And then I thought, well, I worked on tangentially Wrath of the Titans, and I'd never seen it, so I picked that up. And then naturally, of course, I picked up Clash of the Titans, which is actually good. And then I asked Dan if he had yet seen the sequel to Unbreakable, glass, and so we found those as well, and we will eventually probably watch them. As far as
Did you also
anime pickups, my right stuff, my right stuff order for the Ava collector's edition just shipped, so that'll probably be forthcoming.
Did you also see Split?
No, that's another one, right? Is it part of the same series?
Yes.
Yeah.
Frick. Well, okay, I guess I'll have to go back and get it. Good thing I haven't watched this yet.
That one's got James McAvoy in it.
Right. Do you have pickups, Reese, that you would
I
like
do.
to
I have two. I gotta find them.
They're down here.
There it is. So I got Lupin the Third versus Detective Conan the movie.
I will
Blu-ray.
ready that tweet for you while you're doing that.
And yeah, obviously, podcast. We hate these rounded corners, slipcovers, just because I never and I did take a picture of. Oh, it's on the tweet, but
I'm pulling up the tweet. Hold on.
Yep.
Okay, here we are.
All right. Where is it? There's this one. So I said a discotheque, Greg Hardold, Justin Svakis. I know you guys did this with the best did it with the best intentions because people would complain because they shrink wrap over the slipcovers. When you're taking the shrink wrap off, it would damage the corners or something. And so, let's just get rid of the corners on the slipcovers. Like, this looks awful. I mean, I know you guys did it with the best intentions, but just like.
So the worst thing about this too is that that was their rationale for doing it. And they could have easily just stopped shrink wrapping over the slipcovers. Like, that was an equally easy option. Yeah. So then Brady comes in with this excuse. For the mainline stuff, we've purposely kept the square edges so they're all consistent and line up. That one was a running change because it's a one-off. Though, also, I think the Conan movies are also round edges, so you can't really win.
False.
That is bullshit.
And I looked at, I've watched Giga Frosty's videos for all 4 or 5, whatever, Discotheque Conan releases that have come out. Every single one of them is square-edged.
That's hilarious.
And, the only one that I have is right there. So.
Yeah, so then he said, my thought process was, since the only spine it'll ever match up with is the other Lupin versus Conan special, should we release that? It'll be okay.
Yeah, but that's not even going to be next to it anyway in my collection because I have them in order of release date. And so it's got 2 or 3 in between. So it's still going to... Yeah.
Oh, well.
And
as Agent Smith said, a perfect world was not acceptable. Humans disdained it, and it did not go well. So we can't live in a perfect world.
Thanks.
That sounds like a verbatim quote there.
Yeah, I
looked it up at all.
I looked it up the other day, but yeah, I can't remember it quite exactly. But yeah, something like that.
Right.
So I also got another Nendoroid. I got Rimuru from that time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Hey.
So I was playing with this yesterday for what was it, an hour while me and AC were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And this
I'm pretty sure, is that, oh no, it is, you did take 2 photos. They're just almost identical.
How is it that he's in 2 places at once, though?
I don't know, that's just how it is.
Identical figures.
He can make copies of himself. But so the actual, I didn't take any pictures of the actual, it has the shoulders, the top of his shirt sleeve is one piece, the elbow to his wrist is another piece, and then his hands are a separate piece. He's got 2 sets of forearms, 5 different hand pieces, 2 different sets of below the waist, because this one's he's sitting, but he also has one where he's standing, but only 1 set of feet. So you gotta take the feet off of each set, off of one to move them to the others.
Yeah, I fucking hate Nindos.
And you can see it down in the bottom left corner is the peg,
sure.
where they stick in the legs so that the holes don't shrink when the feet are in them. So
Holes shrink? What?
I was just showing basically
Is that a thing? Do they shrink? over time? The holes?
It's made out of PVC, so I guess I don't know.
Wow.
So it's also got like a different faceplate. And then I was putting the box away with the rest of my like figure boxes. I was like, oh shit, I'm out of space.
Yeah.
Better stop collecting.
Yeah, and here's my shelf.
Never
with all
stopped
the-
any of us.
I'm getting jealous.
Yeah. So. Yep, that's it.
So Matt, did you have any pickups you wanted to share? I think we had talked about this last
Oh.
week. You wanted to join for that reason, yeah?
Oh, I went to a big haul today, and I think it might interest you guys a little bit.
Okay.
I managed to find 2 rare DVDs. I found these at my local FYE, which I don't normally find anime down there very much, but
I'm sorry.
I found
FYE
one-
is still in business?
yeah, there's one close by my hometown and stuff.
Really?
Saybrook.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah, we have.
They're all
an
out of
FYE.
business around my neck of the woods.
Go to
Jelly.
Connecticut.
I'm already jealous. I haven't even seen what the item is yet.
All right, I actually got one of the early Pioneer DVDs of Tenchi Universe. I recently
you go.
found this at an FYE. Good condition too. I'm lucky to have found this because I've just gotten into the series and I've binged it through like a bunch of streaming stuff. So this is
You know,
my first DVD.
Yeah, I'll say that. I've watched a lot of Tenchi, and I'm not a fan, but I did think Universe was the most tolerable, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
it's out of all of the franchise universes, the best way to start off if you're wanting to get into the series. The first OVAs.
I agree.
Well, with depending on who you talk to, because some people have different feelings on the subject. But anywho's, I actually got
I'm
this.
being attacked by a mosquito. And I
being
also
attacked by
think I
chiggers?
somehow just muted myself.
Oh,
Hold on.
you okay?
Ah,
Oh.
He's
Anywho's,
fine.
I actually found this too. I found a Pioneer DBZ copy, and I also got
Nice.
myself an additional Ocean copy in this as well.
yeah, the Pioneer ones do have the original dub, right?
Yeah, it does. It's
Cool.
actually in good. I was lucky to have found this because most DBZ DVDs I see in my hometown are usually of the new dubs, but I was able to find this, and it was for a good price of like $5. And
Wow.
my last one, this is another Tenchi one. I found this at my local bookstore, but they had one of the mangas, one of the Okuda mangas, and
Wow.
I was happy to have found this because I've just gotten into the series and I've never seen the manga before.
Yeah, I don't know why I kind of didn't really think about the fact that they would have a manga for it.
Oh yeah, they
Same.
do. It's
I don't know
they do have a manga, but the thing is, like their light novels and stuff, they're usually like they're kind of like very rare to find, and I've just found this by chance. Most of them go up for like $200 or $500 on Amazon or eBay right now.
All the way back, podcast 29. We had a guest on who was a fan translator of the light novels that haven't come out over here. So
Awesome.
That was
Under
pretty
Dry
cool.
and Free, I saw that episode that you sent me.
oh really? Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you have more you had pickups you want to share?
Actually, I do have one, and I'm just wondering. I'm wondering this. Would you guys be okay with me showing this? I'm just asking.
Is it
'cause-
naughty?
Is it going to get YouTube terms of service on our butts?
No.
then
It's
go for it.
very old. It's old school manly anime. Okay, I actually have to reach down for this because this
Go for it.
thing is very
Okay,
heavy
yeah,
and stuff.
Yeah, so long as it's not hentai and doesn't have a dirty cover, it's fine.
I found this for $4 down at my comic book shop, and this goes for high prices online. One of
What?
the
Is
Ava
it a
mangas.
platinum edition?
No,
Yes,
it's a manga.
Oh, it's
The
a manga.
manga.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice. That's what you said, right? It was an Ava manga?
Yeah, it was, and it's 3 volumes in one. Normally, they don't sell
Oh,
these
okay.
for like small prices now, but luckily, I went to my comic shop, and this guy was giving a half sale off for like Black Friday, and I decided to take the
Oh.
chance up a little bit.
There you go. Right on, man.
It was either
Yeah,
this
you
or
wanna share?
having a get an Asuka figure.
Yeah. Greenline, what about you? You got any pickups you want to
I
share?
do. I have a few pickups I'd like to share. So I got finally after months of waiting, it was like delayed by several months. Senko-san finally came in the mail. Right stuff was a bit delayed in that, so that took forever, but I have it. And then I got a shirt in the mail. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Oh god! Oh no! I know that.
Why is
shirt.
it Pizza Hut on that shirt?
It's Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Domino's. Look at the bottom.
I didn't see Pizza Hut on there.
I thought it was. Oh no, it isn't. It's
Like the one show, the one
that was actually
the one that's in the show.
Oh, it says right there,
on
Pizza Hut next to the Domino's.
Okay.
It's in the red circle.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Pizza Hut in the red circle.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, Pizza at Red Circle.
That's amazing.
And then I decorated for Christmas.
I see that.
There's other ones, but I have to rotate the computer, which I don't want to do. But
I like your way of Christmas decorating versus my wife's way, which was to drag me around to Michael's and Hobby Lobby to buy garland.
oh no. And that's it for me.
All right.
But
so
I don't think we're gonna decorate whatsoever.
Yeah, I was against it on the grounds of cost.
The decorations that I have
The day
probably get banned.
my Ava thing shipped and I had to pay whatever it was. All right. So I found this interesting. Actually, let me, before I jump into this, because I would very much like to drink it. Dan and I went to Total Wine and More for his birthday, and he found these extreme sour Warhead beers. Unfortunately, they don't taste like a Warhead, so I got these liquid Warheads, and I poured them into this drink to improve the flavor of this disgusting ale. So I will be partaking in that while I.
If it was an energy drink, the fact that you told me that it was a beer, I was just like, dear God, it's gonna be terrible.
Yeah, it would definitely have been better tasting as an energy drink.
Would you like me to pull a Spike Spiegel and try some home remedies to help you in case anything happens?
Don't energy drinks generally have like bull semen in them?
That's how you know it's good.
I don't know what you're drinking, but okay.
That's what Red Bull is.
One of my customers gave me a free Red Bull the other day. It's been in the fridge ever since because not a big fan of bull semen, right? Because I'm not FDD&M. All right. So, polls show a rise to over 60% of Chinese viewing Japan unfavorably. Yes, except cookies. Go away. So I thought this was pretty funny. You know me. It's only been like 3 years I've been warning of the next world war with China at the center of it. So the poll found that 66.1% of the Chinese people surveyed had a bad impression of Japan. That's 2/3. An increase of 13.2 points over the previous survey. This was the first time for the impression of Japan to worsen, according to the survey, since 2013. That means that it was more than 60% previously, which was a time of bilateral tensions related to the Senkaku Islands dispute. Meanwhile, the proportion of Japanese with a bad impression of China, according to the survey, increased by 1.2 points to 90.9%. Worsening for the second straight year. It can't get much worse. So at a certain point, you're just going to reach that tipping point. It's like, well, why aren't we nuking each other? So the most common reason for the Chinese people to have a negative impression of Japanese people, cited by 77.5% of those surveyed, was that they have not properly apologized and reflected on their history of aggression. Which says to me, They don't let us do what we want. Like they steamroll over them. The other stuff in here, which I won't go to the trouble of reading, has to do with the one China policy. Basically, Japan acknowledges the existence of Taiwan. I don't know. I thought this was hilarious and also deeply saddening for the direction of the world. And in other deeply saddening news, because I like to start off the podcast with the worst, most gloomy shit before we get into it. Your credit score may soon depend on your web history.
Uh-oh.
So, my fine cultured brethren,
We're all doomed.
Prepare to not be able to buy a house.
I'm scared from them checking my web history. I have shit that I can't let them see. What the fuck?
I was telling
how do you have a 2000?
I'm like, look, my web history just from doing this show is enough to bar me from buying a house. So
no, if you think that's bad, I got worse. Oh.
I don't think it's a measuring contest here.
No, it's not. I feel scared right now because I got some not safe for work stuff that I don't want people seeing.
How do you have negative 2,000 in green light? I don't know what it happened. It's still going down. It's 20.
It's like, yeah. May I shake your hand? I've never seen someone with a credit score this low. Can I ask how you managed to do that?
Sure, right after you wash that hand that you should.
Yeah, VPNs are just about to become mandatory. See, the problem with the VPN is that I don't think it actually stops your ISP, right? Your browsing history is still going to exist. Like, theoretically, you could argue that if VPNs would work, then so would private browsing. Like, what do you call those? Incognito browsers or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Incognito mode.
Time to just use Tor. So in the not-so-distant future, your internet habits could help determine how much house you can buy and the rate on your next auto loan. Sounds ridiculous. Right now, your credit score, that 3-digit number. Oh, wait. What do you have to say for yourself, mister?
Well, I think Facebook's loading.
Negative 3,000.
Your credit score?
Right, yeah.
Your
My
credit
social
score is
credit
dropping
score.
by the minute.
Yeah, I decided to join my phone.
Oh,
Because the internet was working on that.
well. Everyone pour one out for our Canadian... Oh, isn't Starlink about to launch, by the way?
If it is, we don't have it.
Okay, well, get on that. So, that sounds ridiculous. Right now, your credit score, that 3-digit number that tells lenders how responsible you are, is based on simple financial information like your payment history and debt level. Also a huge scam, right? Literally, in order to qualify for a loan, you have to so this was my theory on being a responsible adult. Never spend money you don't have, right? That's like the most responsible way to live. Am I wrong? Mm-hmm. But actually, the way that you get ahead in life is to spend a bunch of money you don't have, but find a way to somehow pay it off, right? So literally, in order to buy a house, you have to be a member of the debt paradigm, which is complete bullshit. So let's find out how now your browsing history will affect that. So research posted to the International Monetary Fund, to the IMF website, suggests companies will soon be looking at a lot more data to get an accurate picture of the risk you pose as a borrower. Here's what the future of lending might hold and how to get the best rates on loans in the meantime. Okay, I guess that was... What? It's not even a link. Okay. Anyway, lenders could soon use data from your browsing, search, and shopping history to create a more accurate credit score, researchers say. So if you buy Apple products, clearly, like me, you're going to be even worse off. Much of that information is publicly accessible. What of that information is publicly accessible? Tell me. My browsing history, is that publicly accessible? My search and shopping history, is that publicly accessible?
If you look hard enough.
I mean, come on. So it says much of that information is publicly accessible, while some might need to be provided to credit bureaus. Taken together, that data forms your digital footprint. The working paper cites other studies showing that combining credit information and your digital footprint improves loan default predictions. That doesn't mean you'd have a dedicated spy watching your every click. Instead, artificial intelligence and machine learning would be needed to scrape this data and convert it into useful information in a credit report. Is that good news for consumers? While some people may balk at the idea of lenders having access to their personal browsing data, researchers believe this approach could help borrowers who've been denied by traditional financial institutions. Tell me this. What person who has been denied a loan previously because of their credit score is now going to become a more responsible lendee simply based on something that they Googled?
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've noticed here that in the last 10 years, you've bought a lot of piggy banks. That means you're good for us. Like,
Right. I mean, and all joking aside, like realistically, like how good is your browsing history going to be? Like, I know we joked, but like, I mean, there's a lot of people who look up a lot of questionable stuff every day. So it's just like,
well, see, the thing is that this is largely a control grid being created in the same way that you guys are familiar that Jack Dorsey just resigned from CEO of Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And so the guy that they're replacing him with has a bold vision for the future of Twitter, which involves not being able to post images or videos of people without their permission. And of course, what that's going to do in the future is when there's a tragedy, like the Waukesha Christmas parade, what do you call that? Like the hit and runs, right? That posting video of that fingers the person involved, or for instance, the Kyle Rittenhouse shootings, where people were posting their perspective of what happened there, the live recordings that they did, which largely exonerated him in that case. Like that's all going to be against Twitter's terms of service from now on, which allows them to dictate the narrative, which the mainstream media already attempted to do in that particular case. So that's largely what this is going to be all about, is creating a control grid in order to silence you from being able to post those things on Twitter. And on the other hand here, you can't search for it because your search history is going to be affecting your credit score, right? Anyway. So the end result would be some unscorable customers gaining access to credit, while customers with a low to medium credit score, quote, can either gain or lose access to credit, says an earlier 2018 study from the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. Take the pandemic. Though mortgage rates have fallen to historic lows, lenders became much pickier when doling out the best deals. Instead of focusing on whether you were late on one loan payment, your purchase and browsing history could tell banks you're trustworthy, even if your traditional credit score has taken some dings. Considering when I worked at that warehouse that the pandemic was the most profitable. Oh, that's why my computer's not charging. Hold on. That year was the most profitable quarter that they had seen in the entire history of the company. That tells me that most people didn't shop thriftily during the pandemic. Anyway, let's see. Where are we? The Frankfurt study notes that their findings provide suggestive evidence that digital footprints can have the potential to boost financial inclusion for the 2 billion adults worldwide that lack access to credit. Before you start giving yourself a digital makeover, like filling out your LinkedIn profile to show your professional or academic accomplishments. Why? What does that have to do with anything? Keep in mind, these changes to how your credit score is calculated are still speculative at this point. Did I miss something? Your Orwellian objections may have some merit. What about privacy and security concerns? The research posted on the IMF site acknowledges there would be an efficiency privacy trade-off. The increasing use of private data for financial services also raises a myriad of consumer protection and privacy issues that require the government to set standards for data collection and use, the working paper says. How fucking long is this goddamn article? Okay, good. We're almost there. I didn't realize there was the button I had to click to see the rest of it when I added it to the thing. So the paper points to fair lending rules in the U.S. that prohibit using gender or race information for lending decisions. So how much of your digital footprint is fair game when it comes to evaluating what kind of borrower you'll be, and how will your information be kept safe from data breaches? Which ultimately the question here is, the things that you cannot control, like your race, gender, and all that stuff. Well, actually, maybe we'll take gender off of that now. Are barred from affecting lending decisions towards you. But the things, I guess, arguably that you can control, like your personality and your political leanings, are now probably
decision making.
Right. So the researchers say new regulations will need to be set by governments so that big tech faces the same data privacy requirements as banks do. Big tech innovations move at such a fast pace, it may take a while for governments to catch up with the necessary policy. A solid credit score will help you qualify for a mortgage, personal loan, or credit card, unlocking higher borrowing limits and lower interest rates. You know, the only thing I want to see affecting your ability to get a loan is if your Google browsing history says how to commit fraud with loans. So a solid credit score will help you qualify for a mortgage. Oh, I just read that. Credit scores are used in other ways too, for better or worse. Even landlords may take a peek before accepting your application. Yeah, and ding it in the process. Until the implications of collecting and using personal data have been studied further, you'll need to improve your credit score the old-fashioned way. And here, fuck that. Anyway, this is bad news. That was a terrible article. I'm sorry it wasn't more straight to the point. Let's see what our lovely panel of commenters have to say. eCasher says,
apparently
basically,
a mobile I can click on the comments.
Precisely. Yes, this is the social credit score, which I have warned you guys for years was coming to the United States. VPNs aren't supposed to keep records, but may have turned out to be doing exactly that. When certain governments demand their records, they hand them over. Yes.
Exactly.
Society is run by scammers for scammers. Yeah, pretty much. None of that makes sense. Yes, agreed. I don't remember which one, but one VPN didn't have records because when the government demanded them, they didn't have any to give. Level 1 text channel covered the story a few weeks ago. Well, that is the one I want to have access to, I suppose. It's such a transparent way for them to get more control. The issue is that the AI will not be able to understand context. Well, that's definitely part of it. So no matter the reason you look anything up, you'll be judged on whatever content they deem to be unacceptable. Twitch wants to control whistleblowers from posting videos on their site. If the mainstream media covers it, then it will be allowed. Right. That's another thing. This is all about creating a system in which the dissemination of information is controlled, and the ability for people who don't play by the rules of the gatekeepers to actually grow and create a business empire where they can actually maintain maintain their status, releasing things like, for instance, the way that for example, Project Veritas does, that they will have a much higher barrier to entry due to the fact that they are going to block them out of the normal means to expand, which is taking on loans in order to grow your empire to become more profitable in the long run.
Well, with Project Veritas, like you heard about the incident with the journal,
New York
Biden's
Times.
daughter's journal.
Oh, the journal? Yeah, the journal that supposedly was left at a Airbnb.
Yeah, something like that.
So the FBI raided Project Veritas with that as the pretext for why they were raiding, and then leaked their private privileged communications with their lawyers
to the New York
to
Times.
to the opposing party in their lawsuit.
New York Times.
Just an unbelievably brazen move, right?
Yeah, and so they opened a lawsuit or whatever. I don't know. They did a motion in their lawsuit to say, New York Times. I think it was New York Times. Like, stop that. And I think they won that. So they have like a temporary, like, New York Times isn't allowed to do anything else.
Yeah, they did win that, but the thing is that New York Times, I'm pretty sure, basically told the judge to pound sand, which has been the modern way of doing things in the past, like, 2 years, is just, oh, yeah, that's great, judge, but we're not going to do that. When the entire institution of our legal system is being challenged by people just saying, well, what are you going to do? So let's hope
they also
actually do something.
Yeah, they also sent a thing or whatever to have the FBI stop going through their phone until, like, a master of records or whatever, some neutral person is going to be there and, like, go through the phone to make sure that the FBI isn't searching for stuff they're not allowed to be searching for.
Well, the fact that they raided them in the first place is immediately grounds for, severe punishment of the Department of...
And their excuse for why they raided them and why they don't think that this Master of Records or whatever, I forget what it's called, should be used is because they claim that Project Veritas isn't a real journalist. Like, they're not real journalists, so they don't get the
They're not protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah. And it's like, that's some bullshit. Basically, they're claiming the only journalists, the only official journalists, are going to be state-approved, like, propaganda outlets. And that's, like, just completely opposite to the ideal of the whole reason for the First Amendment in the first place, right?
Right, which again is why the changes and shakeups at Twitter are so alarming, because the guy that they put in place has outwardly stated that not being bound to the First Amendment is Twitter's goal. Specifically, right out the gate, that was, his statement.
How does that sell people on your service? Like,
when
our
people
goal is
aren't
to
interested
not
in
let you say
hearing
anything.
opposing views and only existing in an echo chamber, it's exactly what they want. Anyway, so eCastro says decentralized internet architecture will be the only route to a free future on the internet. So the problem is that exists. It's called Tor and dark web infrastructure like that. But good luck getting the amount of people you need in the world to adopt using Tor, and the alternate ecosystems on the internet outside of generic social media in order to actually affect change long term.
Well, the other thing is Tor Tor helps you, like, for privacy purposes, but, like, as soon as you sign in, like, if you go to Tor and then you're signing into Facebook, right?
Right.
That's instantly going to identify you, right?
That's what I'm saying is that the social media big tech people have so much power because they are where people go, and because their competitors are routinely, just like what happened with Project Veritas, they routinely have their servers seized, like Parler, Twitter's competitor, and these other groups. Like, so you cannot actually, affect the change of decentralizing the internet architecture it's much easier said than done, obviously. Which obviously eCastro knows that. I agree, this is the only hope for a free future on the internet, but it's not how it's going to go. The internet is moving the direction of the metaverse on purpose because it will be even more controllable. Old Man says, I think eventually they will go all the way back to the ISPs to censor the internet. It will be like China's Great Firewall. Agreed. That is the goal. It's very obviously the goal. And we will, be there probably in the next 5 years. E. Castro says, when they say 2 billion people that lack access to credit, they really mean 2 million people we haven't yet been able to exploit all the way yet. Well, yeah, definitely. A portion of it is 2 million people that aren't debt slaves yet, these kind of things. There are a couple projects right now that are using blockchain technology to start up the Internet 3.0, right? And I have been keeping my ear to ground on those because I very much am not going to be a part of Facebook's metaverse for sure. Anyway.
The 2.0.
Yeah.
By the way, the one comparison I was thinking of when you said, what is it? People look random stuff up online or whatever in their history. It reminds me of, was it ProZD? He had a video that's like, he hands his phone to himself or whatever. He's like, hey, can I use your phone to Google something real quick?
Yeah,
He's like, yeah, sure. Then it's like, oh no, what did I last Google? Was it dog dicks or something? Oh no, it was dog dicks. Blah, blah. And he's freaking out. Then he hands the phone back and he's like, here you go. And he's like, oh, thank you. And he's like, yeah, what did you need it for? Oh, I just wanted to Google dog dicks real quick.
Yeah, so I think it's very progressive of Yahoo to use this particular image in their thing about credit and not qualifying for credit. Great job, Yahoo. All right, so let's jump in now. God damn, this was something I was supposed to read. By the way, FDM. Before we move on, I would like to draw your attention to something. Last podcast, I covered this. Kappei
Johnny on Bosch and the Fist of the North Star.
Okay. Do you know why this is important?
Nope.
Do you know who wrote this manga?
Kappei? Nope.
Creator of Detroit Metal City.
Ah. Well, I hope that gets an anime.
Yeah. Yes, agreed. So there you go. I meant to bring that up last podcast and somehow didn't.
But you completely forgot.
Totally. Well, actually, what actually happened is I recently rewatched the podcast where I talked about it getting a live action, and we talked about it back then, and I was like, oh, that's right, that was that one. All right, so according to Vice, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop isn't supposed to be good.
Is that right?
And I'm curious, have you watched Cowboy Bebop in the live action?
Who's that directed to? Everyone?
To Matt. I don't know if you... I don't know, FDM, I don't know if you noticed we have a guest.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Very brave of you to go head first exposing yourself to the world.
I tried to give him the out before we started, but he didn't take it.
Because he's not a coward like you guys.
I am Yujiro Hanma. I am never
We don't need
afraid.
him anymore.
Yujiro.
But this Netflix Bebop, I did mention it in the last podcast. I watched it all the way through while doing finals, and I made the biggest mistake.
That's right.
doing that.
Yeah.
How many diseases do you have
And I made
now?
a joke that congratulations, it must have made it easier to focus on finals because it was such. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna quickly run through this. We probably aren't gonna cover the whole article. I just wanted to use it as a jumping off point because FDM got his panties in a bunch over the fact that apparently we didn't adequately cover the lesbian episode enough. So,
no! Don't talk to him about it. Don't talk to him. No.
Like
for that. No.
I feel bad for being upset, but at the same time, it's like I'm pretty sure Faye wasn't gay in the original. But
she
Faye
wasn't.
definitely wasn't gay in the original because she fell in love with that guy who scammed her that they made into her mom in the live action.
That's right.
So, this person. Okay, Janice. I had to read that over and over in my head. Janus.
Janus.
I like that better. Okay. There was a time in my life when Netflix's live-action Cowboy Bebop would have offended and enraged me to no end. But if there's one thing the original 1998 anime series taught me, it's that sometimes you just got to go with the flow. This thought popped into my head over and over while I watched Netflix's rendition of the classic series, which recently premiered on the streaming platform and is easily one of the most divisive adaptations in recent memory. Honestly, I don't feel like the backlash has been as strong as the live-action Death Note. I think
Well, that's because,
but I think it's only by virtue of the fact that the live-action Death Note already exists and has dissipated much of that anger.
I think also people were expecting this to be shit.
Right.
Yeah, like
With Death Note, they were, there was hope, and Netflix has crushed all hope.
right.
Dude, when I saw the trailer for the live-action Death Note, I had no hope. I'm like, this looks like AIDS.
So real quick, eCastro said regarding Internet 3.0, if they work, there will be essentially nothing a physical raid can do short of mass blackouts of Internet over large areas. Right. By the way, maybe I should start using Telegram for actually posting stuff. I don't know. Maybe you guys would be interested in that. And also, yeah, what is that headline? It isn't meant to be good. So, yeah, so let's see. It's easy to see why the TV anime series has achieved sacred status among countless fans, and I've been one of them ever since the jazzy intro credits first flashed across my screen years ago. Through 26 episodes, the series sways across a variety of genres and moods like a dusty old record collection, oscillating from slapstick sci-fi to spaghetti western to melancholy crime noir. But the true magic of the original series is how it becomes far greater than the sum of its collective homages. Deep and memorable characters, masterful pacing and tone, and an unforgettable jazz soundtrack by Yoko Kanno all contribute to why the series still has so many diehard fans today. The show is just indescribably cool, and its influence can be felt across countless films and TV shows that have come since. It's a tough act to follow, arguably impossible, when you're making the jump from animation to live action. Like many anime adaptations before it, Neo Bebop's sins are numerous, from the cringeworthy script to its awkward attempts at mimicking the animation's original style. Much of it is painful to watch if you're coming from the source material, and you can find plenty of video essays on YouTube where fans dutifully pick apart the new series and compare scenes to their original counterparts.
Is
Everything
that
is
us? No.
I feel seen. Everything is dissected, from the terrible writing and character backstories to the poor use of lighting during the iconic church duel between Spike Spiegel and his murderous former comrade Vicious.
I like how they're saying it's not supposed to be good, but yet they're also pointing out, like, I hated this part, I hated this part.
It's
Like,
not supposed to be good. That means it's a
But
success.
they're acknowledging how terrible it is before they tell you why you're still supposed to like it. From watching these analyses, one gets the sense that the showrunners either don't understand what made the original series special, or are purposely not trying to capture it.
I think that's what my friend is in that mindset as well, because he texted me this morning saying, despite many heavy cringe moments, I still enjoyed it, blah, blah, this and that. I'm like, oh, no.
Well, as I said before, I liked the live-action Death Note as a different entity than the anime. How did I get way over there? What the? And I enjoyed watching the live action because I am at heart a huge masochist, right? So I took that torture like a champ. And as I said before, I could enjoy it as something different, from the original source material, but unlike the live action Death Note, it did feel like they were just seeing how far away they could possibly go from the original characters. I tweeted today, I sent out that tweet about
Vicious shaving his balls.
Yeah, Vicious. I said I'll pull it up right here.
Vicious looks like a tweaker in the live action adaptation. I mentioned that in the last episode. He looks like a tweaker.
Yeah. It's ecstasy.
Oh my god.
And then Spike said, "Let me get this straight. You let a woman shave your balls with a straight razor." And he says, "I wasn't going to let a man do it." So I said, Netflix Cowboy Bebop made Vicious homophobic. Definitely, anime Vicious would have let a man shave his balls. Obviously, over the fact that there is absolutely no way that any of the characters in the original anime are getting their balls shaved with a straight razor. It's the most ridiculous premise ever. So, I definitely think that they have royally bastardized the entirety of the series.
So the difference with Bebop from, like, say, Death Note is that they're trying to imitate the original's, I guess, style so closely because they have, oh, she's Faye, he's Spike, he's Jet, and
right. Whereas
by
in Death Note, in Death Note, his name was Light Turner, not Light Yagami. Right? It clearly was a reimagining. Like they weren't even copying. And this is why I liked the live action Death Note. They did not copy the overarching plot of the original anime.
Who is Light?
But Bebop,
Yagami, or whatever the fuck you said.
Light Yagami.
Light Yagami. That's Kari and Digimon.
No,
she's Hikari Yagami in the Japanese.
I pronounced it really weird.
Yagami. That's how you pronounce it.
No.
Yagami. Come on.
Okay. Anyway,
It's like Code Chaos. You're like purposely mispronouncing.
But what is it? Bebop.
Yeah.
Because they're literally recreating stuff from the anime. You can't separate yourself from it as a separate experience as well. In addition to, they have the same character designs and everything. And actually, I watched the Bebop movie last night for the first time, and getting through that first scene was really difficult. Having the live action as my first experience of them doing that whole heist scene or whatever it is.
Still, though, that opening scene in the movie is significally better than the stupid casino bullshit, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, it was like they had all these details, like even the guy coming out of the bathroom late and stuff, and I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, Netflix stole all this crap. And they just made it worse, way worse.
So I'm gonna skip past a lot of the stuff because I didn't pre-read this article and it's pretty trash. But the 10 episodes frequently veer into so bad it's good territory. I disagree. I don't think it ever gets so bad it's good in the sense that Tommy Wiseau isn't playing Spike.
We need to watch the room to watch Club at some point.
Yeah, like you know what? Last night there was this one scene that I realized I was gonna tweet about it or something, but then I realized it kind of makes sense almost. But it was when what's his name, Vincent was driving in his car or whatever with the other guy. And they got to that checkpoint. He slows down, and then he shoots the guy. And I'm like, why didn't he just run him over? Like, wouldn't that have been? It wouldn't draw people's attention by with a gunshot. But I guess it's so unregulated there. Like they don't have security everywhere that they wouldn't be able to track them down through a gunshot or security footage. So I guess running him over would have been they'd get blood on the car, and then people would see that in public, and then they'd find out that way. I don't know. And then I realized, and then I realized, I'm like, but wait, this guy literally exploded a tanker truck on camera in the middle of a bunch of people and got away with it. So what is one guy getting shot in a back alleyway, essentially, compared to that? So I just gave up. I'm like, okay, whatever. That happened, I guess. Overall, the movie, it wasn't bad, but I feel like it was almost too drawn out for one storyline compared to how it's episodic in Bebop, so it's an episode, maybe 2 out at most or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't rewatched Bebop's TV in a while, but I felt the TV series I liked more because it's you get the whole crew involved to their full capacity, whereas the movie it kind of everyone was kind of shafted or just like left as a sitting duck, whereas Spike was like the full focus, which is fine. But it's like I like Bebop the most when like the whole crew's involved.
How long were the episodes for the Netflix show?
Varying, like the last three were like consistently 60 minutes, but I think the second one was like 37 minutes or something, and that was the shortest, so like 40 to 50 minutes average.
Okay, so they for like overall runtime, it's maybe about the same then as the
It's less.
anime series.
It's less.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I was going to be shocked if they made more than the anime series and managed to fit in even more garbage.
Well, one episode is like if you take out the ending and the opening, it's like what 22 minutes, if that.
Something like that. Yeah, I guess maybe.
So
probably about.
If the last 3 episodes are an hour, that's
Right.
that's 6 episodes.
It's
or
pretty
9
close.
episodes.
It's pretty close then. Yeah, I guess.
And then 7 other episodes that are roughly 40 minutes, which is 2, so 14 plus 9, so
Yeah.
that's 23. 23 standard anime episodes.
Close-ish.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be a fun day tomorrow. Yeah, so 2 truck route tomorrow, and one of the trucks is down. So we're doing all the stops with 1 truck. It's going to be about 140. So that's going to be fun. I have been asked to come in early. So I'm going to not read the rest of this article. And as soon as my Bluetooth decides to connect to my
Good
AirPods,
for your sanity. Don't read it.
yeah, no, for sure. So you now have the floor, FDD&M, to discuss the lesbian episode to your heart's content.
Cool. Now that's not fresh. So let's see. Faye, we've established what? She's a femme fatale. She's supposed to bring in the men.
Yeah, we're
But,
talking about anime Faye.
What?
We're talking about anime Faye.
I know. I'm telling you what she's supposed to be.
Yes.
Yeah, so she's supposed to be the femme fatale, whatever. She has these men on the tip of her finger, like in the movie. She goes up to guys. She's like, I want to. I don't know if the guy was like, I want to play.
He's playing the arcade game, right?
Right.
Yeah, and he's like, here, you want to play, babe? Well, I'm paraphrasing. He absolutely doesn't.
She says something like,
I want to play.
Virtual fun doesn't get me off. I want the real thing.
I want the real thing.
Damn, I love you, Maurice. Verbatim pulls that quote out.
So yeah, she says that, which is clever because it's like it gives a sense of like, oh, she's flirting with me, and then it's like, oh, she wants to kill me. So that's kind of her character, but obviously they yeeted the whole money personality of Faye, but ignoring that. So that's supposed to be what she is. But what happens is in the lesbian episode, she's just like essentially flirting with the female mechanic. And
not even that. It was like, the fans like, I love a good piece, and then next thing, they already did it. Wow. Like,
yeah, and then they full on smash.
I'm gonna take a page out of Duo's playbook here. When you watch a same-sex relationship, take the character most like the opposite sex and pretend in your mind that character is the opposite sex. And tell me now how problematic that whole scene was.
Yeah.
Right?
I remember people, there was someone talking about like, it would have been terrible if it was a guy, but it's cool and great because they're lesbians or whatever. Yeah, it's weird. But the bigger part of that whole thing was that Faye literally just gives herself away like a whore instead of being, this is my superpower.
They took a page out of the woman called Fujiko Mine.
There's 2 characters in the entirety of the live action adaptation that get laid. One of them is Faye. Well, okay. clearly it takes two to tango, so there's actually 4 characters. Faye and the lesbian, and Faye's fake mom and the Russian mink guy.
Well,
I actually
Spike,
loved the mink. I don't know why, but he was such a fun character. And then the reveal that the whole thing was just some weird sex play for them.
Also,
I thought that was hilarious.
Also, the calling card for Kitty. What about lesbians now?
she saw the Dyke signal or whatever you want to call it.
Her Dyke signal is tingling.
Yeah, so I was surprised as we rounded off our
It almost
conversation.
became the Axel Braun Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, we rounded off our discussion last podcast, and I couldn't believe you had more to say about the lesbian episode.
I don't think we fully went into it though. We kind of
we didn't go into it.
everything.
I guess it is pretty obvious. Like, yeah, this is an extreme departure from the character.
He's saying we didn't chew the rug hard enough.
Well, I was gonna do compare it to what Reese did just now, which was the Fujiko Mine thing, because Brad was saying before about like, oh,
Give me a
she
minute.
just, oh god damn it, he's just whoring himself out.
Wait, why is he leaving? What's going on?
He's got a phone call.
The
From,
Hanma blood inside me is boiling.
His
So
boss is calling him and telling him he's got to pull an all-nighter now.
I watched
Oh, I can
the
understand
first
that. I've been in recent.
five episodes of the 2001 Baki because my brother was watching the new Baki, and after he watched it, he's like, I feel like something's missing. Like there was a anime before this or something. I'm like, well, there kind of was. And then I'm like, well, I'm going to have to start there then, which I plan to anyway, because I typically like to watch everything the way that, not the way that aired, but as chronologically as possible, get the fullest experience. I even watched the old OVA, which is really interesting, considering like I got this expectation of who Baki was from the new one, from the few snippets I saw. And God, when he like shoves his fingers in that guy's neck, or including Baki's neck, I guess, I was just like, oh, like it was so hard to watch. I was shocked. I didn't expect that in the old
Shocked,
OVA.
I tell you, shocked.
He'd
Shocked.
say he was triggered.
And the 2001 anime is also like a huge difference from the current one that I'm aware of, because I haven't seen much of the current one. But Baki seemed really cool-headed in the new one. Like, you know, not a pacifist, but like he wasn't confrontational. But in the 2001, he's this like angry high school brat who is just looking for a fight everywhere. And then like episode 3, he fights a Yeti essentially, and I'm like, what is this? What did I just watch? But yeah,
You should see the later manga. The later manga
See
has him
what?
fighting a caveman and a samurai and stuff. Yeah,
well, I'm certainly looking forward to the
Baki
full
gets crazy in the
experience.
manga. Always.
If only we could get it over here. Also, Baki looks like he has massive titties the way his pecs are drawn in the
So
first
we changed-
mangas.
So we changed.
That's because of Itagaki. That's because of his art style.
I was like, wow, I have the Cowboy Bebop manga, but I never read it.
I have 2 of the
Wait,
Tokyo
you
Pop.
haven't read the manga?
I have the one called like the Shooting Star one, and it's allegedly a shoujo, which is funny.
Oh, really?
So yeah, Fujiko Mine, you described many moons ago. Hopefully, no dogs under those new moons, but there was, what is it? Yeah, you were describing how like Fujiko Mine's character was whatever. She didn't give away the goods or whatever, and she used that as her power. But when she just gives away the goods, she's just a massive whore.
Right.
But the thing that I hated, I'm just saying, that's like one-to-one comparison here. It's like the same idea. But the other things about the episode that were really stupid was the bickering back and forth. God, it's not fresh enough in my mind. But I remember there was all these random
Wes
side, not
Anderson style writing.
I wouldn't know. I'm not familiar with all these.
Like the snappy one-liners and like humiliation of a cast member, like in the Marvel movies where like they'll say something to deflate the ego of one of the characters, just cause it's like this.
Like when Thor was, do you know what's running my
Shower
veins?
bath shower,
and he
for
says
example.
Isn't that the Joss Whedon style?
What did I say?
Joss Whedon-isms?
Oh, Wes Craven
Wes
or
Anderson.
something?
You're right. Thank you. Wow. Not at all like Wes Anderson. Like Joss Whedon. Thank you. The Joss Whedon style. The shower bath shower screams that. Or I saw a clip on YouTube. Somebody had taken like the laugh track and like musical cues from Seinfeld and play them over that scene with the shower bath shower, and it's like, this is really cringe. Like it fits way too well.
I want to watch that. Like
I'll pull it up.
A laugh track sounds like it would make the show even more enjoyable or less enjoyable. I don't know.
That's why I have to see it. But damn it, what was the last thing I was saying? Oh yeah. It was like I was gonna describe them as like side quests, but it's like there were all these little side tangents that were just unbelievably stupid. What was the task that they had to do in that entire episode?
Which episode?
For the shower bath. That was the shower bath shower episode. Is the one where
where the lesbians happen?
No. That was the one afterwards. The shower bath shower one is
the lesbian episode. Is the one where Spike goes to the scramble, the Dr. Longest
Scratch. Yeah.
Scratch. Because remember at the end she uses the railgun to.
Right.
Oh god, that's what it was. It had the most stupid interaction. It's like, I hear those things are scams, and I'm like,
yeah,
what?
That's precisely the Joss Whedon style that I'm talking about.
Everybody's saying it's a scam. Like, oh yeah, that's a scam. Oh yeah, that's a scam. Everybody's thinking.
And then also like, it was nutbags, and then the person on the news refers to the situation as nutbags as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like the most not convoluted, but it was like the most forced payoff I have seen in that whole show. It was like, oh, the railgun to break the thing, and I'm like,
yeah,
oh my, no. And then she's like, here, take my railgun, you can keep it. And she's like, no, I hear there's scams or whatever. And I'm like, and it's like, oh yeah, talk to me some other time, baby. And then
take this gun to remember me by.
And what? Oh yeah, and the whole lesbian thing is like they were having like, what do they call it, pillow talk, and they were like, oh, that was the first one I ever had, that I can remember, and it's like, yeah, I remember Bebop when they were talking about orgasms, and then the episode following that, she was talking to Spike who had like the hangover and everything, and she's like, you need the big O, and it's like, oh my god.
Like, she's so well versed in it now. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me. How do we do the? Is it this one? Yes. Okay.
What?
Cool.
Oh, the
live reaction.
Judge.
Sign.
Oh my god.
Looking into my soul
Is the
right
thermal
now.
regulator down again?
Not that I know of.
There's not a drop of hot water in those pipes.
Sorry, guys. It's on me. I have a shower bath shower still.
Am I wrong?
What?
Shower bath shower. It's how you clean yourself. Okay. Baths are great, but gross. I mean, who wants to be in a tub full of hot water stewing in their own filth?
No, not that.
So, by taking a shower,
Who
wash your
wouldn't
grinder.
want to be?
Then you get in the tub, at which point you shave, soap, exfoliate.
How long is she gonna be here?
By the way, you should be doing your best in Lufa. Now, after the deliciousness of the bath, you get back in the shower, rinse off, ergo, shower, bath, shower. Were you two raised by wolves?
Man, she's got all these one-liners.
Precisely.
Says tomorrow's gonna be up.
it's an old commercial.
Anyway, I will just share this. Everybody subscribe to Anthony.
This is definite Joss
Mojo
Whedon
92.
at its finest.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of Joss Whedonisms in the whole show, like the whole let's insert comedy in moments of tension for major whiplash in the tone.
At least they didn't use like Among Us speak and refer to characters as sus or something like that. That would have just crossed the line.
I mean,
I disagree.
Among Us, they didn't do Among Us stuff, but they did have some. I feel like they had some, I don't know, trendy talk in it, but
yeah, I can't get behind the fact that sus is the equivalent to doing the fucking Fortnite floss dance. Like, no, they're not the same. Sus is a word. Sus is a slang word for suspicious, and it existed way before.
Yeah, but when you're signaling the hello fellow kids with it, it just comes across as cringe.
I don't know. I don't get that from the word sus. When you do the floss dance, yeah. When you do the dabs, yeah, fine. I'm on that page, but not sus.
I'll say this. JT
Send
Master.
him a text, Neko Volts. I don't know where he is.
No. I think he's taking. What is it? Not. I won't say it's a break, but like he's just taking it easy or something right now. But what is it? So I'll say the same thing I said to JT Master on Twitter. It's like so sus. He's like sus has existed forever or whatever, and it's like okay, sure. But it hasn't been commonly used. No. Shh. It hasn't been used in 69 billion years in a frequency to this extent because of Among Us. It made it popular, and everyone's using it because of it. No one was saying maybe sus before.
Maybe it's a Toronto thing, but I mean, sus was
maybe it is.
A normal.
I've never heard of it before Among Us.
Sus is a normal word that. I'm not saying I use it every fucking day, but like,
you were Among Us before we were. Among Us.
It was a word that people used to say, "Oh yeah, that's sus," like that's sketchy or that's sketch.
But people say sketchy and sketch.
Yeah, well, where I'm from, they say sus too. Before Among Us was a thing, and that's why it became a thing in Among Us because. It was a quick way to say.
They copied Toronto.
You have gotten so hung up on this instead of recognizing the point I was trying to make.
Sure.
You're right.
There's no
Fortnite. Said, at least Faye didn't do the floss after saying, "Were you guys raised by wolves?"
Thank you.
Of course, I my fault here.
Thank you.
Don't jinx it.
To the others.
Doing the floss would have been super cringe. Yes, I agree.
But yeah, so wrapping up this episode, I can't remember any of the other specifics. I feel like there was like a plethora of like really small things that added up to this ultimate cringe episode. But yeah, generally speaking, it's like her character is completely obliterated in that episode, and obviously it's the whole like, oh, she's a lesbian because of course she is now. She's progressive. Wow, yeah. It's like, oh, great, you just completely betrayed her character, and also like the whole I totally remember this really weird pillow talk bullcrap in the original.
So much of that as it is the character that she sleeps with that they bring in for literally one episode that is extremely shoehorned in, that they build up the character's existence over the fact that Jet is a complete cheapskate. Then he crash lands on Earth where they aren't going to be able to leave, right? And it's like he's scraping pennies together to even pay for the part and buys the wrong part. Like, how is he going to get back to freaking Mars where freaking Spike is? It was a complete betrayal in that regard, and just storytelling didn't make any sense.
I forget. It feels like there was that one line or something when he was talking to her, and it's like I can't remember if she was talking about like a stereotype about mechanics being a ripoff, or one about like, are you saying I can't do that because I'm a woman? I can't remember.
She comes in to say something like she doesn't call him her boss, but she refers to Jet and says, my partner,
your
wants me to
boyfriend,
come make
your
sure
lover,
you're not ripping us off or something. Like,
Yeah.
whatever she says. Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right. So Nekavolt says, so they took away Faye's sexiness because they made her a lesbian. Yep. Lesbians are by definition not sexy according to Netflix, which completely defies all logic in the history and nomenclature of lesbianism. Nekavolt says, watch a certain magical or scientific series by timeline. That was hard. Wow. That
Are you talking about? So it's actually quite easy if you want to watch season 1, season 2, season 2. That's kind of like the way it works, I'm pretty sure. But are you talking about watch episode 1, episode 2, episode 2? Like, that would be absurd. And even better if you throw Accelerator in there.
Picture play at the same time.
Oh my god. They're aligning perfectly in the timeline. It just split screens when it's the identical scene from each angle. But
what series are you talking about?
We're talking about certain magical index and a certain scientific railgun.
Yeah, so
there are two separate series that take place at the same time, and are like. Well,
I wouldn't say they're separate series.
I don't know.
They're spin-offs of the exact same series. But they have the identical timeline. It's just one, you see the perspective of the other side, and you also see obviously the exclusive events for that character. There's also Accelerator, so I don't know if that synchronizes as well.
So she said you watched a few episodes of each. I did it.
Oh, well, that's not true form. You watched a few episodes of each. You have to go one for one.
No,
also,
a true person would watch it,
side by side.
Yeah, split screen, side by side.
VR, one in each lens. You see a 3D picture.
Right.
By the way, Nekovolts, out of 10, how sexy was the lesbian episode in Bebop? We need the approval, the official seal.
Episode 6, right?
Sounds about right.
In case you need to look it up real quick. Hey,
Osaro.
Nice to see you, buddy. How you been? It's been a while.
Oh, you can change one of the host names for the rest of the podcast.
$2
of your choice.
Yeah, whatever your next
of your
one
choice
will be randomly attributed to somebody's name. So, so make it count. Yeah, that's our shtick now. For some reason, we decided that for $2 you can.
It's a promotion. Well, he can choose.
That? Do you just delete it every time?
No. It's in the overlays. It should be. It's really hard to see what it looks like. It's like the bottom of it.
Yeah, that one.
No,
it's in the overlays. Yeah, I was looking at the 4.20 out of 10 for the lesbian episode. All right, yeah.
That's almost giving it too much
credit. Parody out of 1 for it.
Say that again.
That is true.
Yeah.
The guy you're talking to.
One more time, Greenland.
Oh, it's just bizarre, just we have to shoehorn in like fucking woke and just weird shit that that characters didn't do before, but it's totally acceptable because it's like, oh my god, yes, queen.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, let's talk about. Let me ask you this, guys. You were talking about the lesbian scene. How about this scene?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. It's in the same vein of like that is not Bebop. Period.
Yeah, like I'm late for my midnight bukkake, and then Spike is clearly into the whole dominatrix thing. Like what? What kind of creep doesn't tip for an Alabama anaconda or whatever?
I don't. Just that outfit does not look good. Just
no.
Which one? All three?
Hers specifically. It's like wrinkling her skin in weird ways. The lighting is not doing it justice.
Dude, she's 400 years old. Give her a break.
Anyway, do you guys have anything more you want to share about your thoughts on Cowboy Bebop, the movie?
I said mine kind of while you're away.
Okay, that works for me. I'm more than ready to move on if you guys are. Also, Necrovolt says, I think Lance started the change name stuff.
I think actually he was just the first victim.
Necrovolt says, well, I needed a cigarette after that episode, so I felt the rating fit. See, don't they both smoke? Isn't that what they do after the love scene? As you know, like the old like having a cigarette after sex. Sorry, says,
I don't think they did.
I've been well. A name, I guess, change Reese's to Nightwalker.
Okay.
Nightwalker, the Midnight Detective, which is actually excellent. All right, Reese, you've been summoned.
You've been assigned.
Somebody do it. My hands are full.
Okay. All right.
You are to be officially
You're done
reassigned.
feeding your meat. You can change it back. All right. Cool, man. The actress
For Faye.
this is supposed to be Faye. The actress for Faye is not ugly, but I feel like Netflix could have done her better. Okay. She is quite weird looking in Jurassic World. I will definitely say that. She looks pretty decent as Faye if you're not focusing on her
Terrible costume.
her posture. Yeah. All right. So, okay, you guys already covered. Oh, Jesus Christ, my phone. Why? You guys already covered. Okay, let's move on.
well, Brad, if you want to, respond to my movie evaluation? All I was saying was that I think I prefer the series more. I know you were talking about how maybe it was the movie that you were remembering like so fondly. Like I like this series more because the characters, like Bebop to me at its peak is when you have all the characters pitching in essentially. Like you get the full interaction.
Ago, when I had only actually rewatched up to episode like 8 of the original anime, I said that previously on the podcast, I have said that I think Cowboy Bebop is a masterpiece. And I think we have this tendency to think about shows that we recognize as being very important or a masterpiece or whatever over time, and they degrade in value as we haven't seen them for a long time and we've watched other shows, right? So let's say you call it a 10 out of 10. But then, 6 or 7 years go by, and your perspective on it, just your memory of it, starts saying, it's not that great. And then I would say that as you sit down and watch it again, you're like, actually, yes, it is that great. Like, it really is a pretty magnificent anime. And I was saying 2 podcasts ago that I wasn't feeling that the same way in this rewatch. Now, since I said that, I have finished the rewatch and I rewatched the movie. And what I had said was, I think it's possible that my perspective on that was that I was more likely to have rewatched the movie than have rewatched the show. Because I thought there were a couple episodes in the show that are like forgettable, like unimportant, especially towards the end of the series, where they have the thing where like they like, what's that thing that Jet is like running around with that like geometric shape thing that has like a seed, and they're like, you know what I'm talking about? They blow it up later. Right. It's just so dumb, right? It's just a bunch of stuff at the very end is very shoehorned in, right? So anyway, I was saying that I think it's possible that my recollection of enjoying the series is more likely that if I sat down and rewatched the series, I didn't just randomly pick a couple episodes and watch them, that I probably watched the movie. And having rewatched the movie, I do think it's pretty spectacular, largely in the soundtrack. I think that
really, I hated like every song on it except for like 2. Well, sorry, I didn't hate everyone. A lot of the early ones I hated, but most of the other ones I just really didn't care for because it's like it was almost Western-y music or whatever. Like it had vocals and stuff.
I guess.
But
anyway, to finish off my point though, I do feel like the show isn't as much of a masterpiece as I previously would have considered it. But with that
it's a semi-masterpiece.
but with that said, I do think that since I had previously, speculated on that 2 weeks ago, that I feel as though I have recognized more things about it that are important to it being a masterpiece that I previously kind of overlooked, such as the cohesion of the dub and the full cast and how they interact with each other, and like the music and all that sort of coming together, and then of course the iconic imagery in certain scenes being very well thought out. I do think that there's, as with any series, there are episodes that I think you could cut probably half the episodes out of the series and have a more cohesive experience watching it. If you were to cut out.
Yeah, you could, because it's episodic.
But I almost feel like those quote-unquote filler episodes add more to the character. To make
I agree. And I said this 2 podcasts ago about the heavy metal lady, VT, and how I actually do not like that episode as far as the story is bland. The heavy metal is like pathetic and not at all what
light metal
TDM would consider,
it's annoying metal more than anything else.
And it's just like the character's not that interesting. But what that episode gives you is a insight into Spike's character in the sense that when he figures out who VT is, what her name actually is, rather than taking the entire bundle of money, which they are constantly out of woolongs. They just like never have any money to buy any food. They're eating bell peppers and beef without the beef, right? That's in the first episode. That he only takes back the $1 or whatever that he put in, right, for the contest. And I think that shows that Spike's character in that way.
Actually, I don't think he even put one in. He didn't get the chance to the first time when he's pulling out the $1, and then I don't think he did.
I'm pretty sure he did at the bar.
He pulled out $1, and then the thing happened, and it's like you got interrupted.
Fucking AirPods. I
don't think he ever did put any money into it.
Well, regardless,
I seem to remember he did. But.
I'm pretty sure he did at the bar, and I could pull it up later. But I think that it shows his character in that he doesn't take the entire fat stack of cash that he had every right to take, because the way that he discovered her name was that he knew her husband and recognized her that way, right? And then also the part where he gets launched out into space, and the way that he gets back is by shooting his gun, so that the recoil and the pressure of the gunpowder, the equal and opposite reaction in the vacuum of space, propels him backward back to VT's ship, right? And I think that shows you the character. And again, this is just going back to your point about how I do agree that a lot of the episodes, you could just take it or leave it, do have character moments in them that are important for the bond that you get with the character and the whole of the story. But
that's pretty much like DBZ. If you cut out the filler with Kai, you get rid of all the purpose for the
I completely
fights.
agree. I say this all the time, that the filler in Dragon Ball Z is some of my favorite bits. It's because of the character moments in it, right? So I completely agree there. I would say that I think that I still don't feel like it's lived up as much as I thought it would, having had the experience like 3 or 4 times in the past of coming back to the show and experiencing it again and being like, wow, this really is a masterpiece. I can't believe I was thinking it was only like a 7 in my memory of it, but yeah, it really is a pretty damn good show. I think since then, since I started the podcast, I have seen some series that I don't know if I would say that they were better, but they're definitely on par. Like to this day, I still think that the best show we've watched was
Shield Hero.
Shield Hero. Yeah,
Are you kidding?
Could not believe how good it came out. Right?
Are you kidding?
I think that
What is your candidate for what
What's
should
your
be
rebuttal?
above that?
Well, I mean, Shield Hero was okay, but it was, I don't know.
Well, what's your
Like-
rebuttal?
Well, I mean, One Punch Man is way better than the season 1 of One Punch
Okay,
Man.
let me. Here we go. Here's
I
the-
like No Game No Life.
Hold
although
on,
we didn't
hold on.
watch that yet.
Hold on.
In the
We
watch
We
did.
party.
did. We did.
Oh, did you?
Here's the thing.
I missed that one.
When I think about the best thing that I've watched, I don't count things I previously saw. So One Punch Man was not in the running for that. I didn't even cross my mind. So just for defending my position here. Anyway, getting back on the topic though, I think that I have seen some shows in recent years that have captivated me in every episode, which even Bebop didn't do that. There are a couple episodes of Bebop where I didn't even remember them when I rewatched them because they didn't hold my attention the first time. You know what I mean? I feel like it. What I'm trying to say is 2 weeks ago, I had a statement that I didn't think it was living up to my memories of it. And it came significantly further than it previously did 2 weeks ago as I got through the rest of it. And as I got through the movie, but it still didn't quite. It maybe got 90% of the way there, whereas previously I was only like 30% 2 weeks ago, right? So I still don't think it quite got to the level that I remembered. My experience of rewatching it, here and there in the past like 20 years, and experiencing it, and really coming back like, wow, that was outstanding. It was a masterpiece, whatever. And partially is because for the first time I watched the Blu-ray rips, and oh my god, a lot of that doesn't hold up.
Well, you
the
can't
DVDs
get
are a lot
too
better.
obsessed with the production itself because, like, you can watch the Bebop movie and say, yeah, it's got great animation, but
Yeah.
I think it's just a really padded out version of a Bebop episode.
Which,
That's
in
really
all
fancy looking.
fairness, that's kind of what movies for like side stories really should be.
Well, I'll say this: as far as
Might
anime movies go, it's really one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's
In the
probably
sense
my
that-
favorite side story movie.
I would absolutely sit through Cowboy Bebop's movie again, then watch any, but most specifically the last two My Hero Academia movies again, because that was absolute literal torture. to
Have
sit
I
you
can
through.
tell you that I can probably agree with that, and I haven't seen them yet.
Have you seen the Trigun's movie?
Yeah,
I think I
I
watched
saw
it.
it way too long after the series, though, so I don't know. I don't think it was that bad, but the series was pretty amazing at the end.
I don't remember liking it, but I'd have to
Excuse
rewatch
me
it.
while I find some headphones because these keep dying on me.
Speaking of movies that I liked, side story movies, Dead Zone, that was a great movie. Dragon Ball Z, Dead Zone.
Ooh, yeah.
The first one?
I don't remember if it's exactly the first one or if it was World's
My
Strongest.
boy,
It's
I
the-
can agree.
I watched
believe
the
it's
first 5, and I found all the movies were just okay.
I've watched all of them, and I've kind of forgotten all of them. So
Dead Zone, when Gohan's like peeing on Krillin's head.
Oh god.
Yeah.
All
Just-
I know is
You gotta watch the unedited version, obviously. to
Random
get the
Eleven's
pee.
piss fetish confirmed.
so you'd be into Juden-chan or whatever. But so freaking what is it? Dragon Ball Z, I remember everyone hyped up Cooler or whatever. And when I watched I don't know if I've seen both of them, but when I watched it I'm like, wow, that was what the fuss was about. That's probably what Broly's going to be like too.
I didn't like. Wait, which movie? The
Cooler,
Which
Frieza's
Broly?
brother.
But there's two. Oh yeah.
There's 3.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, there's 4 if you include the Dragon Ball Super.
Okay, so Cooler is like Revenge of Cooler. That
Yeah.
movie. That's the one
I
you're
can't
talking about.
remember. I think I've watched the first 5 movies, so I think either I watched the first Cooler or I watched both of them. But either way, I was like, whatever I watched, I was really let down. I'm like, wow, that's what the fuss is about.
I mean, I never really seen that movie as like a, hey, this is a great movie, but Maybe that was
Well,
out there.
it was just the community at the time. Like they talked about, like, oh, cooler, so cool. But yeah, like with Broly, I'm just anticipating like it's probably also going to be
Path to Power. Did anybody remember that Path to Power?
Is that the Dragon Ball movie?
I think it is. Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, that
I've
was
seen
one
the
of
Dragon
last few
Ball
ones made in the
movies.
90s.
I saw the Dragon Ball movies, yeah, but I can't remember.
Path to
honestly.
Power was the attempted reboot.
Reboot. Oh. Well, I
That's
can't
a-
honestly remember much of
The Android
anything
8, though,
from
that
those
was the
ones.
saddest.
Android what? Am I freezing?
No. I think
8. You
Android
died too
8.
soon.
Okay, yeah. Matt, you're cutting out a little bit there. There's
It's
a
not
little bit
just
of a
me.
cutout. No, it's not just
Time.
you.
Great job, me.
You solved it?
Well, Path to Power.
Oh, you're wired now. There you go.
Yes, Path to Power is the Dragon Ball movie that's it's a retelling of like the opening arc of Dragon Ball, if I remember. And I remember Goku is wearing blue like he is in GT instead of orange, and Bulma has purple hair instead of blue, which is weird because then Trunks has purple hair, and then GT fucks that up. So that's great. Or not GT, freaking Super.
Super.
Anyway, I've got a bunch of articles. You guys want to jump into? Also,
I didn't know if you wanted to talk. Oh, what?
Kitty says Shield Hero was so damn good. I binged it from start to finish in one day.
You're
Congratulations.
damn right you did.
Oh, good.
I mean, what?
Also, she says I cuddled after the deed, so points get docked for that.
Good to know.
Referring to the lesbian scene.
If he and I
What
was
deed?
encompassed in the comment.
The lesbian scene in Cowboy Bebop, the live action. All right, so let's carry through this, and we can have more of a freeform discussion.
I wasn't
Have
sure.
XXX.
I wasn't sure if you wanted to talk about the actual story of the Bebop movie in relations to current events.
No, because that'll get banned off YouTube. So let's not.
Okay.
I already ran that risk with Vexil, and I don't think I can dodge 2 bullets. So
Yeah, that first one was like a grenade launcher to YouTube.
yeah. So there's going to be a live action xxxHolic movie.
Yeah,
So
that looks good.
Danny, I know Danny likes Holic. Or wait, no, he likes Hellgirl. Who? What? This was a fraud. I'm sorry I brought this up. HiDive acquires complete Lupin the Third TV series.
Complete. Ooh.
Reese,
Old
did you-
man says I loved the Holic anime, so
Okay, great.
your
I'm glad-
efforts were for naught. Or sorry, no.
The
You're
music
not for not.
is so good. I have never watched it, but the music is so damn good in Holic. Okay, Reese, did you have something you want to say about?
Parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the one called Fushigi Mini are being added to HiDive, and apparently there's going to be quote unquote more to come. So yeah.
Well, it says. Well, yeah. Okay. So maybe the specials and stuff.
That's
Is it just the streaming rights, or are they also locking up the Blu-ray?
streaming
rights?
rights?
Well,
Because
so this is
Discotech
the
still
thing.
has 1 through 5, and
Yeah.
Fushigi Mini.
Discotech still has that, but Part 6 has been licensed by Sentai.
Yeah.
And HiDive is a Sentai affiliate.
It's basically their
It's
Sentai
not-
streaming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not an affiliate. It's straight up Sentai.
Well, I meant not affiliate, but it's affiliated with Sentai.
It
what I was
is,
trying
it
to
is
say.
straight up Sentai. It's not even
Yeah.
affiliated.
Affiliated in the sense that you associate it with the name because it's their thing.
Basically, the saying Funimation streaming is affiliated with Funimation. It's,
Yes.
it's the same thing. It's no
Well,
different.
yeah, you wouldn't say that obviously due to the fact that it's called the same thing. Fucking hell. Anyway, so the speculation here is that it's possible that Sentai is going to acquire and then re-release Discotech, previously Discotech released Lupin.
1, 2, 3, 4,
And I'm cool
5.
with this on the grounds that they dub them.
Which dub? The Funimation or the?
They would have to use the current dub.
Epcar as
Or no
Jigen.
car.
Epcar, no car. Epcar, Jigen, or no car.
Yeah, right.
Bang Zoom did.
And yeah, the Bang Zoom, Tony Oliver,
Richard Epcar,
Michelle Ruff, Richard
Ruff,
Epcar,
Lex Lang,
and
Doug Erholtz.
Doug Erholtz.
Lex Lang. I think the only thing I've heard him
Right,
actually voice a character in was Kenshin, and he was just like okay.
Is he Kenshin?
Other than that, no. He's who's the guy with the but other than that, his only notable role that I know of is Greymon.
Wow. I
Of
need to watch
course.
Megalobox as soon as possible.
Yeah. Also, he's Kenshiro in Fist of North Star. So,
Oh yeah, that's right.
North Korean student will be shot to death for smuggling Squid Game into country.
Ooh.
Oh God. Real life
Ooh.
Squid Game. Shit.
Right? I think I put this in the timestamps as North Korean student gets Squid Gamed over Squid Game or something.
Shout out to the Flash Gets cartoon where they do Squid Game in North Korea, and it's the one guy's from South Korea. He's like, I'm from South Korea. And then they're battling over food or whatever. That's the prizes.
But
Anyway, yeah.
North Korea is like probably the one and only place where they could legitimately do
Do a
a
Squid
state sanctioned Squid Game.
I'm
And
pretty
actually,
sure
like,
Mr.
record it.
Beast did it on an island.
Yeah, but no one died.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that was not worth it.
PG version. Okay, so a North Korean student who smuggled a digital copy of Netflix's Squid Game on a flash drive and also sold copies of it is being sentenced to death. An extreme form of punishment for a rather minimal crime, but perhaps to be expected of a communist country. Now, let me ask you this. I haven't watched Squid Game, although I did experience my own Squid Gaming that one time I talked about.
You had your own third-party Squid Game experience.
In the last podcast episode, you talked about
Yeah.
this.
Right. So let me ask you this. I feel like the catharsis that you get from watching Squid Game comes from the fact that you're not living it, right? And I just feel like, who are you selling it to in North Korea, right? Like,
They're like, oh, that's me.
actual how to survive in this regime, you know? Like,
Hashtag relatable.
I don't know if you know this or not, but in Squid Game, they're all voluntarily
yes.
there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why it was such a rude awakening to me when it was thrust upon me, despite my not volunteering and my own experience.
Yeah.
So the accused was a high school student returning from China who brought the series home on a flash drive they kept in secret, alerting the attention of the authorities after they began selling copies to random people and even other students. Oh no, not other students. The students will apparently be disposed of. I'm sorry, the student.
Oh God!
All of them go in the fire.
The student will apparently be disposed of by way of firing squad. Said to be a method, characters in Squid Game are also heartlessly executed. Is it really?
Mass
It was
calling
reported.
shit. Oh no!
We heard you like Squid Game. We're gonna take you out the same room.
We're giving you the VR treatment.
It's gonna be funny if they dress them up in the uniform too.
So, like one of the games was
And they
the
give them the
red light,
candy as
green
well.
light. Like they should at least play red light, green light with them. There's no real setup needed.
I just
It's
think
like-
North Korea just sees this as an opportunity to convince its citizens that they are always trying to control in new and inventive ways. That Squid Game is in fact a real thing, and that it is one of the many ways that the regime, controls their people. Right?
They'll start giving rewards.
Here's what they could do. Well, the reward could be you get across the no man's zone until into South Korea, right? You play red light, green light. Okay, if you fail, we'll shoot you. But if you make it across, you're good. And then you
But
can
they'll just shoot you right before you get across. Though.
No. You got to be fair.
the
If they make
landmines
it
that get you.
legitimately,
Why not a
that's not a word
minefield
in the
instead of
dictionary.
shooting?
It's in the real world.
are there landmines in between there?
No, but
That would be more funny.
Yeah, if you get across, right? Once you reach the other side, and you're like, "Yes, I'm free." You take that extra step, and then you blow up.
Fireworks.
Like,
my
well, you
friend.
made it. We won't shoot you now. Next step, boom. All right. It was reported that one person who brought a copy. I'm sorry. It was reported that one person who bought a copy from the student was given a life sentence, while 6 others who dared to let their eyes observe the evil series were sentenced to 5 years hard labor. Goods and items from South Korea and the West are forbidden in North Korea, and the authorities are now investigating the student's school in search of more verboten material. According to law enforcers, the blissfully unaware high school student watched the show with his friends while at school, and some teachers were said to have been let go as a result, while others could face the punishment of toiling away in mines. The 7 students being arrested is the first instance of North Korea making use of its law regarding the elimination of reactionary thought and culture in regards to minors, and the law, which applies to not only the smuggler but those who watch the material, can instill a punishment as high as death for watching, keeping, or distributing media from the capitalist countries, particularly from South Korea and the U.S. It is said North Korea's government is exerting the utmost seriousness in regards to the incident. The Central Committee has dismissed the school principal, their youth secretary, and their homeroom teacher. They were also expelled from the party. Okay. It is certain that they will be sent to toil in coal mines or exiled to rural parts of the country. So other school teachers are all worrying that it could happen to them too if one of their students is also caught up in the investigation. In the aftermath of the students getting caught, authorities began scouring markets for memory storage devices and video CDs containing foreign media, a resident of the province told RFA. Whoever the fuck that is. The residents are all trembling in fear because they will be mercilessly punished for buying or selling memory storage devices, no matter how small, said the second source, who requested anonymity to speak freely. Wow, that guy's putting his life in their hands there. Any thoughts?
I'm glad we're not North Korea.
Not yet. What? Oh, I got signed out of Grammarly. What the fuck? I thought North Korea propaganda had already told its people that Squid Game was real life in South Korea. Yeah, it seems like it. All right. So, into anime news. Oh, we've got such great things to cover.
Oh. A lot.
Pardon me. Fafner, the Beyond production committee, cancels collab with Ramen Shop due to sexual harassment.
Oh no! I wanted to see my commercial for ramen have
Shaking
those
the
anime
ramen
characters.
out of their ass.
The owner confessed and apologized for his actions. Quote, "There is no excuse for this incident.
There is no. What is the phrase? There's no question.
There's no mistake. Yeah, there's no question."
It was me.
Yeah. So the production committee for the Fafner and the Azure the Blue theatrical OVA series announced on the 23rd of November that they would be canceling a collaboration between the series and the ramen shop Kukai due to causing, quote, hurt to the hearts of our customers. It was later revealed on November 25th in a statement by the owner that he had been sexually harassing customers. How does that work? What are you, like, jizzing in the ramen broth?
The guy just
That's a
has
special
the-
sauce.
How do they remain customers?
We're going to add that special sauce.
So the collaboration was set up with Kukai due to its location in Onomichi in Hiroshima, one of the locations that inspired the main city in Fafner in the Azure. Kukai has a location in Onomichi and in the Tokyo district of Ikebukuro, with both locations serving up menus based on the anime franchise. JCast reports that since the collaboration started in early November, there were reports on social media of the owners sexually harassing customers by inappropriately touching them and making sexual comments. How?
Listen, guys, you need to make sure that you appropriately touch them everywhere, okay?
You grab the titty by the right way, not the wrong way.
Yeah, god damn. Learn.
When you're tweaking the nipple, make sure you're not saying anything sexual. That's when it,
Learn
that's when it
from
crosses
the
the line.
Kazuma school of how to touch the titty, not the wrong way.
After an investigation between the companies involved in the collaboration, and after talking to those who were victims, the production committee for Fafner and the Azure canceled the collaboration and said in a statement that, quote, such behavior is not acceptable under any circumstances. They also apologized to the fans of the series for any hurt caused.
Whoa. So you're saying if you're with your special significant other in bed, you can't do it. That's under no circumstance.
Under no circumstances are you to tweak the nipple while saying something sexual.
So does that mean
just
I
wait.
can't throw a ramen cup over my dick when doing foreplay or not?
Which noodle
I've
is
got
it?
your cup noodle right here. So the owner of Kukai also issued a statement apologizing for his actions, saying that, quote, there is no excuse for this incident. Further, it didn't start happening until, was he emboldened by the anime collaboration? I'm a big shot now. You can't say no. So the owner of Kukai also issued a statement apologizing for his actions, saying that, quote, there is no excuse for this incident. Further along, he says that the business will, quote, go back to the basics and treat our customers with care. It's like only one guy is responsible for this. Is like, well, we're on the straight and narrow now. It won't happen again, I promise. Because
So no Boruto collab yet?
Oh my god. Oh. We're going to go back to the basics and treat our customers with care. That they'll, quote, refrain from excessive communication with customers. And they will try to, quote, try not to treat customers in a way that makes them feel uncomfortable during normal business. Oh, God. Hey, if you stick around after closing, all bets are off. Kukai and the owner are also not allowed to post about Fafner and the Azure on social media going forward, despite the owner claiming to be a fan of the series. Oh my God, Fafner and the Azure The Beyond is a 12-episode OVA series which takes place after 2015's Fafner Exodus series that has been screening in advance in theaters in Japan since 2019. The latest 3 episodes, 10, 11, and 12, started screening in theaters on November 5th in Japan.
How many of these freaking anime are there? I thought it was just the 2 seasons after they had the 2015 one. It's like,
right?
Oh no, here's some more.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to knowing that there's more I'm supposed to watch to consider it complete.
And more we're not going to get over here,
Yeah,
it feels
especially because watching the original was torture enough.
How bad was it?
It's just bland because it's like I don't really care for
Mecha.
I don't really care for mecha of this type anyway, and it's got the character designer from Gundam Seed, so it's got that going against it too.
No. Not
Hey,
that designer, no.
That guy did the character designs for Line Barrels of Iron, which is one of my favorites.
Hopefully, well, I have no rebuttal to that. Okay, so I felt I without thinking, but this is the follow up to the previous article. So, World's End Harem TV anime is going to be re-premiered on January 7th. You'll recall that it came out, aired 1 episode, and then was subsequently put on hiatus for 2 months.
Delayed for 3 months.
3 months, yeah. So after a season-long delay, 1 episode comes out, and then they basically cancel the rest of the season so they can start it up in like the next season. So after
it's like to hype people up, they'll be like, "Oh, damn, this is too good."
It is kind of a clever strategy. Oh, I didn't catch it when it was on TV. Now I have to wait 3 months. I bet it's going to be good now. And it's like, no, it's still trash. Like, the official Twitter account for the World's End Harem TV anime revealed that the adaptation of the manga, written by Link and illustrated by Kotaro Shono, will be airing on Japanese TV again on January 7th with episode 1. The tweet also confirms that the series will be streaming on platforms in Japan, both censored and uncensored. Again, I'm surprised I can get away with showing this on YouTube, but that is the thumbnail YouTube chose not to take down. I'll remind you a few podcasts ago, YouTube did decide that this wasn't okay to have as a thumbnail. But this is A-okay, apparently.
Wow.
Anyway, so it was postponed.
Bebop is me in the future.
So World End Harem was set to premiere on October 2021 on Japanese TV, but was postponed after its first episode, calling it a special advance broadcast.
A premature broadcast, one might call it.
Right.
The series will now be on for me. I was about to
on January 7th.
If they shouldn't last throughout the whole episode, they can certainly wait 3 more months to finish.
So did they change anything? Or is it just that it got delayed?
I don't know. Presumably, I don't know, maybe one of their voice actors got COVID or something. I don't know.
Or maybe they pulled a
sucked some politician's dick and then had to get yeeted out of the entire show.
Maybe. But what I was gonna say is maybe they pulled a Fuka where the English voice actor was like, "What? There's titties in this," and then it delayed the release for forever.
So I've learned something. Remember how I said this doesn't really taste like Warheads?
That's supposed to?
Well, apparently, yes, it isn't supposed to be good, just like the live action Cowboy Bebop.
Is there a warhead at the bottom?
Apparently, the label is literally just a sticker.
Wow.
So God knows what this actually. It's literally just some sour beer. They stuck a new label on. No, it's just completely.
Dude, it says anal.
That's beer.
Your artisanal was covered up, so it just said anal when it was peeling off. What's that you're drinking, Brad?
My anal brew works.
Yeah, radical.
All right. So Yuki Kanamura's More Than a Couple, But Not Lovers romantic comedy manga is getting an anime. This seemed like right up your alley, Footnum.
What do you mean?
Cuck and all.
Cuck the anime.
It sounds
Sexless
cucky.
Marriage, the anime.
Oh god.
Anyway, so that's the thing.
My first ex.
By the way, we got some comments.
That's
from
right.
Leo, as I'll call him.
Mirage Leonardo, how's it going? Not sure if you're interested, but Kamen Rider Kuga, the manga, is getting an official English release next year. Well, that's cool. Also, I just finished the anime series Skullman. It was okay, but the ending was very confusing, and somehow it ties into the series Cyborg 009.
Really?
I have also watched the first disc of Skullman, and also knew that it somehow tied into the series Cyborg 009, and also was baffled by it. Yes. Necavolt says, "Look, AC, YouTube feels like you are worth monitoring. Feel like a Chad." Yeah, well, definitely. I'm just
No. You have to say a Chad Brad because
Okay.
it rhymes.
Yes. I have not ever had that said to me before. That my name rhymes with Chad. As far as anime pickups go, I bought a bootleg copy of Beautiful Joe Season 1 from Asuka the Disc Dog. Okay.
Well, you just gave them free promotion.
Yeah, well, I hope.
We did not.
Let's not let FPDNM know about that disc dog. Should be
Oh no!
I think it is beneficial in this situation to buy Beautiful Joe as a bootleg because it didn't get a full release in the dub form. Really been enjoying Black Cat on episode 8 right now. There you go.
does it happen to? It happens to coincide with how I was making comparisons at some point. Is that why? Is that why I checked it out?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so we might. I mean, we've got a couple things in the.
Are you
queue.
suggesting we're going to add another 24 episode series to the queue?
I didn't say anything, but we might at some point watch To Love Ru.
Well, yeah, 60, 80 episodes.
That's a pretty bold ultimatum.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go.
So
you're right. 24, that's too much. Let's do 80.
Yeah. So Footnum, there's a new an anime adaptation of the light novel Trapped in a Dating Sim. Basically, he gets reincarnated into an otome game.
Otome game? Doesn't that mean that he is the one of the options of the harem?
Yeah, something like that. Luckily,
but look, there's two girls. That
yes,
the
these
ratio's
are the
off.
player characters apparently.
There's two players.
Yeah, the racks are stuffed,
inflated,
extremely high up. And this girl,
high caliber.
I mean, when are they not?
Well, I'll probably check it out anyway.
I know. That's why I put it in here, because I knew you're the type to watch that shit.
You also be checking out this one.
With our another white-haired light novel protagonist.
Oh,
Also
no.
add that previous title to the list of titles on Footnum's internet search history for.
Oh yeah, great. How do I get trapped in a dating sim?
It's like, well, Mr.
Guide
Footnum,
to getting isekai.
No, well, Mr. Footnum, in our reference of your search history, we've decided that your how am I drawing a blank on this word?
Your expenses on dating sim.
Your predilection for cuck anime has determined we're denying you this loan. Wow, that was a real reach. I don't think you were here for that opening article about how your browsing history will now affect your credit score.
Hey, I came in at the end of that.
All right, cool. So anyway, Reborn to Master the Blade, from Hero King to Extraordinary Squire, takes aim at a new anime adaptation. So the actual title has the lady symbol in it. And you'll see it here. It comes out in the tweet as like an emoji, right? So yeah, that's a thing. She has white hair. Moving on. Also, it's a guy who gets reincarnated as a girl. So if for whatever reason that's also your thing, double whammy. Right? Also, Erica, whoa! Why are these images so small? No. What happened?
Don't worry. It's not the top ones that matter. It's the bottom.
Yeah, but it's just so small. What happened to it?
Oh, this isn't funny anymore. Hold on, I gotta zoom in. Get out of here. Oh, you are murdering me. Yeah, that's God damn you. Okay, here's how we're gonna handle this. Oh, because they edited the article. See how it says updated? They edited the article because apparently it was important. It was important to see the Japanese headlines for the titles and the English ones. That was why this was so important. So here's how we're going to do this now. Anyway, so a couple of Cuckoos girl is being collabed with Rena from Higurashi. Previously, as we've covered, she was with Amelia in ReZero, and one we never saw coming, Ainz from Overlord, and he's dressed up in the school uniform.
Yeah, that made it worth sharing on its own. It's just like,
This
okay,
is fantastic.
This is the greatest thing.
I would like to see a light novel of that.
Right?
Overlord Watch Club 1. Come on.
Is the fourth one out on disc?
Not yet. It's just This hasn't even aired yet.
Then I have the previous three.
Excuse me, I have the fourth season on disc and it hasn't aired yet.
Oh,
Thank you.
good for you. Okay,
Wow.
I'm gonna go find out why my kids are yelling at each other. I'll be right back.
You see, I have this exclusive preview that does not actually have any video. I just put the words Overlord Season 4 on a disc with a marker. So I got the preview, pre-screening copy. So I saw a comment. Footnum and Lance are spreading their love for Black Cat. I'm so proud of you guys. Watch the Love Roo, AC. It is funny, and the VAs are amazing. I think you mean to replace Black Cat with To Love Roo, because that's what we've been simping for. But I think people should watch Black Cat because they're like the same character. Well, it's not the same characters, but they're some of the same characters. They're both good. Both animes I like.
So
And,
I'll just say, it's disheartening for some reason when you go out there and they aren't actually murdering each other. And it just
They didn't
sounds
live up
like
to your unrealistic
I mean, obviously, I would
expectations.
prefer it if they were just playing, but when I get up because I feel like they're killing each other and they're not, it like diffuses the fact that I was about to just crack some skulls, you know, and
Oh,
then I get
thought
out
you
there
were
and they're
going
like
to-
hugging, and you're like, God damn it.
I like that the answer that they didn't live up to your expectations, or they weren't living up to your standards. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, like Funimation standards.
Is that how they get out of trouble every time when
Yeah,
they
we
come
got-
in the room?
Dad
to
comes
hug?
in and they hug.
Oh, you are killing each other. It's okay. That's one less. That's one
Pretty
less.
soon they're going to learn actually killing each other is how they're
So
gonna
they both mutually want to kill each other. That's why they have colluded to hug whenever Dad's around.
Okay, so I have just pulled up this One Piece rap thing. I will check that out later, even though I'm very much looking forward to going into the Netflix live action series having zero knowledge
One
of the
Piece
series.
knowledge.
But I guess I will have to experience the rap in its entirety for once. Anyway, so enough of that comment. I will check it out. Etienne and Lance are spreading their love for Black Cat. I am so proud of you guys. Watch To Love Roo AC. It is funny and the VAs are amazing. Yeah, except for the part where she calls him a misogynist or whatever for liking women who can cook or whatever in the US dub.
No, he wants a wife who can cook or whatever.
Yeah.
Is the line. But
she-
yeah,
her
that's the only
dub-
blip I've heard of.
Yeah, so she's supposed to say you're so old-fashioned, and then in the dub she says you're such a misogynist. Cooking is misogynistic.
When was that changed?
See that
That's
is
the dub.
that is worse than saying
Consider it.
sus. Okay.
Yeah, I'll agree that.
Or
to
the
that.
dub of Dragon Maid?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, definitely that was worse than the change there, but for sure. All right, so let's talk, unless you guys want to say something else, about High Guardian Spice borrows names and song. Okay, so
it gets worse.
we previously acknowledged this.
Off
but-
screen.
Well, no, we covered it the first time we were covering it since they released the show, right? But like we just acknowledged this Simon and Garfunkel song where a lyric is the names of the characters, and I joked that like does it even matter? There before it was a Simon and Garfunkel song, it's literally just a bunch of condiments or whatever, seasoning, right?
But did we say that on the podcast? Because we verbally
we
discussed
did-
it on call. behind the
Parsley,
scenes.
Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme is in
Yeah.
the song Scarborough Fair.
Right. So it seems those behind Crunchyroll's High Guardian Spice might be even more uncreative and unoriginal than some were led to believe, as it was learned the 4 female protagonist names were lifted from a 17th century English ballad, the song itself, or something highly similar to it, also seemingly appearing in the show. Okay. Pretty sure 17th century English ballads are in public domain, right?
Probably.
So who gives a shit?
I'd have to double check, but I think it does go past the 80-year.
Yeah, I'm not
Copyright
quite sure.
thing.
I didn't do the math on it, but yeah. So it's been made obvious. It has been made obvious that the team behind High Guardian Spice was not above taking inspiration from other works. Not that it helped their quality or reception by the end of it. A YouTuber recently put out a review of High Guardian Spice and pointed out something new that further exposed how little creativity the creators had, as the names of the main characters and a song that plays in the background come from Scarborough Fair, a 17th century English ballad.
Oh, gross.
Captain
They
Garfunkel-
called it an anime. It says High Garden Spice anime review. Oh, it's in quotes. They save it. They saved it.
Well, the section of the ballad that's mentioned, the four familiar words is, "Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She once was a true love of mine."
Scarborough is the name of a city that's, well, a borough.
Near and dear to your heart.
Well, they also, in the show, right before the song that is clearly the English ballad starts playing, mention that they're going to Scarborough, right? Like, it's clearly, obviously, what they're referencing. I think it's absurd that people are treating it like, oh, it's a big gotcha. It's like,
They stole the entire plot of the song. It's
Dan, did you guys know that all the sayings were named after the vegetables in my garden? Oh, what a big gotcha, right? Like,
yeah, that's what I equated it to. I said, like, usually this is the type of thing Japanese people get praised for. It's like, oh, they were inspired by all the vegetables names or whatever. It's like, it really doesn't matter. Like, there's a lot of really big things you can point out about High Garden Spice being AIDS, but this is not one of them.
Yeah, totally agree. So, pardon me while I make myself another Warhead drink. The first one was just so good and all. Much better than it tasted without the liquid Warheads, which I forgot was a thing. And Dan had to remind me.
I don't think anyone complained about the dub of Black Cat. The only thing I don't like about it is Montreal's Kyoko, which carried over to Telovru. So, yeah.
You know, honestly, I'd prefer that it carried over versus not carrying over.
Well, no. I'm saying the original sin of Montreal being in Black Cat is probably what caused her to come back into Telovru.
Yeah, anyway, so, boy, it's sure hard to do this show in the quiet of my own damn house.
The ASMR adds to the experience, okay?
Right. At least when the dog was at Dan's house, I could mute him.
Don't get me over there. Or maybe that's the solution.
Oh, God. Yeah, so, Matt, when I was telling you that there's a bunch of lore to the podcast, so FDD&M's name, literally, he came up with it by literally just doing one of these on the keyboard, right? And so
username.
We repeatedly come up with what the initialism means. So at one time it was fist dogs during new moons. So now there's a running gag that yeah. Anyway, so
dogs fear me.
So one more thing here. They say even the hairstyle of the character Sage, this character, seems to resemble the hair of a certain female from classic Ranma 1/2. What do you think, FDM? Do you think that's are they reaching a little bit with this article?
Honestly, those little pieces of hair on her ears,
right? That's
for some
the
reason,
only thing I feel like. Okay, I'll give it to you, but the hair is significantly longer.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say that. Oh, they totally stole it, but it's a close one.
It's really close, but then also if you start analyzing all of the different anime and like check out all the
there's
different
a lot
hairs,
of crossover.
Yeah, it's like
what? She has a bowl cut, just like bowl cuts that exist?
There's some anime that have characters that look identical, not just hair, like identical.
There's this thing called same face syndrome. Yes.
Well, I mean that's usually within the anime.
Well,
I know.
The same face syndrome is when the artist can't draw a different face. But I'm talking about like two separate anime, and the characters almost look identical. If you didn't know you were watching a different show,
So
you'd be
you're
like, "Oh, is this another
A1
show?"
Pictures, like Sword Art Online and Asterisk War have like identical faces if you face swap them?
Well, I think what he's saying is that you're watching a show and two separate characters in the show you will constantly mistake for the same person.
No, I'm talking about two separate anime.
Anime?
Yeah. So like There'll be. So I know Sword Art Online is copied a lot. So there's I can't think of it right now, but
It's
I know
A1
there
Pictures that has that like copy paste style. Of
Yeah.
art.
And there's different, like, if you just in the light novel things, like, you go down those light novels, they all have white hair. They're all basically carbon copies of each other, with very slight differences. Oh, that one has a thing in, like, a bob in her hair, like that makes
That
her
one has
different.
a dildo-shaped pin in their hair.
Yeah. So
Damn it.
to say, like, the
Podcast notes,
hairstyle of, like, the hair shape is similar, it's like, okay, yeah, it is, but is it a big deal? I don't think so.
So FDD&M, we need to find out if we can download a 3D print file for a bobby pin, like a hair clip.
Yeah.
And we could sell the digital
You can
asset.
make easy money off.
I could make you one.
Yeah, we could sell a digital asset on the website. People can download and 3D print their own dildo
bobby
hair.
pin.
Dude, just watch. You like
Wait, hold on,
outsource
I got
all
a
the
cricket.
work.
And it's the
You
highest
outs-
selling product on the site in 3 days.
No. You outsource the production to me and Random 11, and then you put like "Made in Canada" branded on the bottom.
Designed in Canada.
Yeah, like Apple. Just put
Yeah.
a sticker on there.
Made in California.
So a new Fushigi Yugi manga one-shot is coming from the original author in 2022. So Yu Watase, who apparently hasn't finished Arc 3, has decided to come back out of being horribly mangled with health issues to give you a one-shot to round out Arc 4 or something. So
What?
apparently, it says here, the most recent entry in the series, Fushigi Yugi Byakko Senki, started in Monthly Flowers back in 2017, but Yu Watase's physical health issues led to a hiatus the following year. The hiatus continues, but for now, readers will be able to enjoy the final entry in the manga's Four God storyline when the new one-shot debuts.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, right? Yeah, so it's going to come in the November 2022 issue, which is going to hit stands in Japan on September 28th, 2022. What? I'm sorry. What? Hmm? What? Well, all right then.
There we go.
Really planning this one in advance. Just, you know what? I'm gonna give myself a year. I'm gonna do one manga this whole year, and it's gonna come. Like,
I'm not gonna. I'm really outdoing myself with that.
Maybe
plan.
that's why they're announcing Arc 4, because between that time they'll finish out Arc 3. But
Yeah,
my
that's
question
possible.
is, the anime was 50 episodes, and that was made in like the 90s. Like, how long is this goddamn manga?
too long. And as my wife always says, with most shoujo-y stuff, gets real dramatic at a certain point and loses all the appeal. Like, it just keeps going and going and going. So Jujutsu Kaisen's manga has sold, or they've got 60 million copies that have been printed and sold.
Dude, that white-haired guy is a white supremacist with that hand sign.
No,
Another thumbnail worthy thing. So guess what else it did? Jujutsu Kaisen manga took down Demon Slayer to be the best-selling manga series of 2021.
Demon Slayer's old news. It's
and
last
and
year.
it's already ended. So
Well, yeah, so nobody's discussing, like, oh, the new chapter when Tanjiro puts the sword in his ass. Oh,
Right.
I don't know what volume of Demon Slayer you're reading, but all right.
he's sure
It's a
slain
doujin.
some demon.
Semen Slayer.
Demon called
Anyway.
Hemorrhage.
He's already doing
So-
his sister.
So the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition trilogy is possibly based on modified mobile ports.
I'm pretty sure every third party has basically confirmed for themselves
Yeah.
that it's like,
Didn't-
there's no way this isn't the mobile port.
Didn't we cover this on the last pod? Not this specific article, but like that one of the art Admore I can't say the word now. abnormalities
was
you go.
in the mobile ports.
Yeah, it was in the mobile port. I
Well,
swear we covered that.
specifically, like the water, the interaction was followed exactly the mobile port, whereas in the regular ports or whatever, the water behaves completely differently.
Yeah, and from that right away, like from right when I heard that, I was like, "Oh, that's just
a mobile port."
Like no brainer. They ported the mobile port.
Right.
Version.
That's why every third party has essentially confirmed it.
So basically, they've uncovered this heads-up menu or whatever,
which is the mobile tutorial, I assume.
So these options change to redefine controls. Place your thumb on the lower left corner of the screen. You know, so it's very highly possible. Also, where is this in San Andreas? I don't recognize this area. I'm thinking maybe it's that one save point that's next to the carport. Like the car thing where there's like a gas station. Oh, that is what it is actually, but I'm looking at it the wrong way. I was thinking this was the building. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so that's the thing. And also the reason that they're expecting this is because Grove Street Games is most well known for their mobile ports, and so they're probably simply working with what they knew, according to Sonic Concrete Complex.
And I don't know if we covered it in the last podcast, but they gave everyone free versions of the
classic version that were on.
You had to buy it though, I think, right?
Yeah. So if you got the definitive edition trilogy, they opened up and automatically gave you access to the classic versions of it in the Steam store. So the question is, do the classic versions of it have the music that they removed for the definitive edition?
I think so.
So why get the definitive edition after that point? Anyway, so fans recreated The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Space World 97 beta. I thought this was pretty interesting. So a team of dedicated fans have painstakingly recreated the beta version of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time seen at Space World 97, bound to have the game's diehard fanatics eager to see the differences between it and the official release and what could have been. The beta version of Ocarina of Time differs from the final product, and those changes have always captivated Zelda enthusiasts. After years of work, a group of fans managed to recreate it, for the most part, as explained by the team. Starting with inaccuracies, lead with your faults. As mentioned prior, this recreation is only mostly accurate. There are some exceptions to our goal to accurately represent the original Space World 1997 demo. In the interest of transparency and accurate preservation, we have included an extensive write-up of anything within the project that we cannot confirm to be entirely accurate. One major exception that you will find is the Zelda map select mode. In this mode, you can explore maps found in the overdump that weren't accessible in the actual Space World 1997 demo. Although these areas were not intended to be explored within the demo experience, we wanted to give people an easy way to explore them just for fun. When in a map accessed from map select, press blah blah blah. We don't need to read about that. So, since no code whatsoever was present within the overdump, all restored features had to be based on old gameplay footage, screenshots, reports by the press, unused GigaLeak code, and /or leftover but unused code from the final game. For example, the title screen being a part of file select was found in unused code from the GigaLeak, but required modification to be usable for this project. Assets such as actor models were restored similarly, with some being based on those found in the GigaLeak. Covered below is most of what was recreated and restored without overdump assets and without direct porting from the GigaLeak. If you're curious about something that's not included, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is the part I thought was interesting. So here's where they got the assets. Let me show you some of the pictures first so you can see that it's different. I don't know what you'll see that immediately looks different other than the fact that Saria is here in your adult link. That there's an additional horse on the, I don't know where this is.
That's the Temple of Time, I think.
Is it? It's like the Temple of Time, but an angle of view you actually don't see in game.
It's only slightly different. It's maybe 20 degrees different.
Yeah, so you're right. It is. I think you're right. Normally, you would see higher, and this area would be more stone. I think.
Yeah, there's like a little
It's
garden,
literally right here.
and there's
This part, right?
Yeah, and there's like a step path that comes down where like Link is standing. There'd be like steps.
That's very different, obviously.
Yeah, that was not in there.
Too.
That's
Hey, just jumped in.
Second.
Oh, the Temple of Chungus. Okay. So did Facebook finally load for you?
Well, my PC version's working.
We got 2 instances.
Which is ironic because that's not the version that the audio just came in from.
I'm hearing both of them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It wasn't rippling the audio.
Hello.
There you are.
There we go.
You sound extra gay on this one.
Hello, Chungus Chan. How is Merryweather Comics?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so anyway, this is new. Anyway, all right. So let me read to you. Where they found the how they were able to do this. I thought this was interesting. So here's where the assets originate from. In early 2021, a 32 megabyte development cartridge of F-Zero X was discovered and dumped by Forest of Illusion, a well-known video game preservationist. F-Zero X is only a 16 megabyte game, so half of that 32 megabyte development cartridge should have went unused. As it would turn out, however, something was taking up the extra cartridge space at the end. Upon further inspection, exactly half of a 32-bit megabyte Ocarina of Time prototype dating back to 1997 was discovered. It is likely that this cartridge originally held the Ocarina of Time demo showcased at Space World 1997, but the first half was overwritten by F-Zero X afterward when the development cartridge was reused. This extra data, now dubbed the overdump, provided the basis for this project's conception. Additionally, the Giga Leak that occurred in mid 2022, that occurred in mid 2020 provided both a significant amount of insight and assets that were used within the project. Areas, dialogue, and most textures come from the F-Zero X overdump. The dialogue was translated from Japanese by Glitterberry, whoever that is, and has been formatted so it will fit within text boxes when using the English font. This translation attempts to be as faithful to the original dialogue as possible. Anyway, I thought it was kind of interesting that Nintendo apparently had like these what did they call it? Development cartridges that they would just like reuse and overwrite the code from this stuff in order to do their demos and stuff. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure Nintendo has a fully built version of this demo somewhere saved.
Maybe.
But like when you do E3 or Space World, sorry, not E3, but also when they do E3, they have multiple kiosks, right? So each one of those kiosks has to have the ROM burned onto in this case, I guess, a development cartridge.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have probably like at least 10, I'd say, but maybe up to 30, depending on how many TVs they have of this game that's got a cartridge they don't need. So and it's going to be expensive to just like throw out. So I'm sure that's why they just get sent out to other development studios that need development cartridges. And this one happened to get overridden with a Star or a
F-Zero.
F-Zero, yeah.
Yeah. So what I find interesting is that the medallion is an equipable item.
Yeah, that's the
this one
GIF. Yeah, so the medallions used to work as the
Din's Fire for
that
arrow.
kind of thing. No,
you would have different effects for the arrows. So instead of just having the light arrow, fire arrow, and ice arrow, you would have like the arrows would have different effects for the
maybe. I'm not positive, but I'm
possible. But I think that I mean I could play the video. I'm pretty sure that bit where they start doing the like the
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that move is him hitting down C.
Oh, interesting. So you see here that there's like this bunch of leaves.
Yeah, that's the reed to call Epona.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It seemed like that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, earlier you were telling me about the source code for.
Yeah. So this news came out, and then a couple days later, like I think it was yesterday or the day before, they also announced that they've fully decompiled the source code for the original game. So what that's doing, like people have been able to
emulate
it, yeah. Mm-hmm. But when you fully decompile it, they're doing it in a way where they're not using the source. They're not like taking the source and turning it into code. They're creating code from scratch and then checking the output to make sure it matches what the output was supposed to be, right? So they're kind of guessing at what the source code is, and by the fact that they can make a 1-to-1 copy of the ROM, they know they've successfully decompiled it.
Right.
If you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
If they were to work the other way, Nintendo could come after them for copyright infringement and all that kind of shit. But by working in this direction, it's called like a clean room situation where I don't know if anyone's watched the movie Paycheck with
Ben Affleck.
With Ben Affleck
Ben
and
Affleck.
And Aaron Eckhart.
Isn't that movie one of the Jack Ryan series? That was previously Harrison Ford.
Maybe, yeah.
No, actually, wait, hold on. Paycheck, is that it?
Paycheck is the one with the reverse engineer, and he discovers
is that a John Woo film?
I don't remember.
I remember there being something about it where I was like, oh, that's part of this. Oh, okay, good. I was going to say, of course, when I look it up, it's not going to come up with the actual movie, and then boom, there it is. Yeah, director John Woo. Okay, so it's not the it's written by Philip K. Dick.
Yeah.
Hey, Dick.
K.
Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, so at the beginning of that movie, right, he's working in a clean room and he like generates this. He reverse engineers a product from scratch in a way that he's legally allowed to do without breaking any like patents or anything, because he's doing it from scratch and not knowing, or I guess not patents, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I got you. From the director of Mission Impossible 2 and Face Off, and the author who brought you Minority Report and Blade Runner.
There you go.
And the Scanlan Darklight.
It was a good movie. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
It's also got a point about current times at the later end of the movie.
Well, then we better stop talking about it.
With people getting put into concentration
camps. There may or may not be an article at the end of the podcast about that.
But yeah, so they fully decompiled it now, so they have the source code. In theory, Nintendo can't come after them. I mean, they can, but in theory, they could win against Nintendo. And so legally, they can't do anything with it, I guess. But people have decompiled the Mario 64 game, and they've ported it to PC. And legally, you're supposed to like download the source code and compile it yourself to be like 100% legal. And then you have to have the ROM, and then you have to obtain the ROM legally, and then basically rip all the assets out of the ROM, and then compile the PC port with the assets from the ROM. So if you wanted to be completely legal, that's how you would do it for the Mario game. And in theory, they could do the same thing with Ocarina of Time, now that it's decompiled, leading to a PC port of Ocarina of Time, which could have 4K resolution, 60 frames per second, potentially mods for like added analog camera controls, better textures, better models, more detailed models, all within the same physics engine, so like you wouldn't notice.
Didn't they make like a remaster that
They-
they could like port because they probably have the source code and stuff?
We were just talking about this before the podcast started. I think that they have the potential where they could. We were talking about, so theoretically you could take this. It would take a little bit more effort, but you could overhaul the rendering engine.
Yeah. Like they added for the Mario one, they added RTX to the Mario 64 PC port, so you could have real-time shading and reflections and all that kind of shit. Now Nintendo obviously has the source code, so if they wanted to make a port and all this shit, they could do it anytime. And they did release a remaster on the 3DS called Ocarina of Time 3D, which they did do slightly increased fidelity models and stuff, but overall it was mostly the same looking game because the 3DS couldn't really handle better textures or anything.
Yeah, but I figure it's like if you take the 3D port, it's probably more optimized for current hardware, and they've already probably done quality of life tweaks, so it just saves them a few tweaks. Unless they're going to overhaul even those textures and models.
Well, the problem is they don't have the 3DS version decompiled, right? They only have the N64 version.
Well, I'm talking about like an official port if Nintendo did this, because on the Switch, they're just kind of re-releasing stuff on their failed consoles, like the Wii U. They're just making it more obsolete to even think about getting a Wii U.
Well, if you want to go official route, Nintendo could do whatever they wanted, because they definitely have the source code and they could go from the 3DS version. Although the 3DS version introduced some weird bugs, I think, if I remember correctly. They patched some bugs, but then they introduced some other bugs. More so on the Majora's Mask remaster. There's to make it more accessible, in quotes, they made it so that you can't put ice arrows anywhere you wanted, because apparently that was like it wasn't clear enough where you were supposed to put the ice arrows. So now on the 3DS version, there's like very specific spots that shine in the water that you can only put your ice arrows. So it kind of like takes out some of the freedom of the game. And they also nerfed the Zora Link swimming.
I mean, I don't know what any of that is because I never had an N64 and I didn't get the 3DS remakes. But
yeah, well, so basically, though, the point is with the 3DS versions, Nintendo could work off them. I don't trust Nintendo to make a quality port, though, unless they were going to do a complete remake from scratch. And even then, I don't know if I could trust them to 100% not fuck something up. So I mean, just look at basically every port they have. There's always something that's like, actually, that's not fair. So, Skyward Sword, the port to the Switch, although that one didn't have to, like, that was getting ported from the Wii. It wasn't like a huge
big a jump.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so I don't trust them. That's my main point. And I think that fans can put way more time into things, and they can also spread.
Ironically, for free.
Yeah, and because they can also spread out the load, right? They can have like 100,000 people working on it. Not really, but in essence, they can spread the load out, right? Yeah.
Oh God, we gotta clip that.
And so if you wanted a mod or whatever, if you said, hey, I want to just play the exact thing from N64, just 4K and 60 FPS,
and
it could be done.
Mode.
If you wanted big head mode, Nintendo's not going to do big head mode, but someone might mod in a big head mode. Anything can be possible when you get fans involved doing mods. So yeah. I think the potential is there for a great experience on the PC. And also they ended up actually porting the PC port to the Switch. So if you have a hacked Switch, of the Mario 64 game. So if you have a hacked Switch, you can actually install the PC port of the Mario 64 game.
Oh, really? And it will run at 60 FPS and 16:9.
4K.
Yeah, not 4K because the Switch can't do 4K.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
But it can do 1080p. But it runs
a hacked Switch. You can make it run at 4K.
I don't think so.
Well, it has USB-C, so it can output to 4K.
I still don't think so. But
I think the problem is the hardware.
Yeah.
Well, you can make it run at like low settings on 4K.
Let's run it at 4K with the render distance at 1 inch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
About 480p.
480p.
The point is, though,
runs at normally.
the PC port that runs on the Switch is full widescreen, which when Nintendo themselves released the Super Mario All-Stars game,
I have that one. That's why I'm pissed.
Yeah, it's not widescreen. They didn't make it. They didn't hack in a widescreen mode.
30 FPS, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's less. I think it's like 24 or something like that.
Oh, better.
Real quick, I want to address a couple chats here. Mirage Leonardo said, "You know what this show reminds me of? That anime that used to come on Foxbox called Magical Do-Re-Mi, or what is it, Ojamajo Do-Re-Mi? This is what he's talking about."
Oh my god, I remember that. I never watched it, but I remember the commercials.
Yeah,
I
you're
saw
not
this
wrong.
as a little kid. I remember this.
This is again referring to High Guardian Spice.
No.
Mirage Leonardo also said that supposedly we are getting a Netflix original Power Ranger series and movies, and they're really worried because they hated the 2017 movie reboot. And they said, "I just hope the series is animated and follows the Boom Studios comics, and then you might give it a chance." Well,
yeah, the 2017 one I heard was basically they just turned it into Michael Bay Transformers.
yeah, pretty much. I didn't watch it, but that's what it looked like. Also, Shotaro Ishinomori, who was the Kamen Rider manga creator, worked on a Link to the Past graphic novel back in '93. Haven't read it. I would totally own that if it got a US release.
Are we going to mention the Kamen Rider Blu-ray thing?
Dude, I clicked on the article or the link, and the tweet was deleted.
Really?
Yeah. So, would you like to regale me with?
Okay. Well, this will be extra super secret classified information, I guess, now. But so the Kamen Rider Zero thing, Schmolis tweeted out something about like, is this like the broadcast masters? Because it's interlaced 1080p, and I can't remember if there was other details, but that was the gist of it, and it made it sound like and I said, is that why the bulge is still there? Because it's the broadcast masters that didn't edit it out for the Blu-ray. So yeah, it sounds like potential hack jobbery on it, but I wonder if he deleted that because it doesn't look professional, or maybe it was deconfirmed that it was like, oh, it's actually not the broadcast. Oh yeah, the other thing he said was it's in 24p. By that I mean like progressive. 24 frames a second. So, what? Jesus, is your name? Yeah, 24p, which you might think, what's wrong with that? So usually, Blu-rays and stuff is 23.976 or whatever frames a second, because it's 24 frames a second drop frame. Drop frame is to make sure the audio syncs in color. So when you see 24p, that means broadcast usually for some reason, or theater, like on film reel. So that's another point of evidence of why it might be the broadcast masters. But yeah, the interlacing part kind of gives me bad feelings on it. Good thing I'm not into Kamen Rider, otherwise I'd be pissed. So yeah, that's your top secret information of the day.
Very good. So, do you guys have anything more you want to say about this topic, or shall I move us on to the next one?
Carry on.
Was there more comments?
That should be the next Zelda game they should remake is Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link.
The one that everyone hated because it was like a side scroller.
Because it's a side scroller.
Yeah. It's also hard as fuck.
It is hard. Neo, The World Ends With You underperformed. Welcome to capitalism, Square Enix. That's a dig at their localization. Their localization, where they said, "Welcome to capitalism, Nezo," or whatever his name was. So basically, it's pretty self-explanatory. But quote, "We are hoping for both titles to continue to sell well over the long term. While Neo, The World Ends With You, was well received by users, it has underperformed our initial expectations." How about that? Too bad Lance isn't here. So Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Remake removes lovey-dovey couple translation. So once again, localization teams getting in there and fucking shit up. So the original translation, De Nani Nakayoshi Kapuru no Sumori de Tasuke ni Kitano. So the only change between the original Japanese to the remake Japanese is that they took Tasuke and swapped out the Tasu and put it as kanji instead of the hiragana, right? Now, Nakayoshi Kapuru, as you can guess with the katakana here, this is the word couple, and Nakayoshi is effectively lovey-dovey, like, whatever. So the original translation from the old game was, "So what is it? Are you some lovey-dovey couple to the rescue?" Which is now, "How cute. You two think you can save the day in your little game of hero?" And I thought this was a pretty funny.
Maybe they messed up with. They should have put a comma somewhere, so it's like, "How cute you two."
Well, here's what I thought this was a great phrasing by Sankaku Complex. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Pokemon Shining Pearl, remakes of their respective titles from the Nintendo DS, like other Pokemon titles, have once again suffered an alteration to their translation in the Western release, as Lovey-Dovey Couple has been ousted in favor of something else. The top two images, the ones we were looking at here, are from the original games on the DS, and the bottom images are from the remake, with the Japanese remake only changing the original dialogue by adding in the kanji for Tasuke, which doesn't change the meaning in any way. The Japanese remake left in calling the protagonist and the accompanying female a lovey-dovey couple, but the West apparently decided that even suggesting the presence of normal straight couples is probably too offensive for the strangely large amount of middle-aged man-children playing the game. So the individual who provided the example provided more examples of questionable Western translations for Pokemon games, and another user also provided some interesting information. So basically, originally, this gym is great. It's full of women. Has been changed to
that guy.
Has been changed to haha. This gym is great. It's full of strong trainers.
Well, at least they didn't change it to strong women who are independent.
Now, in the original Japanese, I can't read that.
Strong, independent woman that don't need no man.
The original Japanese, and I'm going to remind you, this is what it was translated to originally. This gym is great. It's full of women. The original Japanese was Kono jimu wa or good. Onanoko. Anyway, so Onanoko, it means girls. And as I was telling FDM last night, the way that you write the kanji for woman or female is hiragana ku, katakana no, kanji ichi, or kunoichi, female ninja. That's how you remember that. Anyway, there's one more thing. Apparently, it's too offensive to acknowledge that there are lecherous perverts in the world.
Where's our lecherous pervert Master Roshi representation?
He looks remarkably like the old pervert in Family Guy.
Another change to one of the games was in Omega Ruby and Alpha. What is it? Alpha and
Sapphire.
Omega, whatever, Sapphire and Ruby remakes. There's the hot spring with the naked old ladies, and someone's like, "Where's my naked old grannies?" in the remake.
Wow.
So that was great.
Somebody has.
I do want to say, I just finished beating this game.
Hmm.
It was not developed by Game Freak. It's one of the
It's got a new localization team.
no,
Outsourced?
not a
Are you
localization
mean the original
team.
one?
No,
No,
so
the developer.
the development team
Yes.
was not Game Freak.
Okay. And
So it was
That's why it's
outsourced.
ass. Actually, no, it would have been ass regardless. But this one's particularly ass-er because so look at the character model in the screenshot with the pervy guy in it, and then look at the screenshot with the diamond and pearl. There's a drastic difference in the art style, and it drives me crazy. Like these look like they could be feasible like human beings, where the other ones just look like
Are they androids?
except really bad androids because they have like a.
It
I
has
call it
this really chibi style for the
Well,
overworld.
if you look at the feet, they're just like blobs. They're
yeah,
not
well,
even
look
like.
at the feet.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
bring
right.
them up, and I'm
Look at
sorry.
the feet.
Your disability. They
Look
can't.
at it.
Yeah. So this was developed by it was outsourced to a different company. It was not Game Freak that developed the remake. And as a result, I think it is littered with bugs.
So
really?
this person said,
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the localizations for Pokemon games were, to my knowledge, outsourced for every mainline game until Gen 5, where it started being done in-house.
So that's
So they
kind of
said they corrected
so-
themselves and said
Compared
mid-Gen
to
4.
Nintendo doing it themselves, they got Game Freak to do it.
It was no. So the original
We're talking about
games
the
were
localization being done in-house.
okay. Yeah. So the localization for the original games was actually done by this guy. I forget his name, but it was like one guy. It wasn't like a team of people. It was literally one guy. I think he did probably till Gen 4. And he I don't think there was any problem with him. He came up with a lot of the actual English.
Nob Ogasawara.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, there.
Knob is a name. Okay.
With a K?
So he was somehow related to Nintendo. Like he had worked with them before on something. It wasn't like out of the blue that he got the job. But then eventually he started not doing it, and I guess they went internal
And
for
decided to
translation.
the problematic dialogue.
But I do want to say, so the game itself doesn't really have any like game-breaking bugs, but what it does have are bugs that allow you to glitch the game and like duplicate Pokemon.
Oh really?
Make one Pokemon shiny that it wasn't actually supposed to be shiny.
Really?
Yeah. If you can duplicate Pokemon, you can duplicate items because all Pokemon can hold items. You can duplicate boxes of Pokemon at a time. You can skip trainer battles, like just by doing a quick little glitch before you enter the trainer battle, and then you don't have to battle anyone, meaning that you can beat the game with your level 5 starter and not have to win any battles. You can glitch out of the world and like go walking through like forests that aren't supposed to be part of the
You don't even need
area that
action
you can
replay
walk.
now. It's just built in.
Correct. So yeah, it's an interesting port or remake, I guess.
I just think it's such a lazy cash grab remake.
It is definitely a lazy cash grab remake.
Like
That is for
I
sure.
saw a cutscene of the Elite Four when he gets to Cynthia, and it's like I wouldn't call it a cutscene. It's like a pseudo cutscene where they're talking, and I'm just like, yeah, I can really absorb this moment when I see these two chibi blobs talking to each other like, this is the final battle. And
So
I'm
the
like,
worst. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, that was kind of rounding off that point.
Yeah. The worst about that is they have it on a couple trainers where it like does this you're in the overworld, and then it zooms in on the character and has this like little back and forth like dialogue. And then you would think it would go from that right into the battle, but it doesn't. It then zooms you back out to the overworld screen that has this big thing that says battle on it, or something like that. I can't remember the exact word. But then it like sits there for a second, and then you go into the game or into the battle. And when it first happened, I thought, oh, the game like glitched and it like froze. Why didn't it go into the battle? And then like a second later, it went into the battle. I was like, oh, that's just jank. I don't know what they were doing with that, but clearly it's not the most polished of experiences.
Oh, I think the thing I hated the most is I saw my brother playing it, and the battles look awful because it's the like in Sword and Shield. I think one of the things they criticized was like the battle animations, and it's the same here. Like literally, you see the 3D model nudge like an inch forward without actually like moving for half of the attacks. It's just like, and then in I saw him do a double battle, and it's terrible. The Pokemon literally rotates on their axis to face the other Pokemon. Then they do their nudge it an inch forward, and then the attack just appears on the other side. I'm like, this sucks. And so I've constantly talked about this. I'm waiting for a Pokemon game that looks as good in the battles as Battle Revolution / Coliseum, and like they have these nice cinematic immersive battles, whereas these ones, it's like they have these fixed camera movements that just like tilts the axis left or right for a camera shot, then goes back to the big shot, and then it goes to your main trainer guy, and he's not even like posed well. He's just like kind of static, and I'm like in this really awful pose, and I'm like, great, wow, cool. I'm glad you showed me this shot of my trainer instead of.
They wanted to make the battles seem more engaging by adding camera movements and stuff.
They could have if they just copied and pasted the code from Battle Revolution. Like it looks like a mobile game because it's just got that.
It actually kind of does. Yes,
it is a mobile game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? Imagine that.
That's amazing.
Looks very much like Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like the wide shot where you see all the Pokemon in frame is static, stuck there. It's like Shin Megami Tensei, the one what did you call it? Shinji Megami Tensei 5. Tensei. Their battles are so much better. Like when you have the static cam looking at all the personas or whatever you call them, you have this static movement that feels like there's an actual like person holding the camera or something. Even something subtle as that would have made it so much better. But like I said, lazy ass port, lazy cash grab remake.
Well, yeah. So Mirage Leonardo 84 says Ash and Gary took down a Moltres in the last anime episode.
Do you mean the latest, like the Netflix?
Yeah, I think
series?
that's what that means. Seems weird. Why would you take down a Moltres when you could totally catch one? Also, you think Pokemon Black and White will get remakes on Switch? Yeah, if they're printing money. So yes.
Oh yeah, they absolutely will, and they'll do a hack job like this one as well.
Yeah. Wasn't it the same team who worked on Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee that worked on Brilliant Diamond and Shining
I wouldn't
Pearl?
be surprised because that Pikachu and Eevee was awful. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy any of the last like 50 games, but Pikachu and Eevee, they made
Pokemon
everything a whole hand-holdy. They had literally just the first 150 Pokemon. I'm sure they only have the same. That's the other downside of Diamond Pearl, right?
But did they have all the?
You don't have a national dex. You just have the local area, right?
It just has the same dex that it had when it first came out.
Right.
So you mean you have
wait a second.
You do have the backlog of like the 400 Pokemon that were
okay? Is it because it's snowing?
496 or something.
What's going on? And why do these look different?
There's different seasons in the game.
Okay, so that's all it is?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, there was. There was that one Pokemon that was like, it changes color or whatever. It changes form in seasons.
Cash Farm.
Anyway,
Platform.
I don't know if there's seasons or if it was just a regional difference between the Japanese version and the English version.
so
Oh yeah, Cash Farm was just the weather. Yeah.
But just quickly on the last comment there, I'm fairly positive that this team was brand new, and I mean, at most they might have helped with Let's Go Pikachu, but and Eevee, but Game Freak worked on Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and they used that as like the template to make Sword and Shield. Like they were trying to develop Sword and Shield, and then they were like, "Oh, let's while we're working on Sword and Shield, let's just make Let's Go
of those games
Pikachu and Eevee
are terrible
as an offshoot while we're still in development."
all right. So Old Man says, I know there are a ton of VTubers playing that Pokemon game. I watched one clip, and now every third recommendation is another VTuber playing the game. It's a shame.
I'm sorry for your loss, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of VTubers, did you guys ever get that model thing?
So the problem we've run into is that the output file is for
.vrm
VR and not for webcam based. So we've hit a snag at some point. Also, remember I was talking to you before about StreamYard and the email?
Yep.
They replied.
Wow, surprising.
They said, I'm not sure which one of our designers implemented this feature, but I've reached out to the team to learn more information and we'll get back to you. Holy shit. Yeah.
Wow.
About what feature?
So I'm trying to set up a template for the radiating ripple, and my brother-in-law is convinced that if we got the code that they're using on the site, we could replicate it exactly in After Effects. So I thought, well, I'll email them and see what they give me. And they actually got back to me, and it sounds like they're at least going to inquire to the developers, and maybe the developers will give me some of the code so that I can take some of the parameters they're using and run it as an After Effects expression, which would be great. That'll make doing clips.
By the way, it seems they added a new feature since I was last on.
Yes.
On the PC version that I'm now on, it says detach video, and it does nothing when I click it. So good job.
Where do you see that?
In the middle of the screen.
In the middle of the screen.
Here, I'll send a screenshot.
Okay. So I know that we can now add Google Slides and do a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, really?
Yes. So something very interesting has happened.
We could do that for articles. So then when it gets rid of your highlights and the images don't
Yes,
load,
let's do a lot more work just to do less work. So Resident Evil 4 Remake potentially confirmed through leaked art. Now, okay, whatever. Read the article and move on. No, not going to read the article and move on. Because DC Douglas deleted his Twitter over this. So, DC Douglas, the voice actor for Resident Evil antagonist Albert Wesker, allegedly leaked artwork of the character from the Separate Ways Ada-controlled portion of Resident Evil 4, potentially confirming a remake for Resident Evil 4 is in production after all. A Twitter user re-uploaded this concept art as DC Douglas ended up deleting his Twitter account. The concept art that was allegedly leaked by Douglas and an additional image showing Douglas sharing it with fans and urging them not to repost it. Urging they. Great job, guys. Turns out Rift is a grammar Jew. All right. So not only did DC Douglas break the non-disclosure agreement on live stream by admitting to being Wesker in the Separate Ways portion of the new Resident Evil 4 remake, but he also sent out concept art given to him by Capcom USA. So again, this is DMs for him. Again, do not share. I could get sued.
Then don't send it to anybody, you stupid fuck.
Right? Says he's 43, 38 at Raccoon City. The individual also released a series of other tweets below this suggesting that DC Douglas is a pervert and uses his status to manipulate and groom young fans so he can sleep with them. Egad! Wow!
What? Who would have thought? The same
This is the guy who spoke pretty loudly when it came to the Vic Mignogna situation. Sounded like he was covering his own ass by deflecting blame.
Is this the guy that took the pictures in the bathroom?
It is! The very same!
There we go.
Wait, what?
He recorded
He made a
himself. He
video
claimed
in
that
the
he went,
bathroom.
and I don't buy this for a second. He went into a bathroom at an airport and started recording himself making faces while somebody in the stall next to him was having very loud bowel movements. And he's like, I accidentally walked into the women's room and now I can't leave, or something like that. And he posted the video online, which I believe is a federal crime. So, yeah.
Sounds like a lovely guy.
Yeah.
All I know is he was he plays that one guy in Iruma-kun, which I watched season 2 of recently.
Oh, there you go.
The one other thing that I'm going to say is just because he deleted his Twitter account doesn't mean it's gone forever. Because if you delete your Twitter account, you have 30 days to undelete it.
Yeah. Well, I hope that they sue him post haste and request discovery on those things. So, possibly serving as another reason for why the actor deleted his account was the fact that he's been accused of grooming young fans. The Resident Evil 4 remake is suggested to have been in development as far back as 2018, initially being led by M2, with M2's part in creating the title supposedly being reduced further along the timeline. The leaked artwork has not been officially confirmed in any way, and some fans are likely hoping no Resident Evil 4 remake is being made at all, considering the heavy censorship applied to the VR game. Yep. And
I'm pretty sure this was part of one of the big leaks, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He plays Kira in part 4, JoJo's part 4.
Yes, he's Kira.
In JoJo?
Yeah, he's Yoshikage Kira in part 4 of JoJo.
Oh, he's playing a bad guy, so it's okay if he turns out to be a bad guy in real life, right?
He's also
he's like the
that doesn't make sense. Broly's a bad guy.
he's the anti-Random 11. He loves hands.
Yeah.
he's the exact opposite of the spectrum.
The antithesis.
There you go.
So Mirage Leonardo says that the original Silver on Game Boy Color is still their favorite Pokemon game. I played it. I bought the Japanese version and played that shit before it even came to the West.
So I gotta say this regarding Soul Silver remake that you didn't play. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, those are the two games in Pokemon's history that seem to have like actual passion and love put into them. Because unlike the 3DS remakes of Ruby and Sapphire, they didn't like cut features and then add pandering and like by that I mean like they make it the game hold your hand and make it dumb easy for you. Soul Silver and Heart Gold, they expand the hell out of it. They added new features, they add like the Pokemon follows you behind you in the game, so they had to like make a sprite for each of the Pokemon to follow you. And like those remakes are the last Pokemon games they put effort into. And I started on Pokemon Gold myself, and I thought Heart Gold was a great experience because they just did it well. They recreated the original and made it better.
I also was a Gold person myself.
A man of culture, I see. No.
I liked Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I have a nostalgia for the originals still, but Heart Gold and Soul Silver were good. I will say that they're one of the most expensive games still, for some reason. Well,
because they had this overkill packaging that had the Pokemon Go before Pokemon Go.
The Pokewalker, yeah. Which I have right beside me on my desk right now.
Wow.
Huh?
Interesting.
So, I agree with you here. Resident Evil 4 doesn't need a remake. I think it still lives up all this time later, pretty much.
I think it could easily benefit from a remake, though.
It could, but I think that they're going to butcher it more than they're going to improve it. Also,
Sure.
Capcom, where's our Onimusha 2 and 3 remaster? Well,
And to which you say, right?
right, yes, except I play it on PS2. Still have them all. All right, so be interesting to see. I can't wait till we cover the DC Douglas lawsuit on top of the Vic lawsuit, which I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but I think I did previously mention this, that the appeals court in Vic's case, they have already ruled on every single case from 2019 except for Vic's. Cases that came after, cases that came before, they are all down to literally the next one on the docket is Vic's, finally.
Well,
So-
there's still the cases that came in this year.
Yeah, I mean, they can, but in terms of the ones from 2019, his is the only one left.
Yes.
That
But it
doesn't mean that they aren't going to do the 2020 ones first,
Yes.
but I believe they're going to have to get to it eventually. And it's probably a good sign that they're taking this long, because it means that they acknowledge that there's enough there that they need to actually look into it, right?
One of those cases also was an anti-slap case
Mhm.
that they ruled on, but it was a simpler case, and I think they just affirmed the lower case or the lower court, if I remember correctly. So yeah, if they're taking this long, they might be looking into actually overruling the lower
Right.
court in Vic's case. So
Right.
we will see.
Yep. Okay. So, PlayStation is facing gender discrimination lawsuit. In California.
Yes.
When I read this to
Eat
you,
yourself.
unbelievable, the balls on women. So, yet another woke company that claims to stand for diversity and inclusion and political correctness has potentially revealed they don't at all, as what? Oh, referring to stand for. So, yet another woke company that claims to stand for diversity, inclusion, and political correctness has potentially revealed they don't at all stand for that, as a former Sony Interactive Entertainment security analyst is pressing charges for wrongful termination and gender discrimination. Filed in a California court and hoping to achieve a level of class action, the lawsuit is imploring other women who have felt wronged by the company in terms of gender discrimination to step forward. The security analyst in question, Emma Mayo, alleges that females working at Sony Interactive Entertainment were not paid the same as males who were in similar positions, and were barred from equal compensation or promotions, saying Sony, quote, tolerates and cultivates a work environment that discriminates against female employees. Mayo claims she informed the company about her discrimination in 2021 by way of a signed statement, and not long after that event, she was fired, though the company explained that it was because of the elimination of a department. Mayo asserted she wasn't involved in said department. The disgruntled woman expanded on that incident as well as others from her career back in 2015, and also said she believed the men were favored when it came to promotions, as she was restricted to her position for 6 years despite constantly requesting a promotion.
Maybe that's why she wasn't getting one.
Right? The person
I think I need a promotion.
I need a promotion. It's like,
I
yeah,
need
I'm
a
going to demote
promotion.
you.
You're annoying.
She also alleged that security director, I love this, Yu Sugita, refused to converse with female employees while his door was closed. Jeez.
No shit.
Why do you think that is?
No, good on
Because
him.
the door is
I
open.
mean, it's Sony, but like, still, good on him.
Clearly, this
He
guy's
knows
thinking,
what's
I
up.
ain't getting me too'd.
He
Right?
knows what's up.
So, Yu Sugita refused to converse with female employees while his door was closed, and if a male employee were present, he would talk to them instead. Again, because they will twist your words to me to you.
I mean, they're doing it even though he had the door open, though. Like, now they're giving him shit for keeping the door open. It's like,
Damn if you do,
you
damn if
can't
you don't.
win.
Yeah, because of
He
this.
had this fetish of having other people listen to their conversations, clearly.
Because of this, Mayo delivered her request through other male employees, as she believed she'd be ignored if she made them directly, perhaps immediately decreasing the validity of her lawsuit. Worse yet, Maho. Worse yet, Maho said the company was split 60-40 in men to women back in 2015, and that the company recruited more men afterwards than women, which doesn't necessarily implicate discrimination in the slightest. The female employee was also quoted as saying she, quote, personally heard managers make gender-based comments about female workers. Emma Maho is of the notion that gender bias and the fact she brought the topic up led to her being forced out of the company. Whether these are genuine accusations toward the woke company or merely attempts to get those in charge removed for more diverse hires is not known. Yeah, well, there you go. I remember this. Giving women equality was a mistake.
Oh, God. I remember this being covered a week ago by someone online, and not all I could think of, but one of the things that occurred to me, it's like, well, I'm more than happy to rake Sony by the coals about, being hypocritical and all this, but honestly, from what I've heard, it's like, you really can't tell if it's just her being, what is it? Damn it, what was the stupid allegation earlier? Scroll down. I completely forget what it was before the whole. Whoa.
Men made more for the same position.
Oh no, it was the firing. The firing. Okay.
The department was eliminated.
Oh, clearly it was sexism. It's like, how do you tie it to sexism if it's just they fired you because they said you were part of this department you weren't part of? It's like, why is that?
Because she was a woman. That's why it was sexism. Exactly.
That's why I'm saying, like, she's just making up a reason. And like you were saying with the whole give me a promotion, it's like, maybe you weren't worth giving a promotion. Did you ever think of that? Like, you're not just automatically worth it.
They probably in all honesty, they probably did close the department or whatever just to get rid of her. It sounds like. Not because of sexism, but just because she sounds so damn annoying.
Yeah, well, yeah, they probably
It was a company-wide effort to eliminate Karens.
They probably assigned all the Karens to one apartment and then said, we're closing the department.
The Karen concentration camp.
Reese, I sent you a private message.
Yes, I'm working on it. Hold on.
All right, cool. Okay.
You're working on getting it up?
Real quick. G-Kids announced an acquisition of Fortune Favors Lady Nikuko animated film. So, pretty obvious. Seemed like, of course, they'd be the company to get it. After that, Seventh Seas to publish Tokyo Revengers for print release in spring 2022.
Oh, yeah.
The series will be published.
That's how big this is, because I know literally nothing about it besides, I guess, the premise, but I don't know. It's apparently
all I know is. Oh, go ahead.
The series will be published in 2-in-1 omnibus volumes beginning in May 2022, with exclusive variant cover versions being made available via Barnes & Noble locations, with both the standard and Barnes & Noble exclusives priced at $22.99.
Are those exclusives the one that are not including the swastikas?
Well, here's the thing. So, this is clearly the Japanese cover, right?
It looks like it.
Well, this is the English cover. And
I'm noticing a lack of swastika.
I see it right here.
Oh, no, it is there. You're right.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I didn't realize this when I was looking at this before, but previously it was obscured only by the Revengers in katakana.
Yeah,
so you actually saw more of it previously.
That's what I was looking for.
So now they've obscured it a little bit more by putting it behind his head. So it's less funny. I thought it was funnier that they were. Okay, and for anybody watching who doesn't understand, it's not a swastika. It's a manji. It's used for hundreds of years to mark them on maps where temples were located, Hitler stole it from the Buddhists.
Yeah, Hitler said,
and
I like this symbol.
He flipped it backwards and put it on its axis to make the
He
hockey.
High Guardian
It's not the
spiced
same
it,
thing.
okay?
He High
Anyway.
Guardian spiced it. So
I
is that
have
the
High
Barnes
Guardian
and
who
Noble
have a Hitler stash.
cover?
I don't know if we've seen the. I don't know if we've seen the.
If
Barnes
that's
and
not
Noble's
the Barnes
cover's a
and
giant swastika.
no, if that's not the Barnes and Noble cover,
It's not.
I will put money on the one that Barnes and Noble has no hint of the manji.
I like the idea that it's going to have the Barnes and Noble variant. The main character is instead Adolf Hitler on the cover. It's just a picture.
Just go full out, like have it front and center. Like
No,
I like the idea.
It's not they use an actual swastika. That's just it. Just that is
Yeah,
the
they have
cover
the flag.
with Tokyo Revengers
Right.
on it.
Wait,
Just
it's
the
a Hitler isekai. It's a Hitler isekai. He's in an anime world after committing suicide.
I got reincarnated as
I
Hitler.
read it.
Got reincarnated as Hitler.
Well, that's
In
gonna be the
another,
next episode.
in another world with my mustache.
Hitler's doing another life in an art school.
Oh
In another art school with my
no!
intense.
Is that how Hitler actually went out? He's been isekai'd. He never actually
That
died.
time
in
I-
law?
Yeah,
That
he's
time
a
I got
big-tittied art school student.
That
he
time
got
The time I got reincarnated as Hitler's mustache.
No. That time I got
Dictated-
reincarnated as actual Hitler.
he got isekai'd into the center of the world. You know, there's Hollow Earth, man.
Dictator in another world.
I have to step out for a minute. Go ahead and cover Right Stuff Without Me. I'll be back in a moment.
We only have. There's only 4 things, right?
I know. Drag it out as long as you can.
It's only 4. There's only 4 things, right?
Yes, and one of them is 3 separate entries of the same thing.
Right.
So drag it out as long as you can. I'll be right back.
I will
Wait,
drag
so
it out.
Before you do, okay, I know you're a manga collector. How do you feel about that too?
Your
So
mic
Tokyo
is
Revengers
quiet.
is going to be a 2-in-1 omnibus, right? For its first edition, if I'm not mistaken. Did
Right.
I mishear that? So how do you feel about that? Because I fucking hate those.
I like it
For
for
the most
efficiency's sake. You buy one, like they can release more and more compact.
True,
And
but
then
I
you
went
can
out of my
spend
way.
like
to
It's still the
get
same. It'd still be the same page number. It's not like the current.
No, that's fair.
condensing.
But I went out of my way to pick up Naruto, the uncut volumes, the ones that came out in 16 editions, and not the bricks that came out in I think 8 sets, because it just looked better. So how do you feel about instead of just having one omnibus, one tankobon, they're gonna have double the space. It's gonna be in these chunks that are kind of they're efficient, but they look ugly.
Is the omnibus only for the Barnes and Noble? Like, are they releasing the individuals?
All of them are omnibuses.
Oh, okay.
The only difference between the standard and the Barnes and Noble is the cover.
Yeah. Okay.
They're all going to be the $23 for a 2-in-1 omnibus.
You don't care.
Are they the oversized? Are they the same size as the tankobons?
Yeah,
or are
they're
they
the same height and
oversized?
everything. They're just literally combined together.
Oh, okay.
They might be taller because who's releasing 7 Seas?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sometimes they make exceptions, like
7
what is
Seas.
it? What is that one?
I got-
samurai manga.
Like the 7 Seas, they did the Devilman and the Captain Harlock and the Cutie Honeys. They're larger hardcover omnibus
That's like an
library
exception,
editions.
though.
Yeah, I don't mind
Kodansha,
hardcovers are fine.
Yeah.
Kodansha put out Magical Ray Earth. What the fuck it's called?
Magic Knight Wraith.
Magic
Yeah, I
Earth.
think. And for whatever reason, I got that. And it's huge.
What?
And I also got fucking what's it called? Ghost in the Shell, the deluxe omnibus thing.
I think that's by Vertical, isn't it?
No, I think that.
No, it's Kodansha.
7 Seas.
Oh, Kodansha. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, and I also got Alita, Battle.
Battle Angel.
They're releasing a
Battle
new
Angel,
Alita
yeah.
deluxe weirdo thing.
Are they?
And I don't know the difference.
Because
Oh,
the
really?
one
All in
the
one.
one I got
It's
only
all in
covers the one I got only covers I think the first 7 volumes, and
I thought
then
they had a complete box set.
no, well, not in
But,
the giant deluxe thing that I have anyway.
The deluxe thing that they're releasing now is called an all-in-one edition or whatever. So like all the volumes, I guess, are in one giant hardcover,
But
which
I'll have to look.
seems absurd to me. Kind of like the
I'll have to
Death
look
Note
at it.
all edition. It's like, how do you read that thing without snapping in half?
Yeah, it's like super. It's small, like the Death Note. It's smaller than a regular manga volume, and it's already so dialogue heavy. You need a freaking magnifying glass to read the speech bubbles.
Well, because Alita also had I forget what it's called, but the side, like the sequel. There was a sequel to Alita, Battle Angel. I forget what it was called.
The Imperial.
It was like, it started with a B, I think.
Bitch Angel Alita is the sequel.
No, it was like Alita Battle Angel B something. But anyway, there's like I think 15-ish volumes of the first series, and then like 12 volumes of the second series. So there's a shit ton of books.
Yeah, I just mean, like, from what I've seen, the 2-in-1s just don't look as good as the singular tankobons or the 3-in-1s that are hardcover. The rare ones that are out there. Like,
hold up. The thing I was thinking of was Vagabond. They're like Viz Big size or signature size, whatever they're called. But like that's the only way you can buy them is like 3 and 4-in-1s type deal. And then there's Umineko When They Cry. You can only get them in like 4-in-1s to like 5-in-1 type deal. But like there's like 40 volumes in that series. But like I don't have a problem as long as they're like consistent with it. Because if they all look the same, like the To Love Ruse, they're all like the original series is all 2-in-1s, but they're all the same size, so they look uniform and nice, and they're the same height as a regular manga, so it's all good. And then you see To Love Ru Darkness, which was only released in singles, so it's like if you compare the two, it's like which one would you rather? Sure, the To Love Ru Darkness looks better, not necessarily better, but it looks, I don't know, like you have more. It's an illusion that you have more, even though it's the same volume count for both series.
Yeah.
But it was way more efficient to buy the 2-in-1s. Like it took
No, it's
centuries.
definitely more efficient. I'm not questioning
all
that.
18 of
Every 2-in-1 I've seen it just looked ugly as hell. So
It's called Battle Angel Lost Order. I don't know why I thought it started with a B, but anyway.
It does technically start with a B.
Battle Angel.
It does start with a B, but that was not what I meant. I thought the subtitle.
Batting Angel. No, it's a baseball manga.
Yeah.
Battle Angel, Bad Boy. But yeah, like so. What I don't see why they're so ugly. Is it just because you've grown so accustomed to the single look?
I guess, but they're just oversized and like.
Yeah, but like they're manageable size. It's kind of like an art box is usually 2 DVD Blu-ray spaces, and you can manage that. It's like when you get into 6 spaces being taken up that you're like, oh, there's going to be this huge gap on the side of my shelf when I get to a certain point in the collection.
Yeah.
Also,
and you have to move it down.
I just realized that I'm positioned in the place of the Bukkake lady in the background.
Right in between the titties, I can see that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if the other picture works any better. It's slightly bigger. There's 4 pairs of titties now. But yeah, like I mean, my answer to the question is I'm fine with it being 2-in-1s, especially if it's a long series. Like Freezing, which my brother says seems to be discontinued from the English release. Like they just stopped after volume like 26 when there's like 34 made or something. But 34 volumes. Like imagine releasing that individually. You'd just like you wouldn't be able to do it. Well, some people obviously would, but it's like if you're just starting out on it, it's daunting. Something like One Piece, it's like you need those 3-in-1s because it's so long.
Plus, the 3-in-1s are like practically like what not even half the price of like what you would pay for all 3 of them.
Yeah, and all these manga licensors nowadays don't license these long series because it's just too big a risk. It's like every volume past, I wouldn't say past the first one. It's like each new volume you sells less usually.
Right.
So the longer it goes, the less.
The longer it goes, the less you get, because the people who started buying will drop off, and they'll keep dropping like flies until you get that core group of people buying it who are in for the long haul.
So I was about to say Yamada's first time. Yamada and the Seven Witches. Was it? You'd hate this, but after like volume 17, or I think it's volume 17 that they started this, but they started actually doing 2-in-1s when it was only singles. No. I actually really like it because they made the spines look like 2 individual volume spines. So if you put them next to each other,
that's smart.
they actually blend in.
Okay, nice.
So yeah, I actually think that's pretty cool.
And so long as they don't look ugly, but I've seen a lot of them
does
are
that,
ugly. It's just like, yeah.
I looked up the Battle Angel Complete collection that you're talking about. That's the one I have. Volumes 1 to 5. That's what it says. Now I haven't read it physically, so I'm not positive on what they mean by 1 to 5. But
do you mean that you have that exact release, or you mean that's what the stuff you own covers?
I think when he says 1 to 5, they're like omnibuses because it's like 9 volumes or something for the original Battle Angel.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So I'm looking on Comixology, and it says there's 9 volumes, but maybe what you're saying is that these are 5 omnibuses.
Yeah, like the Jojonium volumes. They're not exactly 1 volume, but they cover like each volume covers like an arc.
Okay, then that makes sense.
I'm assuming.
I mean, I'd have to look it up. And then I don't know if it. I assume it doesn't include Last Order, which would be separate.
Last Order is like 19 volumes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I remember one of them was long.
And then but yeah, I definitely. Series, and then there's a 3rd series that's ongoing.
Oh, that I didn't even know. But I definitely have this like big ass fucking omnibus thing that's 2018. And it's like, so I bought that. I bought Ghost in the Shell Complete Series Omnibus or whatever the fuck. They're all the same size, like giant fucking bricks of paper.
The Akira ones are like almost square looking.
What was the other one? Nausicaa, the Nausicaa manga.
I have that one too.
Which is again the giant fucking size shit. And then the 2 magical rare whatever the fucks, which I don't really know why I bought, but I bought them because I was like, well,
when the examples on hand.
When the first one came out, I was like, oh, that looks interesting, I'll buy it. And then when the second one came out, I was like, I don't really care anymore, but I have the first one, so I may as well get the second one. But now I have these huge ass fucking books that are like, they all weigh like fucking 20 pounds. And when I was putting them away, I put them all in like one box, and like I swear to God, I have to like super duct tape the bottom of that box up because I think they'll fall through the bottom of the box if I'm not careful.
Yeah, I have this one.
Take the thickness.
No, I don't think it can.
Too thick. I have this one box that has all my NIS America, the really long, ugly premium editions or whatever. Yeah. I have the boxes in one single box, and it's the most heavy of them all because they're so well made and heavy.
Paper apparently weighs a lot.
New discovery. I hate the Dark Horse dropped Kurosagi Corpse Delivery Service. Oh, I've heard of that one.
I have to. They started doing omnibuses for that.
Maybe that's why.
But they stopped doing like new volumes.
So the thing I was saying about Yamada and the Seven Witches is, I think they moved to that model because that's a pretty long running manga, and I don't think they feasibly could release them as single volumes for that long because they obviously got to a point where they're like, okay, we got to do 2-in-1s because want more value for what they're buying, probably. In the same way that Hunter x Hunter, after volume 2, they're like, damn it, everyone's onto our scheme of only releasing 12 episodes per Blu-ray DVD volume. So let's just make it 24 now. Or 26, I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's Kurosagi's corpse delivery service is still ongoing.
But, like, do we know if they dropped just the single volumes or if...
I'm pretty sure they dropped just the single volumes. I don't even know if they...
Otaku still wants some examples. Reese, are you able to screen share easier than me?
Hang on.
Here. I'm sure there's some examples of whatever you're looking for in here.
I was just looking up Kurosaki corpse delivery service. Hold on. Oh, couldn't find any products on Right Stuff. So apparently...
I guess it is discontinued.
All out of print.
Which, by the way, speaking of Dark Horse, I'm selling the first 10 volumes of Berserk.
How much?
All sealed.
How much?
Negotiable. I want to get rid of them. I don't need them. I have the other versions.
You have the
Wait, what
big
do you
ass...
mean by other versions?
He has the Bible editions.
Oh, those. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the big size that Random 11's talking about. So, I mean, if you want them, I'll sell them to you.
I'd be up for it, just depending on certain issues, because my collection's kind of still being in fix, because I had a plumbing accident that wiped out half my collection this Thanksgiving.
Feels bad, man. This Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I lost
That's
most
like,
of my golden
a couple
age.
days ago.
I know.
Oh.
I'm not too mad about it.
GoFundMe for you.
I'm not too upset about it because the thing is, it missed most of like my classic stuff, which I'm happy about. I have some Fist of the North Star stuff that I can't risk losing.
Oh, that's the. Are you getting the new ones that they're releasing? Isn't it like hardcovers?
I'm getting all of them just for collector's sake because I'm a Fist of the North Star fan.
I was going to say, like, the prospect of getting hardcovers sounds awesome. In Fist of the North Star.
I have the early 2000 stuff.
But yeah, by all means, I'm more than willing to sell them.
Okay.
I gotta close my tab.
I'd be up for it too.
I'm looking at this picture that you linked, FGDM. One of many that are in this folder of the Gunsmith's Cats poster that came with the Blu-ray.
Oh yeah.
I do not remember it going that deep on the chesticles area.
On the ballistics?
Yeah.
By the way, that's not a poster. That's like an art booklet thing.
What are those, Matt?
Speaking of Gunsmith Cats, this fell out of my long box when I was grabbing the Ava stuff. I got the OG volume of Gunsmith. Yeah, the OG stuff from Dark Horse.
Yeah, Brad loves that stuff. You should flash it on screen when it comes back.
All right, I'll flash it for him, full bear, if he wants to.
Oh yeah, Random 11. I mean, I didn't really cache this in my memory, but yeah, those ballistics are really showing. You know what I was surprised about? I think in that booklet, there's like what's the blonde hair girl? Like she just has like a picture with her titties hanging out, and I'm like, what is this? I thought I didn't think it was rated this way.
I can't share my other window for some reason.
So I'm not sure if I have that booklet then. I know I have a poster that looks like that, but maybe the poster doesn't go. Is cut a little higher.
Maybe you didn't check the insides to see that it was a poster.
There's definitely my memory is saying there's a poster with her face like that on it. And then whether or not I also have a book that has her face on it like that as well, I don't remember. And I'd have to go upstairs and dig through my collection to go find it. So I'm not going to, but.
Maybe
I
I
got-
wish Baki would get the
Now
omnibus.
that I've derailed our conversation, Dylan.
Oh no, this is good derailment. Like Brad isn't back yet, and he told us to stall.
FDM, can you try screen sharing your Google Drive page?
Here, I'll just make sure I'm not going to dox myself like those other times.
Open it in a private browser.
Oh, that's a
Use
good idea.
incognito mode.
Incognito.
Over the last couple weeks, I've been ever since COVID has happened. I've never had to invite anyone over to my house. So as you do, I kind of just when I buy stuff, it just kind of gets put down on the floor in my living room.
Okay.
And for a year, it's kind of been piling up and not getting put away. So my living room was a disaster zone, and you basically had to like carefully shim your way in and out of it to avoid knocking precariously piled stuff over and breaking things. So over the last couple of weeks, I've been slowly cataloging everything in my My Stuff Pro app.
So you can put
iOS.
it away?
Yeah, and then packaging it in boxes. Like I said, that big box of manga that weighs 50 pounds probably. And a bunch of other stuff has been put into boxes and, cataloged away, and now is upstairs in my spare room. So a lot of the stuff that I bought that I never opened from Animego, like the Gunsmith's Cats. I bought Riding Bean. What's the other one that they have on there? Vampire Princess Mew. Bubblegum Crisis. All of that stuff I had to go through and I put in a box, but I haven't watched it yet, so I kind of feel bad about putting it in a box without watching it, but eventually I'll get around to it.
I hear that. You want to watch? You buy something, so you want to at least enjoy it in some way at some point. Other than why did you even buy it?
Yeah. I put them. That's why in the Discord I was asking about where you guys how you guys store DVDs, and I was looking for a solution that was a temporary kind of makeshift shelf, so that in my storage solution upstairs in my spare bedroom, I can put the DVDs on a shelf in a box that I know I'll have quick access to, so I can go up there, and if I want to watch something, I can go quickly access it without having to unbury it from a bunch of DVDs that are all in a Banker's box. I mean, the Banker's box thing works for longer term storage, but
truest Chad way to store your anime DVDs and manga.
Like I said, for longer term storage, it makes sense. It seems to fit. But for shorter term storage, where it's like I want something just to watch it and then I'll go put it back upstairs in the box, having to unbury something that's 3 layers down, buried in DVDs in a Banker's box.
That's why you have a watch queue. So you just pull it to the side, the 20 that you plan to watch within the month or something.
Yeah, it still seems a little bit, I don't know, there could be a better solution out there. I haven't found one. They ended up in a Banker's box, but hopefully one day I'll figure out a solution
And he's
that works.
back.
Yes, sorry for the delay.
Guess what? They
Welcome
couldn't
back, my friend.
solve how to share their screen. So
I can't share an individual window. I don't know why.
Hold up.
It's not letting me do it
Just
anymore.
I
lean
almost
back
had it.
in disbelief with wired headphones.
It's not letting me share the
Embrace the Hanma
individual
power.
window.
It will work.
All right. Well,
I almost had it.
Good. Good thing I have them all open. All right, Gintama, the very final Blu-ray DVD.
Oh, actually, because you're screen
Hold
sharing,
on, hold on.
Brad, you can share it.
When I click share, and I click share and share screen, it won't give me the option to choose a window to share. It just says screen sharing is easiest on 2 monitors. Works with the good
You
computer.
probably just needed to take me out of the call, like booted me. Whatever. It doesn't matter. We're back. Okay, Gintama, the very final on Blu-ray DVD. So, Mr. Nice Guy is credited in this movie
as the forced narrative.
For forced narrative, yeah. Which means that he basically localized Japanese text in the background or something.
It's the sign titles, as people call it, and not to be confused with the localizers who change context to fit their political agenda.
All right, moving on. So Yashahime is getting a pretty slick-looking limited edition.
It's gonna be like the
where's the one for the Inuyasha Blu-ray?
Right. Yeah, I'm very.
You say that, but I'll link. You can go ahead, but I'll link it.
Well, I was going to say I'm very apprehensive about this because this limited edition looks like it'll look really nice next to the Inuyasha box sets I have. Only problem is that those are DVD.
Get the Blu-ray, bitch.
Does the Inuyasha have Blu-ray in?
Yes, we've been covering it over the past year. We're like, oh, sick, more Blu-ray, and I was explaining how the first 4 sets are all native 1080p because it was on sale.
Okay, so it does have the same sort of setup.
Brad, I sent you the link.
Thank you for sending me the link.
Wait, so Right Stuff doesn't have this? How come?
This is a UK.
Oh, of course it is.
But
I meant American FD to them.
But a very jank method to having the limited editions of Inuyasha is
this even looks like a bootleg with the word season 1 written real tiny at the bottom in red.
For some reason it does, now that you brought it up. But it's similar to the style. I'm pretty sure their preview image just doesn't look as sleek.
I like how they put Shishomaru's daughter as the main interest here when frickin' actual Inuyasha and Kagome's kid is just an afterthought in the backdrop.
She kind of is in the show.
Each set is gonna be a different character as a focus, right?
Moroha does make appearances. She is part of the main group, but it's definitely a fuck, I can't remember her name.
I skimmed the first episode and
Towa and Setsuna.
Yeah, it's definitely focused on the other two sisters and not.
I'm just glad my favorite character, Rin, gets a spotlight as mom.
So I was really conflicted with this because, as you see, it's only 12 episodes or whatever. But then I realized, but there's only been 24 episodes, so that's only 2 sets. But I feel like this has the... Oh, I was going to say, is that a limited edition DVD? Why would they do that? Why would they make 2 different limited...
It does kind of look like a limited edition sized set, doesn't it?
It's different art, though, so it's obviously just...
minorly different, yes.
Yeah, but they wouldn't give you a different art for a different limited edition. Oh, we're not Boogie Woogie Box this again. But yeah, so I'm just worried at the prospect that maybe it will turn into
Let's stay on this one, so so Random 11 doesn't have to look at Moroha's feet.
Didn't notice.
Oh no!
So, oh no!
So you're a feet man, my friend.
No, he's anti-feet. He believes that all people, along with their circumcision, all people should be removed of their feet.
keep them socks on.
Actually, that sounds like he's reverse circumcising the feet then. But
so you're saying instead of the circumcision, you should take the feet off instead? keep the one thing covered so that they keep the
No.
socks on part.
You cut the one thing off to put on the other thing to cover them up, right?
Oh.
No, it's recycling.
So you're
anyway.
into stuff, okay?
So
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
So the thing I'm trying to say is, I worry for this becoming a long-running series like all other Rumiko Takahashi things. So then we're locked into buying these limited editions of 12
episode
episode
sets.
increments, like Boruto. How it's like, 12 episodes for like 150 episodes. No, kill me.
Just wait for the complete collection.
This
like
doesn't do
10
that
years.
It won't be limited edition though, and yeah,
It won't be
does
limited.
seldom. Viz almost never does that. The only time I
Yeah.
remember them doing that is for Inuyasha Final Act. They turned that into a
And that was like
complete set.
what? How many? Like 10 years later, almost.
Yeah.
Actual depiction of Randall Levin's Utopia.
I
But
got
yeah,
dragged into seeing that movie.
Great movie.
Other than that, though,
Good.
I'm simultaneously like, okay, that's nice to see limited editions in the Ranma 1/2 style. Except, like you pointed out, it's like, where's my limited edition for my normal Inuyasha Blu-rays? But I'll live.
Except that you just pointed out this is practically exactly what we're describing here.
What? No, I was putting the
No.
UK one on blast, saying,
Oh, because these aren't considered
I
limited
said, here's
edition.
the limited edition. No, that's regular Blu-ray.
So it is actually just a
Slipcover.
Yeah.
oh fuck.
So maybe what they're doing is they're gonna do Footnum. You remember the Akira the Exiled?
They're gonna do me? No.
No,
Just get the
do-
standard editions and be done with
so
it.
it's
It'll match up with
like
everything
like
else.
the slipcase.
The
You
slipcase
think
with a
maybe?
book in it?
Yeah.
Oh, gross. They're not going to do that for the limited edition. Viz actually makes limited editions.
No, I know, but
I don't think they'd cuck us that deliberately. I mean, if they do that with the first one, I won't buy them.
Fuck. Yeah, I was literally looking at this thinking it was the. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're the same, guys. They're the same. But yes, you're right. Fuck. God damn, Ellie.
They all have white hair. That's the
Seeing
thing.
them release this as a 2-core set makes me kind of worried about Jujutsu Kaisen. Whether they release it in a single complete
I
24
thought they
episode
already
set.
had the pre-order up.
I'm gonna fuck it up.
I'm glad I
so
don't
Reese,
have to
there's
buy
only-
that.
So they're only isn't there part 1 on the
I don't see any Blu-rays.
I thought they had the complete 24.
This is a
As
woman?
their-
What the fuck?
I think Lance said, is that
They
a
haven't
guy?
released any of the anime yet for it. So
So you're wrong, Footnum.
I
Wait,
think that looks like the character that was introduced in season 1, like in the human person. Looks very similar.
yeah.
I'm afraid to click on it knowing YouTube.
Don't
Anyway.
risk it. Don't risk it.
So, Inuyasha complete box set when, Viz?
Right.
And there's been a last-minute disc change. Urusei Yatsura Only You is being delayed until December 31st. There's been a bit of a holdup at the disc replicator, which means it isn't ready to head out yet.
And of course-
value was lost.
and of course someone said, "Oh, will Right Stuff still ship out my order with this in it
Yes.
early?"
Idiot.
That might actually be relevant, Reese, because that delays it till after Christmas.
Oh, so I guess if it, yeah, I guess that is a relevant question because if it's in your order and it gets delayed, then it's gonna.
That means your order gets delayed.
Yeah. Anyway, so what?
I'll be right back.
First off, we gotta go to the overlay. Hold on. So
The anticipated overlay.
Just have it ready.
This I got it ready. So this week's episode of Mushoku Tensei had a minute-long segment where they show off this figure that Rudius had made of Roxy like 4 years ago or something.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure we've seen this figure before in series,
Click back.
Yeah.
but not to this detail.
Yeah, turn that off.
And they go and look. Oh, look at how like a nerd looking at this figure. Oh, the way that the cloak is moving. Oh, how it's first going forward, and then it shows. Oh, but wait, there's more. You can take the figure splits apart, and her left arm goes away with her cloak, and to reveal that she has a third arm covering her chest.
A third
And
arm.
And so if you cut back,
And so, literally,
We know
the day this episode aired, this
No
figure
way.
went up for sale.
Oh my god.
so yeah, there's a seam.
And if you go to the one, another one, last one on the top, on that top left. Yeah.
You'll see another scene.
You can see, look at her collar by her left ear.
Yeah. So once
So
again,
it's
Eagle-Eyed Reese is
Like
Eagle-eyed
200,
Oh hell yeah, I'm pre-ordering.
200 IQ business model right there.
Well, think about it. You could buy this and have the version that your family can see. and the version
Exactly. It's like,
hey, look what else is down here.
Oh, that one. I was gonna make the comment regarding Random 11. I was gonna say I don't know what's worse, the hands or the feet.
that's what I said. Oh, we're gonna be on Kotobuki anyway. We want us to look at it.
Oh, a dark magician girl with the Satan symbol. I need it.
Oh,
First in a Tricks was better.
Hey, I'm not picking favorites. They're both plenty good. Also, I guess you didn't come in when we were covering this, but I've been on my journey to collect these uncensored Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so I had like a couple pickups regarding those. One including Burstinatrix uncensored. It isn't the Burstinatrix.
Which version?
But
you'll never see that because I blurred the entire screen on that.
what? No, that's a different one. That one's called like Aqua Modix or whatever. I'm talking about the Burst Return. That card.
Oh yeah,
it has
that one.
Burstinatrix on her. Way different card.
I had that
More
back in the
flavor.
day when I used to play the card game.
Yeah, well, that will reinvigorate you to play again.
No, I dropped out when I was like in my teens. I dropped out.
So, Mirage Leonardo says, that's what I forgot to ask you guys about. Jump Force is shutting down its online servers as well as not being able to purchase any of the DLC soon. Yeah,
What?
I skipped covering that last podcast, actually.
My brother and I were looking forward to that game, and then it turned out to be a semi-train wreck. And now they're saying you can't play it online already. That's so soon. That was a huge flop. But not being able to buy the DLC, at least give it away for free then.
So, also, in other random merch news, Chrono Trigger is getting a jazz album, which is now open for pre-order in Japan. The tracks are Peaceful Days, Frog's Theme, Lava's Theme, Robo's Theme, The Brink of Time, Battle with Magus, Scala's Theme, Chrono and Marl, Far Off Promise, World Revolution, Outskirts of Time, Chrono Trigger, and Frog's Theme, Jazz Arrangement, another edition, which is a pre-order bonus. Not sure how you pre-order bonus a disc. I guess you have to buy it digital. I don't know. Anyway, look forward to that being on YouTube soon. And you can treat your package like an anime hero with new Saint Seiya underwear. And of course, none of the images loaded.
I gotta wonder, like you're
Whoa.
you're having a special night with your lady, and it's just like she unbuttons your pants, and it's like,
And
Well-
your crotch is going Super Saiyan.
Nothing radiates an aura of confidence like an abstract image of a bull charging out of your crotch.
Look at that
I
point.
got
I'll
a
take
Unit
3.
2 underwear.
Now, there is another thing that went up on Sword News 24 today. Kubipon neck pants. the hot new Tokyo style that we just made up and hurts our butt cracks. Now, I wasn't planning on reading this article until I happened to read one line of it.
They look like Goombas.
So let's get into it.
The live action adaptation.
So Mr. Sato refuses to be bound by conventional fashion philosophies for these Uniqlo pants. Doesn't it bug you how there haven't been any major pant-related innovation in the past few decades? It's just stick in your right leg, stick in your left leg, pull them up to somewhere around your waist. Day after day after day. Where's the fun in that? What's that?
Get flannel line jeans.
What's that? You've never had a problem with that? Since it's just a fundamental concept of what wearing pants is? Plus, you're not a crazy person? Well then, it should come as no surprise that our crack reporter, Mr. Sato, is severely disappointed in how stale pants wearing has become. So he's ready to shake things up to the neck. On a recent afternoon, Mr. Sato came into the office with 3 pairs of ultra-stretch active jogger pants from Uniqlo and an idea for a bold new fashion that he calls Kubipan. A fashion that every child who had a parent who owned sweatpants invented when they were kids. Kubipan comes from the Japanese word kubi, or neck, and the English pants. And that's exactly what Mr. Sato's vision is, for everyone to wear pants that stretch up to their neck. Unfortunately, Mr. Sato's idea is so far out on the fashion frontier that the consumer market hasn't caught up to its genius yet. Even in extra large size, Uniqlo's ultra stretch pants only go halfway up his midsection. Or do they? Enlisting the help of fellow reporters / nutcases PK Sanjun and Go Hattori, Mr. Sato had each of them grab one side of his waistband.
Oh God!
And lift!
A high F and 3 other letters. Damn.
Yeah, he's screwed.
He is off the ground.
He has been officially castrated.
I haven't.
I'm pretty sure those are his hands.
Fuck.
I'm pretty sure the camel toe is actually his
Yes,
hand.
I know. That's the joke.
Right.
Of course he's gonna shield himself with that.
So we really have to hand it to Uniqlo, as the pants stitching held strong as we asked it to do something it definitely wasn't designed to do.
Don't worry, it's not feet random 11. Might be.
Unfortunately, the quality. Unfortunately, the quality of the stitching meant that the central seam was going right up into Mr. Sato's butt crack.
Oh God!
Eloquent
Damn,
wordsmith
boy.
that he is, he described the sensation thusly: "My ass, my ass, my ass."
Damn boy! Sick.
Hold on one second. Oh, never mind. I can smell it.
Saw the ass
Our
and was like,
generation
oh,
Shakespeare. But pushing the boundaries of art is always a painful process, and Mr. Sato's suffering had given birth to the Kubipan.
He pushed more boundaries.
Further beyond.
Oh God!
It had been a noisy delivery, though, with all the my ass screaming. It had been a noisy delivery, though. What with all the my ass screaming. As a matter of fact, the commotion prompted a complaint from reporter Seiji Nakazawa, who asked, "What the heck are you guys yelling about?" Rather than try to explain the delicate nuance of this new fashion in words, Mr. Sato decided that Seiji too needed to be initiated into the Kubipan style. Oh, his hands are down here. Oh no.
Well, they did transition lately, right?
He looks like he's smiling rather than
he likes it.
Did they not all transition lately?
Yeah.
Remember?
Oh, this is a part of this long ongoing series, isn't it?
Seiji proved to be a naturally gifted protege, as without any coaching from Mr. Sato, he too shouted out the words that spring naturally from one's mouth at the moment when they are infused with the Kubipan spirit. My ass, my ass, my ass, my ass.
Oh yeah, this an additional my ass.
There was still one pair of ultra stretch pants left, but oddly enough, everyone else seemed to have mysteriously.
You don't have any
Everyone
arms.
else seemed to have
Anybody else?
mysteriously vanished from the office. While they waited for the last volunteer / victim to appear, Mr. Sato and Seiji relaxed and reflected upon on their Kubipan experience thus far. Ugh, that might be the most painful thing I've ever done in my life. I think my ass might have died. Before long, Hiro Neko wandered into the office and was press ganged into the pull-up fashion experiment.
Boy, no.
My ass, my ass, my ass. But hey, we now had a trio of Kubiban pros. Hey, here's that YouTube channel.
Poor boy.
Yeah, the non-English one that totally doesn't have English anywhere.
So it was at this point that Mr. Sato remembered that the pants are called the Ultra Stretch Active Jogger Pants. He wasn't sure if just sitting around the office and being lazy in them would count as breaking the law. What? He wasn't sure if just sitting around the office and being lazy in them would count as breaking the law, but he didn't want to take any chances. Okay. Taking a walk to Starbucks should be active enough, he decided, and so he led the way out the door and down the streets of Tokyo. Stepping out into the crisp autumn air, Mr. Sato knew they were at the forefront of fall fashion. Yes, it was hard to walk, and every step they did manage to take only seemed to drive the seam further up between their butt cheeks. But Mr. Sato reassured his crew that a little discomfort was worth it to look this good. And sure enough, no one said a word to them as they walked down the street, proving that passerbys were speechless at how cool they were. Surely it wasn't just that people were afraid to talk to or in any way acknowledge them, right? During the walk, this is a much longer article than I thought. During the walk, Mr. Sato did have to concede that there are surprisingly a few drawbacks to this style. Since you can't walk very fast while wearing Kubipan, you have to be extra careful crossing busy intersections. Even if the walk sign is on when you approach the sidewalk, it's best to wait for it to change to don't walk and then back to walk again so that you have the maximum amount of time to make it to the other side. Yes, and the most people to see your ridiculous fashion trend. And yes, that Koban or police box in the background is the one where we almost got arrested for our unusual fashion sense on another day. That's when they wore like the mankinis.
Okay.
Walking as briskly as they could, the trio made it across the street and eventually to Starbucks. We made it. Okay, let's head on in and grab some coffee. But how are you going to drink it with your hands in your garage? Except how are they supposed to grab anything? Remember, Kubipan means neck pants. So in order to truly be rocking the Kubipan style, you have to have the waistband pulled up to your shoulders. That means your hands are on the inside. So there would be no way for Mr. Sato and his disciples to hold their cups or sip their coffee. So in the end, they headed back to the office thirsty. Ultimately, Kubipan is definitely a form over function style, one in which you have to accept compromises to your mobility, use of hands, and butt crack condition. It's not an everyday look, but when you want to make a statement, this definitely says something. Well, there you go. I just thought it was fun. The only line I saw was, my ass, my ass. All right. We've got a couple more here. 7.6 tons.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
What?
Just before you go, one, I thought I was on mute, so I was typing. But because my computer crashed, I didn't get a say on the other article about the jobless reincarnation figure, how the things separate and form the clothes for her, and it seems like it's like a hard shell type thing. It reminded me, I don't know if you guys ever had them, but back in the day,
Dragon Ball Z figures with the snap apart shirts.
I don't think I have those, but what I was thinking of was the Halloween McDonald's Happy Meal toys.
Oh, sure.
Where they had Ronald McDonald and he had like a Frankenstein front and back that you kind of
they still
smacked
have
on him.
those toys. Every year they have some other gimmick with it. Like Hello Kitty was recent at McDonald's or Burger
Oh
King.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the one I remember is the one from when I was a kid. When it was Ronald McDonald, and they had the chicken nuggets. The Grimace was a ghost. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
So Roxy's cup size is increased when her cloak is on because she has that arm under there, giving the extra depth. Just saying, she's cheating.
Oh, so you're saying that because her arm is there, it means that her bust size is being
artificially increased.
Although her arm does look pretty thin when it's.
And what gets me is in the show, it makes a point to mention that she has a mole that's just outside of reach of her hand, so it's like she has a third nipple. Whether they'll include that mole in the actual figure.
Are those? I mean, it's hard to tell from the prototype, I guess, but isn't she supposed to be wearing panties? Like, are those panties or are they like small shorts?
Yes, those are panties.
They're like medieval style panties where they have like they look like they might be made out of leather, but they're definitely pantsuit.
Oh, okay.
They had pantsuit looking pantsuit last I checked in the first season.
Yeah, they do. They are panties.
Yeah, because I remember that being a line. Like she flips the figure over in the show, and she's like, "Oh, there's panties" or something like that. Or I think one of the characters in the show does it anyway. I think maybe there was a kid she was hanging out with that grabbed the figure. I don't remember. Or maybe he did it himself. He made the figure to look like her, and he wanted to see her panties. I don't remember.
Yeah,
but I remember it happened.
That was the point. He made the figure because it looked like her.
Yeah.
That camel toe. How you doing, Otakaso? I hope you're enjoying Minecraft 1.18 or whatever it is.
Is that one that just came out? Oh.
Yeah.
So, response to this. So this is for Jump Force. He says pirated. I'm just gonna say, like, it's not an anti-consumer practice. It's that the game flopped so hard that they're just discontinuing the servers and all this stuff. The DLC, I don't know. Maybe they are just making it like you get the DLC when you get the game now. Like that would be the only point.
There's still a solo game to it, and you can still
I don't know if the DLC would be characters or something.
With them shutting off the servers, the game's going to sell for like $1. Like you're literally going to find it at Dollarama, just like Titanfall 2.
Hopefully they have their what is it like? Isn't there some sort of like local peer-to-peer type connecting? Like if you're doing a 1v1 with your friend list or something.
Right.
So
not officially,
like
but you can set it up.
Well, as long as that was available, that should be fine. But like, all I'm gonna say is like, if the game isn't worth buying and paying for, is it really worth pirating?
Right.
Yeah, that too.
So I don't mean to shut you guys down or anything.
Shut us down.
I have to
move
be
on.
up for work in 8 hours.
Let's talk about fake Pokemon cards.
And I saw the remaining articles from random merch and incorrectly thought they were the remaining articles for the whole podcast. So I just took 400 milligrams of melatonin. So
mistakes were made.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. So 7.6 tons. Yeah, 7.6 tons of fake Pokemon cards have been seized in Shanghai airport.
This gets on to what I was saying earlier. Paper is heavy.
Yeah. It was reported that airport officials seized 7.6 tons of fake Pokemon cards as they passed through Shanghai's Pudong Airport. Pudong, gross. Surely a huge loss for unscrupulous individuals given how popular and valuable Pokemon cards are. Customs officials seized 20 boxes of fake Pokemon cards that were being shipped by a company located in Qingdao, a major city in eastern Shandong province. Yikai Global, a China state-affiliated media source, sent out a tweet announcing the massive haul, including details of where the fake cards were seized and where they were heading, as well as video footage of the seized shipment. So 20 boxes of counterfeit Pokemon Pikachu game cards. Okay. Just the hashtag Pikachu in there. Weighing over 7.6 tons were intercepted at Shanghai's Pudong Airport by customs officials yesterday, bound for the Netherlands from a company in Qingdao province. It is one of the biggest fake IP hauls in recent years. Oh, this music is something.
Looks like the money stack from Breaking Bad in that one episode.
So they're like fake booster sets.
Oh wow.
Yeah, booster packs. Wow.
Booster
boxes. Yeah.
Well, apparently that's the whole article. Any thoughts?
I mean, this is why we can't take Chinese names too seriously. This is why newscasters get them wrong half the time, because it's just like, you can't be serious.
Back in the day, okay, I think I don't know if I could explain the story before, but back in the day when Pokemon was brand new, and I knew nothing about it, or the cards, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
The cards were blowing up at my school, and I was like, damn it, I want these cards. And someone told me we were going to buy it, and I didn't, from a local card store. And I said, oh, okay, well, to me, it sounded like it was from the store was called Wayne's World. Okay. No relation to the movie. Yes. Wow. The store was called Wayne's World. And I thought as a kid,
that's not going to hold up in court.
I thought it was. I'm pretty sure the store existed before the movie, but anyway.
Really?
I thought the word Wayne's World in my head, it sounded like it was like Canada's Wonderland. I thought it was like weird. You're getting like cards at a theme park. That was weird.
Yeah.
And then he's like, it's right next to M&M's, and he meant M&M's Meat Shop. Okay. I don't know if you guys have M&M's Meat Shop down there, but we have a store called M&M's Meat Shop.
No, he sells.
I guess I'm the only one that gets half of the things you're saying.
And obviously, in my head, as a kid, not knowing there's this meat shop, I'm like, M&M's, like the candy. So
I want to go to that shop.
Yeah, I'm picturing this store at like a theme park next to a big M&M candy thing. It's like, anyway, which it wasn't, but so. Not knowing where that store was, we go to the convenience store, and my brother tells me, because he had seen the packs of cards before, right? And they're like a wrapper, like a plastic wrapper around the cards, right? And so he's like, make sure they're plastic. Don't get the non-plastic ones. Those ones are fake. So we go to the convenience store, and sure enough, I'm looking at them, and I'm like, I don't know what he means by plastic. And then, so I see a pack of Pokemon cards, and I grab them. And they're in this like box. And so I'm like rubbing the box. I'm like, does this box feel plastic to you? I'm like, I don't know. So then I'm talking to my mom because my mom's with me. And so I'm like, I don't know. Oh, this looks like it. I assume this is it. So we buy it. Sure enough, obviously, no. Pokemon cards do not come in a box. Turns out we had bought fake Pokemon cards.
Wow.
And these things were so bad. Like, they were so obviously fake as soon as you open them. The aspect ratio of the cards were wrong. They were more...
ratio?
You mean like the orientation? They were landscape?
No. Like, they were more
he means
thin.
It's probably like a 4x6 or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They weren't the right... They were taller rather than... ratio.
Yeah,
rather than card sized, they were like business cards.
Imagine a normal playing card, okay, and you're looking at it normal as right up and everything, and then make it thinner.
Yeah, like a business card.
but like longer than a business card.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, and the even the image was stretched on the card.
That's hilarious.
And on the back, you could easily tell the image was stretched because on the back there's a Pokeball, and so that's supposed to be circle, right? Obviously, it's not a circle anymore. It's an oval.
Oh my gosh!
The back was like a shade of purple. It wasn't the Pokemon card backs are supposed to be blue. So this
Do you still have any of these?
Probably somewhere. I could probably find it, but it would take a while to find it.
Well, if you do,
That's one hell of a collector's item.
Find it, I will
yeah, it's
I will
actually
scan.
more valuable than real Pokemon cards.
I will scan
I'm
it
now
because
just
it's
imagining
funny.
Ash with an oval ball in his hand.
He's got like the you know, in hentai they've got like the egg vibrators.
Ash whips it out, he presses it, it just shakes over where it falls out.
You're mine.
But yeah, so I'm curious as to see where counterfeit Pokemon cards quality has come in 25 years.
I don't know if I ever bought any fake Pokemon cards. I'm going to be very disappointed when I finally dig out my shadowless first generation holographic Charizard and it's bootleg.
Oh, dude, this is funny. Otakuso sent a link to sent a clickable one in the private chat. I sent a clickable one. Content which will be available after end of online service. Online battels. BATTELS.
Whoa! You're telling me that they employ grammar Jews at
Bandai
Namco?
Yeah, in the bottom right, it says content which will be available, and you see online battels.
This is in French, right? This battels. Oh wow, terrible.
But hold on, so he's saying you're not allowed to buy it after this day as well? Is that what it says on here? Like sales end date?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think it's because of the rights issues? Like there's so many different IPs.
That's very likely. Holy shit!
To modify my statements on this, well, they're not giving you any other choice. So like, so what can you do?
Yeah. You know what you can do? Use an AK-47 to threaten Bandai.
Well, it was available physically.
My segue.
Sorry. Jump Force was available physically.
Literally just turned my segue into an actual threat against Bandai Namco. Thank you for that. Like,
oh, Jesus. Should you edit that out so it doesn't seem threatening? That kind of sounds like it's going to be a threat.
If Bandai Namco wants to take me to court, they can prove my intent.
Look at the cleavage.
It's not like I just said that they employ grammar Jews or anything.
Oh, God.
All right, so moving on to our segue. A Tennessee man threatened a pizza shop with an AK-47 over a 10-minute wait. That looks like an AK-74. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe it is. A rather impatient Tennessee man utilized violence after being told his order at a pizza shop would require a 10-minute wait. His callous decision to wave around an AK-47, resulting in him being charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault and 1 instance of especially aggravated kidnapping. Holy shit. Taking place at a Little Caesars restaurant in Tennessee's Knoxville, the accused 63-year-old Charles Doty Jr. grew enraged after being informed his order would require a 10-minute wait, causing him to vacate the store and return with an AK-47 in hand, while demanding the pizza be given to him now, additionally demanding free breadsticks. Oh my God.
And don't forget the cheesy sauce.
Police officers were on their way to the scene upon learning of the pizza fiasco, but the culprit left the restaurant before they managed to arrive, as he was handed a pepperoni pizza by another customer who had already received their order. Jody threatened an employee who was trying to leave after completing their shift and was barred from the exit, so instead they ran to a back room and phoned the authorities. 15 to 60 years imprisonment and a fine of up to $50,000 are said to be the potential punishments for especially aggravated kidnapping in Tennessee. Well, should have just gone after Bandai Namco. They're not in
I don't think it was worth the breadsticks.
All right. So a 14-year-old Japanese girl tossed a cart from the roof of a Don Quixote and was arrested for attempted murder. Horrifying. No, I think you mean hilarious.
Like a shopping cart?
Yes. Don Quixote is a chain of department stores throughout Japan, offering a wide variety of discount goods. The buildings for Don Quixote are typically several stories tall, with each floor offering different types of merchandise. Customers don't usually go to the roof of the building, since there's nothing up there and it's dangerous. So when someone is up there, it's typically not a good thing. That's what happened on the afternoon of November 26th, when a 14-year-old middle school girl tossed a shopping cart off the roof of a Don Quixote building in Osaka's Suminoe ward. So here's a photo of the Don Quixote at Suminoe Park.
How heavy are these shopping carts for these 14-year-olds to be throwing them?
I don't know. Maybe she was on PCP. The girl dropped a shopping cart. The girl dropped a shopping cart from the roof of the building into the parking lot. Actually, I've gone to some Japanese markets, and they do usually have the tinier shopping carts available.
Like the half-size ones?
They're basically like a shopping cart basket that has wheels. You know?
Yeah, no.
So the girl dropped a shopping cart from the roof of the building into the parking lot, 21.5 meters or 70.5 feet below, narrowly missing hitting a 53-year-old man by 2 to 3 meters, 6 to 10 feet. He was not injured. Well, then I see no issues. 2 13-year-old female classmates accompanied the girl, and while police have taken them into protective custody and notified the Children's Welfare Center, the girl herself was arrested on November 27th for attempted murder. She has admitted to her actions, saying, quote, "I did it mostly for fun. I knew that if I hit someone, they'd die. See, this is why you ask for your lawyer immediately, because you might say something incredibly stupid that is going to make it very hard to get out of a punishment." So Japanese netizens were shocked by the incident, saying things such as, quote, "horrifying," again, hilarious, and "how can you do something like that for fun?" Live dangerously, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not really on your side on that one.
Way too far for a prank. Just the idea of a 14-year-old girl lifting a shopping cart over her head and just chucking it off of a 4 or 5-story building.
Over a safety fence. Like they would obviously have.
There was a story in
like the super jacked little anime girl.
This little girl with like Schwarzenegger muscles.
There was a story out of Toronto where a girl, she was like 19, I think, was in an apartment building where probably like 20 stories tall, like 20 stories up, and she was on a balcony, and she threw like a metal chair off the balcony onto the street below.
A shopping cart.
And the chair was like just destroyed at the bottom of the sidewalk, and she got let off with like a stern warning.
That's not hilarious.
And she turned the whole thing into like a thing because the reason she was caught was because obviously she filmed it and put it on TikTok.
And
it's
hilarious again, yes.
And so she tried to become.
That was the missing ingredient in the comedy.
She
the fact
tried
that
to
she was
become.
doing it for likes.
Yes, she tried to propel her modeling career off with this stunt. So.
How did that work out for her?
Aspiring model.
I don't know. She didn't
and
go to jail.
Aspiring
So.
murderer. Yeah. Arrested today. Okay, so that's a psychopath in the making. That store needs to make sure this never happens again. I feel like this kind of thing has been happening more among young people. While we're not sure on the data for the last commenter, it's important to remember that young people are just as often victims of unfortunate crimes too. We're just glad that this one ended with no one getting hurt. Well, that's not how you end a funny article. That's how you end a horrifying article. Unfortunately, you didn't realize the mistake.
You ended by giving us a segue article about somebody throwing a dildo off a balcony and hitting a cop in the eye.
Yeah, that's the segue we're going for. Australia allegedly putting infected citizens into quarantine camps. Wow. If only the Australians hadn't.
That sounds like a separate name from one that I'm familiar with.
That sounds like the end plot of The Paycheck.
Yes. Wouldn't you know it? These are all the keywords we use to avoid getting demonetized. Who am I kidding? We're already demonetized. The title of this podcast is Cowboy Bukkake. I don't think it's impossible to be monetized.
How is the status on the podcast? Is it still monetized?
Well, see, I forgot to monetize it, but midway through the podcast, when I monetized it, I was immediately met with a familiar yellow dollar sign. So history has been doomed to repeat itself as the totally out of control nation of Australia has allegedly decided to escalate matters regarding the Chinese coronavirus, as those who test positive are apparently being put in quarantine camps. The so-called conspiracy theorists have strangely been proven right once again, should this news be accurate, it is, as it was announced that infected individuals were being transferred. It's okay, we're using train cars. Oh, wait, no, not okay. It should be noted that there have been increased contractions of the coronavirus amongst those who are vaccinated, disregarding the fake news from mainstream media, and that the effectiveness of the vaccine has been steadily decreasing. That's why you now have to have 3 and 1 billion boosters. There has been massive pushback against vaccine mandates in the cucked country as colossal protests have been emerging nonstop.
The country?
The cucked country. Look at these people.
Oh, did you see the video of
Italy?
No, that guy. What's his name?
Fauci.
Fauci, saying that people are criticizing science and they're also criticizing Fauci, and he literally says it in the third person.
No. No, it's the opposite, isn't it? If you're criticizing Fauci,
No, and then he goes and says, and if you're criticizing Fauci, you're criticizing science. Like, it was the most like fucking.
Was that in retaliation to being accused of abusing dogs by having those flies eat their faces off?
Oh my god, is he the true FDDNM? Is that Fauci DDNM?
I'm sure not in direct response, but it was after all that shit.
Oh no, we got a new acronym. Fauci does dogs next month.
Next month. But next month is in like a couple hours.
That's tomorrow.
It's in 4 minutes for me.
So the famous 10 stages of genocide. Number 1, classification. People are divided into us and them. That's called Marxism. Number 2, symbolization. People are forced to identify themselves. 3, discrimination. People begin to face systematic discrimination. 4, dehumanization. People are equated with animals, vermin, or diseases. Taking horse dewormer, these sorts of things. Number 5, organization. The government creates specific groups, police or military, to enforce the policies. Number 6, polarization. The government broadcasts propaganda to turn the populace against the group. Number 7, preparation. Official action to remove and relocate people. Persecution. Beginning of murders, theft of property, trial massacres. Number 9, extermination, wholesale elimination of the group. It is extermination and not murder because the people are not considered human. And number 10, denial. The government denies that it has committed any crimes. There you go. So I'm sure you're a lovely place, Australia, minus all the various venomous creatures that live amongst you.
Murderous creatures.
But I think it's time to just nuke the whole place. And I'm not going to read any of these comments because fuck that.
What was that last one?
Nothing. Shut up. All right. So I think I'm gonna push these other articles again because I have 400 milligrams of melatonin in me. So if you guys would like to keep talking, hey, Matt, did you have anything you'd like to promote? Like
OnlyFans, perhaps?
How did you know? How did you know what I do behind the scenes? How do you know, my friend? Who
what
told
can I
you?
say?
It's
I'm a
your
real good
reflection.
judge of
It just looks
character.
too good.
I assume this isn't you.
Wait,
over here.
wait. What do you mean?
This
Oh,
retro
that?
roster.
No, that's not mine. No.
I figured it wasn't since
Oh,
yours
no,
is
that's
spelled
not-
with an A. Or do you have a
Yeah, that's a
YouTube channel
different
or anything you want to
roster.
promote?
I do have a YouTube account, but the thing is, I've been using it for schoolwork. But I'm planning on turning it into a anime vlog channel soon. So I might
Okay.
show it soon, but not now.
Okay. Well, in the future, if you want to send us a chat, we'll be happy to shill your online
Send
presence
for
in
you.
some way. Other
Send
than
me.
that, I'm
I'll
afraid
open the
I
do yours
have
if you
to.
want.
What's up?
I'll be open to do yours if you guys want. I can
Oh,
show
cool,
you
yeah.
guys through my channel.
Totally. Unfortunately for you guys, I have to go to work early tomorrow, so I'm going to split. If you guys want to keep the topics going, you're totally welcome to.
I have a couple, yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well,
Cool.
Matt, it's great having you. I wish you all the best.
Thank
Good
you.
luck with your schooling, and I'll catch you guys
Thank
next
you,
time.
man. I wish you the same
Alright.
with work.
Oh wait, before you leave, we confirm next week's watch club.
Next week's Watch Club is Outlaw Star.
Okay.
Okay.
Probably want to get through all of
that's
it.
a good one.
It is a good one. I needed a palate cleanser from the live action Bebop. All right, catch you guys then.
Jesus
All
Christ.
right. See ya.
See ya.
Hey. Okay, so let's get in. Ah, god damn it.
Were you about to
Since
say
Brad's
let's
gone,
get
we
it
don't
on?
have the convenient share screen, so I have to open back up my method I was going to use before.
With him actually out of the call, you still can't do the share screen thing?
No, I can't. It's just I have my own method, and as soon as he came back, he's like, "All right, let's move
And
on."
you can
I'm like,
probably share screen, but you can't share like specific windows.
well, here I'm doing my own janky method. Here, I'll leave and come back and see if.
He vanished.
Like it's not letting me choose a window to share for some reason. And because my computer is so ass, I don't want to risk trying to do a full share
Whoa.
screen.
Oh,
You guys see this?
yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't see my full address and social insurance number or anything?
I don't see anything.
I don't think so. We just
Wow, in fact, it's going so slow. Maybe. Okay, here we go. So, Otaku-so, this is for you. I don't know what you want to see. What was it? So this is an omnibus, 4 volumes. Because another is only 4 volumes, so they just released an all-in-one. That's the way they did it. Arakawa is doing a hybrid version where it's like it's 1 volume, but you get the 2 spine character images. So I mean that's all right. Some people might be bothered by like how it has one freaking what do you call it? It has one thing on the spine, but then it's like, oh, we're separating at the bottom. Can you read the chat if he's responding with what he wants to see? My slave.
I don't see anything about nothing yet.
Okay. Otherwise, here's the berserks that I have. That's the reason I'm getting rid of my old berserk.
We're still looking at the one with Bakuman.
Oh no! It's just cut
Yeah.
off because. God damn it.
Okay.
Aha! Oh wait, no.
There's Bakuman. Oh, there's way over there. There it is.
I deliberately cut off part of the screen
Zoom in.
Yep.
so
These
that
are
I don't just dox myself or something.
The big
Actually,
3-in-1 Bible editions.
The Bibles.
Okay,
These things are freaking huge and they weigh like 5 pounds.
But they're so sexy to read.
They are so sexy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like any
You get
book
good
that's
art in
gigantic
each
is
one.
like great to read, but they suck to collect because it's gonna throw. Look, this is how I'm collecting it. You have this shorter volume that it's like, and then now I'm doing this with the box sets to conserve space. Like this is on top of my bookcases for my anime. So this works for me, but in a typical shelf, this is not going to work at all.
Otakuso says the one that looks like 2 books omnibus.
Yamada.
He was talking about earlier.
Here we go. Yo. Oh, yes. That's some good loading. Here we go. What? I don't know what you guys.
So
Nice
weird.
loading.
Yeah, so
Excellent loading.
I believe that's
so
actually
weird.
yeah, so 16's on its own, 17 and 18 are combined, and 19 and 20 are combined. But they all have the
so
same
weird.
like individual separation look.
So they drew on the middle dividing lines?
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's so weird.
I'd take it.
I like it because it's
I
like
take
it looks more consistent.
Yeah.
It sells the illusion.
Yeah.
And fun fact, my my one friend who's like not particularly into anime, he's like, let's have an anime night or something. So we were just looking for an 80s sort of retro whatever show. And he just like started looking at random crap on my shelf and he's like, what is this? Opened it up and there's like all these titties. And I'm like, oh, well, I
He
just
picked
bought
up
that one
World's
Found my
End Harem?
kitty collection.
Well, no, I said, well, I just bought that one because it had a funny, well, not a funny title, but I'm like, well, it says harem, has to be good. But
Sure, you knew what you were buying.
But let's see. The other one that was funny was he's like, oh, you really love to love Rue.
Does he speak like a Transylvanian vampire?
He I don't know why, but he randomly puts on these accents. So that's how he spoke it.
Okay.
That's to love Rue. The 2-in-1s, it only comes in this fashion. But like I said, I think it looks good.
I will always remember To Love Rue because I can't remember how I started watching it, but I did start watching it. And then in grade 12, there was a guy in my class, in my summer school class, who was like, there was like not really a contest, but like they were checking me. They were like, do you watch anime? And I was like, yeah, I watch anime. And they're like, well, what kind of anime do you watch? And I was like, you know, Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball. And he's like, oh, those are all like the big box, like
normie.
Okay, yeah, those are all the normie ones.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I watched the other ones too, but like they're all like random names that I don't remember the names because they're all like you know, Japanese names. I don't.
But you remembered one, didn't
if it's
you?
not, yeah, if it's not an easy to remember name, I don't remember it. And he's like, well, you know, whatever. Like you're obviously lying. I was like, well, I mean, there's one I can tell you about, but it's kind of like you know, it's kind of like
yeah.
And he's like, well, what was it? I'm like, it's To Love Rue. And he's like, oh, okay, I got you.
Boku no Pico. No.
Is it Kiss X's?
Hey, we finally got that on Blu-ray that we can buy, but I haven't bought it because buying
Yeah.
discotheque titles in Canada is a hassle. So yeah,
So
unless,
just to end of my story here, Tu La Rue was my ticket to anime acceptance among my classmates.
you were officially
geez.
an anime fan once you watched it.
Once I told them I watched it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it'd be listing the normie shows and then some generic ones like Cowboy Bebop, and
Whoa.
then like
Stop
Um,
camp.
That was weird.
Here we go. Yeah,
And then,
I
I
was
don't know,
using OBS.
Mine was Golden Boy.
I try to think of like after that, if I can't remember anything, I try to think of like voice actors. So okay, what other shows have they been in? So it's like, okay, well, I've seen like insert this show or that show.
Also, while we're in a little lull here,
I haven't had fun there afternoon.
I'm trying to find the
Otakuso-
one where everyone's at the bottom.
Otakuso said that the iPhone App Store won't let me download a game I bought 9 years ago. So there's a few reasons that the App Store is different on the. Well, I don't know about Google, but one game in particular is Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird is one of the rare games that got nuked, although it was free. But
I used to have that on my phone and then deleted it.
yeah,
I never got it because I thought it looked stupid.
So most stores, like if you buy a game, you can just always download it after you buy, or like download it, click to own or whatever the fuck you want to call it, for free ones. So like PT, right? The demo for the Silent Hill thing or whatever.
Pilot teaser or whatever is what he calls it.
Yeah, it was free, so you just had to click to own it. But that's another example of like the rare occurrence where they will not let you re-download it. So once you delete it off your console, you cannot re-download it. But most of the time,
it's more often the exception than the rule that
it
happens.
is. Yeah. However, on iOS, there is another exception besides
Fortnite?
weird right rules, like copyright rules, where they do nuke the game, like in Flappy Bird's case. And that exception is if the iPhone that it was developed for is so old and that developer never updated the app, on new iPhones, they won't let you download it. So they changed architecture from a 32-bit operating system to a 64-bit operating system. And for whatever stupid reason, Apple didn't want to emulate a 32-bit operating system for the 32-bit apps. Even though it's the most basic emulation, it's just divide by 2 in all of your memory addresses and stuff. So there should be no reason it doesn't work, but they didn't want to implement it, so they're forcing everyone to update their apps. And if you downloaded an app from a developer that doesn't update their apps because the developer went away or just doesn't want to update their app anymore, then that app is dead.
As I put it, that's kind of different because it's like you're dealing with the Apple Store, and Apple's a massive bitch with their terms of service and stuff. That's why Fortnite was yeeted, because they're like, ugh, we're not making this much money off you, so get out of here.
That was a slightly different case, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Another example of something getting yeeted.
But, like, that's why I say apps versus games. Because, like, when you have, like, a full-fledged game, usually it's, like, I think Steam has, like, in their contract that you literally, like, you give them the rights to, like, have it perpetually on their server so people can download it type deal.
I don't know if there's been a case. There might be an odd one, like when I know they cracked down on a few like adult-rated games, and a couple scam games. Like those ones, you might not be able to re-download. But for the most part, like games that just have like lapsed licenses, like the Spider-Man games, they usually have licenses attached to them, so they can only be sold for so long. Those games you can obviously re-download whenever you want. And even games like Rocket League, where Epic bought the company that made Rocket League, and they switched it to where if you want to play the game, you have to download the
Epic Launcher.
the Epic Launcher.
Oh, so
But if you
volunteered your information to China?
Yeah. If you had it on Steam already, you didn't need to download the Epic Launcher. You could keep it on Steam. But you did need an Epic account to continue playing. So I did volunteer my information to China on that one.
Really?
But I still don't have that Epic Launcher installed on my machine.
Then how do you play Rocket League?
I said if you bought it on Steam, you can still play it on Steam.
Oh, you just have to log into the account. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Any new purchases, you have to buy it through the Epic Store or whatever.
Yeah, any new games. But like DLC is all through the game internally if you want to buy DLC. So you still don't need the Epic launcher for that. Just any new game. If they release like Rocket League 2, I would need to download the Epic launcher for that eventually.
I think Rockstar pulled some music from their game, so if you have to re-download it, those songs are gone.
Yeah, they pulled. Well, I don't know if they pulled the music from the Steam games. They might have. They might have pushed an update to delete those. I'm not positive.
I got GTA 4 for free on Xbox, so I don't know if they updated out the old songs. I feel like that's, like you were saying before, it's stupid. Like it should have, like, as long as the game can be played or whatever, they can just play it in its original form.
Yeah, I don't see legally why they would need to update out the old game or the old songs of a game that they sold to you like
I don't even know
10 years ago.
Keeping tabs on that is someone like, oh, you played what's popular song WAP in GTA 1 17 years ago. It's expired now. Take it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's copyright trolls that are doing that, and even like just in general, music, like Universal Music and shit are really they're tight with their licenses, and so I'm sure if for a game like GTA where like it sells billions of dollars worth of stuff every year, I'm sure they're keeping track on those licenses. But yeah, I'm not positive if they would have needed to send an update to remove the music from the old games. However, they may have done that for the free copies that they gave out. If they gave out free copies for
they have the full reign.
Yeah, I'm not positive if they might have done that, but I don't think they would have sent, if you owned it on Steam, I don't think they would have sent an update on Steam to say remove.
Well,
they might have, but I don't know.
Now that I think of it, in that case, couldn't I just like add my own music and replace it with all the radio stations? So then it's like I don't have to.
Well, I mean so back in the day, like when you actually owned it on PlayStation and PlayStation 2, you could like legitimately pop the disc out, or at least for PlayStation. I think also for PlayStation 2, you could pop the disc out and put in a CD, like just a normal music CD, and then tune your radio station to whatever station, and it would play the CD. So there may be some way to do that in the Steam digital world, some equivalent of doing
probably
that.
Mod it easy. But yeah, like that's kind of a cool idea. Speaking of which, I saw apparently Monster Rancher 1 and 2 or whatever is getting a deluxe Steam version, and I've never played it. I've never actually seen it, but then I remembered like, oh yeah, wasn't Brad saying how like you used to put in your own songs or CDs and it would make a monster out of them? And it's like, well, I guess I could just, the way it would work is you select a song file on your system and then it makes a monster or something, right? So that'd be kind of neat. And also it's like it won't run with those ass graphics, right? So might be worth it.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, if you have to leave, by all means.
All right. If you guys have another stream next time, give me a call. I might come by. I'm always open.
Yeah, we'll let people know. We have the notifications every week that we go live when we go live, so that'll be no problem. Thanks
All
for
right.
coming on.
You're welcome. See you later, Space Cowboys.
Bye.
So, yeah, like the Monster Rancher thing, like, that's kind of cool. Might pick it up. But, oh yeah, there's more comments. Oh no, there's new comments. There's new comments. Where were we? R isn't a rock star anymore. What does he mean by that?
R isn't
Like the
Rockstar
rating?
anymore?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Only the pirated version still has the original music, unless you still have a hard copy and or old download. There's a
Presumably,
downgrader
you
for
could.
the PC
Sorry, if there was an update that like legitimately removed the song
just don't
from,
get the update. Yeah,
just don't update the game.
that's kind of what I want to do with Cyberpunk. That's why I stopped playing, because I'm like, damn it, I'm still in the update where I can exploit the vending machine and sell it for a bunch of money and back and forth.
Yeah.
So I did go
I mean
back
that
to
with
it.
Pokemon. Like, I don't want to update Brilliant.
Diamond Pearl.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
want to just
whatever.
like bling out your whole, like all of your Pokemon as shinies.
I want to stay on the version that's like glitched the fuck out, so I can, hack whatever I want in if I need it.
I like my built-in action replay.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's great. Downgrader for the PC versions, but I do have the DVDs.
Oh, did
for
Matt
PC.
leave?
Yeah,
Matt
he
left.
yeah, he had to go.
Thanks. Watchers comes back to watch this. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, Reese is giving his thanks now. Oh yeah, and that's me complaining. Australia is leading the way for the rest of the world. They're setting an example for if they get away with draconian measures, other countries will follow. But the same could be said for like the countries that are just like, okay, we're done with this. Hopefully.
Speaking of Australia and COVID, the new strain that everyone's afraid of is called Omicron or Omicron or whatever. I swear to God, it sounds like a Transformer. Like,
yeah, it does.
Watch out
Like
for Omicron. He's
Unicron.
coming. Maybe that's why Japan locked down, because they're afraid. They think it's a Transformer coming to get them.
I still need to buy the 4K steelbook of the Transformers movie. My same friend who said Bebop live action was good, like Transformers movies, like his favorite quote anime. He's like, it's got the sickest opening and this and that.
I mean, the soundtrack is just dope.
Huh?
You need to find some new friends.
Well, he's not a friend in regards to anime at all, necessarily. Like, that's just a side effect, a side project.
It was a joke.
Oh.
You know, I guess Reese doesn't include himself as a friend, so rip.
Yeah.
Oh God! Oh, what the hell did I just do? So Brad mentioned there was a new Minecraft update, and I'm like, I'll check it out. And I just remembered that it just my email was assigned to a different gamer tag, and I'm getting PTSD. Like, I didn't use this account. It's one called like Antacid Graph, and I'm like, what the hell is this garbage? It was like auto-generated with my account. So I'm like, okay, that's great. So like, hopefully I can link it to a different profile. Yeah, Australia lost a war to emus. I find that still hilarious.
Twice, I think, if I remember correctly.
The one that looks like the two books. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, which were you wanting examples of? That's stupid. It was SimCity Deluxe was the game. What was what game?
It was the game that you downloaded on iPhone that doesn't work anymore.
Why would you want to play SimCity on a phone? Or isn't there like full console-y versions? I don't know. Had it on iPod Touch 4th gen. That gave you a lot of generations to find the optimal versions. They lost the license to some of the songs. The rights costs have gone up anyway. The new remasters are also missing songs.
Yeah, I know the remasters are for sure missing a bunch of songs.
He's missing the word "getting" and then off. So have fun with that. Enjoy yourself. I actually have a sub topic that I stumbled upon during the podcast. So we were talking about the guy who voices Wesker, and I was thinking, did he do Wesker in Resident Evil 5 as well? Because that was like, that's the Wesker I know, obviously. And I'm like, he was great as Wesker, whoever he was. So it turns out he was. But on the page of Resident Evil 5, there's a whole subheading that says allegations of racism. And I watched like a video talking about Resident Evil. I don't know what they said, made a mention to Resident Evil 5 in passing, about like, oh, and they're racist, whatever, something in Resident Evil 5. I'm like, what's racist about it? That they're killing black people? Like, they're zombies. It doesn't, like, they're in Africa. And what the subheading starts off with is Resident Evil 5 2007 Z3 trailer was criticized for depicting a white protagonist killing black enemies in a small African village.
Yeah.
They're zombies.
Yeah.
And in a small African village? Well, maybe in Africa there happens to be a lot of black people. So if they were white, you'd say, well, that's not representing
natives in an African village.
Yeah, that's not accurate to the actual thing. Where's the representation being accurate? But they probably wouldn't actually protest for that, because then it would mean that
find a problem with it regardless.
Yeah, you can never
killed.
Win. You can never win.
So I find it funny that that's the exact thing that was apparently racist. And then it says, according to News Seeker, blah blah. There was lots of imagery that the trailer dovetailed with classic racist imagery. Citation? Do they have a citation here? They don't. Although he acknowledged that only the preview had been released, Takeuchi said the game's producers were completely surprised by the complaints. The second trailer for the game released... Oh, here. Oh, no, this is a different... Oh, God damn it.
Oh,
I was gonna say, this is...
Damn it.
This is a different citation. Is this the citation? Oh. Oh, it's loading. Oh, this is an ad. Zombies in Resident Evil 5 become issue of race. No, it's an issue of zombie versus human. Like, no one complained about all the white zombies they massacred. What the hell am I looking at? At the top left, there's the little eyeball that says our viewers, and then there's an emoji.
Somebody left a heart react on the Facebook.
Well, thank you.
A care.
Was. But yeah. So that's just yeah. No one complained about like, oh, all the white people were massacred in Resident Evil other games. Actually, no, the Spanish were massacred in like Resident Evil 4, weren't they? But that wasn't racist. Oh. Forza Horizon 3 has been pulled from the Microsoft Store, presumably because they lost the license to the cars in our music. That's a new one, isn't it? Isn't like 4 or 5 the latest one?
Yeah, this is... I think I brought it up on an earlier podcast, but like going forward, companies really need to start
perpetually licensing out.
Getting these licenses just for like... It was one thing when it's like, okay, I'm going to be selling this game on the Super Nintendo. You know, in 5 years, I'm never going to be able to sell this game again because, you know, it'll be a new system, and you know, this game will be on the Super Nintendo still, and you know, whatever. Okay, fine. But now, in a world where
physical games are less prevalent.
Well, not just that, but like even physical games. Like you can take a physical Xbox game and put it into an Xbox One or an Xbox Series X.
Complete game. It needs an update, right?
Well, I mean, not that, but it'll work. Like it'll download something, whatever, but it'll work. They have Xbox original Xbox emulation on Series X. So you can take a game that was released in 2005 and physically and play it on your console today, your brand new console. And in order to do that, Microsoft
You need
has
to download the whole game. It's just they use the disc for a DRM.
correct. And because of that, they need the license to sell that game again. Even though you're not buying the game physically, they want to sell the game because they're letting you download it. So they need the license to let you download it. So the license that was given to them when they made the game in 2005 it has all expired. So now it's shit, and you can't. You need to renegotiate licenses and all that bullshit, right? And some people can't do it, and that's why some games aren't getting backwards compatibility. But and maybe back then you didn't think that PC would maintain support of games for fucking 20 years. So okay, fine. But now we're in a world where it's very clear that like video games are not like a niche thing. They're a main like a mainstay of culture. Old video games are being supported throughout new generations of hardware. PC games just seem to always be supported. So yeah, negotiate those long-term perpetual licenses so that you don't have to like fuck around in 10-15 years when you want to sell your game again. Like
Yeah, and also like game preservation stuff is like, you're just thinking ahead.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so I think that pretty much covers all the subtopics that I had in mind, besides saying that I'm calling out Twitch. So
dun dun dun.
what is it? So I said this to Brad, like that. It feels like it wasn't too long ago, but I was talking about modded Minecraft, and I'm like, yeah, they moved it to the Twitch launcher. That's like how you officially like add mods, and you can just like set up a mod pack, and then you can choose which mod pack you want to run, and that's how it works. And I just checked it, and they moved Twitch like has a third party separate thing dedicated to mods now. I mean, I actually kind of like that because I don't have to use Twitch specifically or whatever. I can just use this dedicated mod thing. Now, to their credit, when you download this, it automatically detects all your mod packs, so you don't have to like remake them and reconfigure them, and you lost all your saves and data. But I'm just calling them out because I promoted that to Brad about like, oh, Twitch has the mod launcher, but that's not true anymore. Like, why is it switching hands so much? But whatever. And apparently 1.12.2 is the version I made all my packs on. I think because... Oh, no. There's a 1.71. Because I liked the equivalent exchange mod, I think, and that stopped getting, like, supported. So someone just functionally patched it. So it's, like, it's not any different, but it's compatible with a later version compared to... Like, it's not the latest version, but it's later than what I was playing before. So you get more features. But yeah, I haven't played Minecraft in ages, so it's worth checking out this new new update.
It's been years.
Yeah,
years.
Well, we
and
should
years.
definitely do a stream whenever Brad has the luxury of actually having a game night on the channel.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, no. But yeah, get rid of that Forza Horizon. Oh, damn it, Reese! I have to send this picture to you because I was watching. What is that thing called? My Senpai is Annoying. Last night, the second episode got dubbed. And there's one of the funniest boob jokes that I've ever seen in a long time. If my internet would load.
Oh yeah.
I'm sending it specifically to you because I don't want to spoil it for Brad. Where is it? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that show's pretty good.
You know the one I'm talking about, though, right? The one with the planets.
Not the joke specifically, because I watched it when it was
Well,
airing.
it's like a visual. So it's you just see the flat chest next to Earth, which is really insanely dwarfed by the sun to the right of it. You know what I'm saying? I thought that cracked me up. And I'm liking the show so far, so that's good.
It's with the title that says "My Senpai is Annoying." There is like no annoying stuff in it. It's more
the annoyance
it's
is that
entirely
he's
a rom-com.
He's treating me like a child. That's what's quote annoying.
Yeah, and that literally kind of stops. It doesn't even do. He doesn't even do that anymore.
He sees her as a woman. I got to the titty bear part. As I call it.
Where it's currently at, they're basically almost like 2 steps away from actually being a couple.
They're basically smashing. I mean,
I am sorry to interrupt, but I am looking at the Demon Slayer complete box set, which includes the manga, which includes volumes 1 to 23.
Yeah.
And I guess very small spoiler. I just want a yes or no. On the box art for the big box, Kanjuro has 2 different color eyeballs. Is that a weird mistake, or is that in the thing? Does he actually get 2 different color eyeballs?
Tanjiro?
Yeah, the main guy.
Hold on.
Have you read all of the manga, Reese?
No, but I did get spoiled on
Did
something.
Tanjiro actually commits incest in the end?
Yes. Which side are we looking at? The one with
the one where he's standing next to Nezuko.
Okay, yeah. Is that? Hold on. Oh, that is weird.
Well,
I did hear spoilers that he loses an eye. So.
Why'd you spoil that for us?
that was not necessary. I said yes or no.
Well, I don't know. I thought it was the same image from volume 23, but it's not the same image from volume 23. He has his eyes closed. He has his eyes closed on the cover of volume 23.
Well, I was just asking for a yes or no, and you offered
I didn't
more
know for sure.
information than I needed to know. Was not nice.
You just ruined his childhood, okay? Like, that's not
good.
Cool.
At least you had a childhood to ruin.
Well, you're living in your childhood, aren't you, Reese? Like,
damn.
Yeah.
So, Green Line. I already discussed this with you, but I finally finished the long-awaited Island because, I was halfway through it. It feels like literally like a year and a half ago, and like I said, I was halfway through Island or whatever, and Green Line's like, "Oh yeah, finish Island and tell me what you think or whatever." It took me this long to finish it, so I rewatched from the beginning just to refresh myself and. Man, good thing I did because there's a lot of details I would have probably forgotten about or missed. But long story short, Island is really convoluted. Oh, no, be nice to Reese, says Osaro. I am.
Oh, Jam Island?
Whoa.
Yeah. I was explaining that I have finished the long-awaited Island. I only started recapping it, but yeah.
That's
I hear a nice buzz,
the Transformers.
Yeah, Greenland, are you on a different mic?
I'm on the same mic. Is it really that bad?
I increased his volume early because he was really quiet.
But no, it's really
be an old man
coming through pretty loud, or at least that's what the thing is showing me. On my own laptop is booming
Really,
or
it's
the
really coming through. I put you to
No,
half to the standard. Okay,
well, how do
Todd,
I explain it? It's like
I'm turning your mic. I'm gonna turn your mics down.
I already
Please
did
do.
that, Reese. You're gonna turn it down again? You.
Well, that was that like full volume.
Yeah, it was. I was talking and it was like, is it better?
Wait, I'll
guess.
even you out with Reese. But you have to speak for me to test it.
Holy crap! I can see you moving on your own.
Wait,
Yeah,
hang on.
Yeah, I can see it.
Magic sliders
Speak,
moving
green
on its
line.
own.
Yeah, I can see it. You're at 150 now. I can see it move
Speak,
across.
green line. We need to test.
103, 101,
Green line. You need to speak.
Testing.
100.
You have to continuously say testing.
Testing. Why is it moving up by its own?
It's not moving. Well, keep
Say the alphabet.
A B C D E F G H I
Okay,
J
Drew, we're
K.
good. I believe you guys are balanced now.
Are we? Is my mic moving?
Oh yeah, it's moving.
Well, no. Is it like the volume was like messing with itself? I wasn't even clicking.
That's what I'm saying. FDM's moving it.
Oh, okay.
We were
I was like,
controlling
what?
you. We were was it the puppet?
I'm so sorry
masters
about
in
that,
the
you
show?
guys. I didn't realize that it was like.
I thought you were using a regular mic and then you got switched to your laptop mic or something. It
No,
sounded so weird.
It's the same mic. It's the same
It sounds
headset
like
they've been
he
using.
put his mic up to like his laptop or something, and it started like you could hear the fan or something in HD. But yeah,
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I didn't realize. Island. You're talking about Island because we had a whole conversation.
Yeah, I was bringing it up so we could what do they call it? Not bury the hatchet, but like sell the record or
You have to like bear in mind that I haven't seen Island for like months, probably close to a year since I finished it.
Oh
so
yeah,
a lot of
it
this
was like a year or a year and a half when you said, "Oh, you're watching Island, you should finish it." And I'm like,
Wait, hold on.
"Okay." And then now
Let's see if clicking automatically adjust mic volume will do anything, because that's what we have. You and I.
He was so quiet before when that was selected, so that's why I manually.
Say, hey, Gina, or Greenline, say something.
Something.
Hey, that's perfect.
Okay. But no, I was very like some of the things I understood, and some of the things I was like, I don't remember any of that.
To sum it up, I think Island was unbelievably convoluted.
I won't say that it's terrible, but I just didn't like how it ended and how everything was like, really?
Are you saying like you invested in insert character here for so long and then they just
Not
like
necessarily.
do a
I
bait
just
and
thought,
switch?
Well, like you said, to sum it up, it was very convoluted. It was like so the mom or
the ends didn't really justify the means.
Yeah, it's like you could have had an entire conversation and cleared that up midway through the show, and
they literally did not need to travel through time to achieve that. They could have just been in the same timeline the whole time and said like, oh, actually time traveling happened and we unraveled the mystery.
Yeah, and to clarify, because I wasn't able to clarify before, because I suck at typing. My typing is pecking. I type so slow. So to clear it up, I don't think that the story in and of itself was trying to suggest that he might get with his daughter. However, it just seems that way through the narrative of the show. Like the show's narrative, it almost seemed to push in that direction. I understand that
it seemed that way, but
he was trying to avoid
really
that.
Weird feeling. Like he was so distant in some way that like I was just picking up on that I also didn't feel like it.
Right, that's fair.
Like
I didn't,
together, and it's also because it's a harem allegedly, so it's like there's the ultimate roots.
So it gave me the vibe that it was trying to like pick up on the.
So I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for other girl to like. I mean, they're not officially doing this, but it's like to pitch themselves as why I'm the best waifu. I was waiting for each girl to take their turn, but they just kind of like briefly introduced the other ones and then went hard back onto what's her face. And then full focused on that. I'm like,
and then it was like, and then it ended with the mom being revealed as the girlfriend or the girl that he fucked in the show, and it's just like, what the?
I thought that in general was just kind of weird.
I wasn't like mad. I was just dumbfounded. I was like, okay.
Basically, I mean, I can agree with that.
All right.
As I said, I feel like I was assuming that something bad was going to go down, like people would die and it would be the consequences of, oh no, the prophecy meant that. It meant, everyone's going to be killed and this and that or
there
something.
were these over explanations of just random bullshit that was like,
I guess the small girl or whatever, her prophecies were all BS apparently, because it's like you're thinking that, well, all of these prophecies must be true, so lots of stuff's going to go down.
There were just so many threads that were just like entangled within themselves that I was just like, okay, I really over-invested in the story than I should have.
Yeah, but I felt with the so when I saw the actual ending, I'm like, oh wait, really? That's actually kind of a good ending, isn't it?
It is. I'm just saying there's so many Chekhov guns that were just like, huh?
But the main thing about the ending is that like once you find out, like you're like, oh, that's actually, I guess, kind of sweet, but it's like you don't. It's a hollow victory because you don't feel fulfilled because you didn't like have all that development with the character throughout the whole time. That's why I feel like there's been a specific anime where it's like they have an entire long drawn out arc. I mean, you can think of it like Sasuke and Naruto. They spend like 90% of the show chasing after Sasuke, that by the time they get Sasuke back, if they do, it's like, are you really fulfilled? Because they weren't like interacting with each other in the ways you enjoyed and fondly remember.
Yeah.
They were at each other's throats, and it's like, okay, by the time you get it back, it ends when they can finally have an opportunity to like be chill again, right? So in the same way, it's like I didn't enjoy them having good chemistry and being good characters together. It was just like, oh, now they're a thing, and I'm like, then it ends, and I'm like, okay, that's great as a payoff for all that torment. I mean, to one might say that the payoff feels better when you get to it because you go through all that torment, like how in Steins Gate you go through all that through hell and back, and then when you get to the end result, you're like, okay, you know what, everything's good in the end. But
whereas Island, I feel like nothing had a chance to develop.
Breathe. It was like back to back talking about prophecy and melodrama. Like the melodrama was a huge annoyance because it's like especially with what's her name, Renee, all talking about like, oh, but my prophecy, are you guy? No, you're not guy. It was this guy, and it's like, oh, I need to go back and find him. I'm guilty.
There was just so many things put in them, so many things that I was just like, I was just angry. I was like, why did I waste my time with all of this when it could have been summed up in 5 minutes?
I mean, I'll give you this: if you rewatch the series, it would probably be better knowing where it's going to go, so you're not like, you don't have this angst of like, oh,
I would it's like I know how everything's going to turn out.
Yeah, well, the correct girl to like keep an eye out for, so you can like
I guess
see all her cues. You can see her cues and be like, oh yeah, she's babe. But like I said,
like a show shouldn't
so
be
little time. She has so little screen time. It's like, do you care? We see. Oh, that's.
I feel like it shouldn't have its value on rewatch. I feel like the initial watch should be.
For sure. That's like DNA Angel. Like when I first watched it, I was like, oh, he likes insert girl here. And then when they do a bait and switch at the end, I'm like, I mean, I actually like that better, but now I feel weird because I wasn't cheering for the right girl the whole time. But if I rewatch it, I'd be like, God damn, that's the right choice.
Yeah, no, so Footnum, like I told you in Discord, I thought, okay, so I understand that this, more than likely, I could be wrong, was a visual novel. It screams.
It is. It had that Kickstarter, which I believe still hasn't shipped. You could get the Blu-ray. Still hasn't shipped, and it was going to be sub-only limited edition clamshell AIDS. So we got our Funimation copy over here way earlier, which I'm glad I did.
Dual audio.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
the part that just really irks me is that they turned a visual novel into like this, like it's like I assume it's some like 50
It's
hour
probably
or,
like 40 hours or something of content.
story into like here's 13 or 12 episodes or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
into 4 hours. So
5
you gotta-
hours.
and it's like, dear God, like this is not one of those ones that you want to do that with.
That's kind of
Or-
like my problems with Persona. Random 11, can you link that in the private chat so I can actually click on it? Was it Persona? It's so hard. Like, it took me quite a few hours. I'd say you could probably be in at least 60 hours, maybe even earlier, but let's say 60 hours. You're condensing 60 hours worth of content and fleshing out like all the characters, and I mean all the characters, because Persona is all about like social links. You have
Are you talking about 5 or 4?
Either one.
Okay,
They both have anime, but
Right.
you have 10 ranks of social links for each character, even the side characters. So you have 10 opportunities to like build up their characters with each other, and then for the main characters, you have all these other interactions throughout the story events, and it all builds up into like a much more thorough and satisfying experience. And then when you have the anime, the biggest problem is that they completely, at best, if they speed run the social routes, in Persona 4 they initiated like all of them, and they speed ran all of the side characters in that summer festival episode. That was a huge slap in the face. I'm like, you're kidding me. You did all of that in one episode.
So what you're telling me is that Persona 5 the animation is not worth picking up.
Well, I'm talking about 4.
Okay.
Persona 5 is a different case. But Persona 4, yeah, so they crammed all of that into 24-ish episodes. I'm surprised they actually covered like the whole story, but it's like it felt so condensed that you didn't get the full effect of what made Persona 4 great. Especially more specifically with the characters, you get absolutely cucked on them, especially when it's like, oh yeah, I just started the social routes for each of the characters. You don't even get to explore them or go complete their arcs, like but Persona 5 is similar, but Persona 5 I think is the best adaptation of a Persona game. They did a really good job, honestly, like covering the base story and everything. They even did the ending, which I don't know why I'm surprised they did the ending, but I like that ending way better than the re-released where they changed the ending with the DLC Persona 5 the Royal or whatever.
Okay.
But you know what they did with Persona 5? They made some OVAs, and one was the Valentine's episode, which shows all the roots with all the girls. Oh!
Okay.
Girls,
waifus take priority, but
right.
That is way more than Persona 4 did. Like I said back in the day, I'm like, Persona 4, the ultimate thing they could do for an adaptation is like make a specific character route, like episode, like couple episodes or whatever for each character. Not that would happen, kind of like how Clannad at the end of season 1, it shows the alternative routes if you didn't pick Nagisa. And then in Persona 5, they literally do that. So I'm like, dude, that's sick. But they did it in one episode, so like some of the routes were kind of like compared to others, and others were even like, what was that? But like it at least gives you the sense of like, holy crap, they followed through to some degree. Now, granted, they don't actually go through the full social routes with each character still, but I think for what they managed to do, it was a really good effort, pretty good job, and you know, it's a really good way to experience the actual story. Like, it's only 26 episodes. You don't have to, like, I think I sunk 70 hours into that game to beat it the first time.
I'm 100 hours in.
I was like 100 and something to when I replayed it for Persona 5 the Royal. And I wanted my time back because, god damn it, that was... Like, they had a lot of nice small feature changes and quality of life things. But that does not warrant me spending another frickin' $90 or whatever it is in Canadian dollars. like to play the exact same game again just for these minimal updates. You could have made that a patch. You could have made that a DLC for like $10.
Yeah.
And the new character was fine, but like it wasn't all that great, honestly. She was just like, "Oh, I'm the sports girl or something."
Ballerina.
And then the new villain or whatever, I'm like, that's okay, but it's like the ending was way worse. At least the first ending, he like goes back home with the crew, like they're on a road trip type deal. And this one, he's like, "Oh, I'm making my escape on his own," and then cab driver guy, not spoiling, and then it's like, okay, and then it's like, oh, hinting that insert character here is still alive, even though I hate that character because he's been a dick the whole series or been revealed to be one. But anyway, so that was dumb. Regarding
but people like Pancake Boy.
I love how that's his identity. No, like the whole time, it's like,
I didn't like
he's
him
up
very
to
much.
something. He's a snake.
No, I didn't like him. He's a dick. He does his job well, and that's he's a dick.
And then he reveals himself as a dick, and you're like, cool. Now I can confirm that I hate you. And then it's like, here's the bromance in the DLC. It's
So what
like,
you're saying is original Persona 5 is better.
oh, well, the thing is, you have the option to go with the original ending, I guess, if you choose. So it's like, might as well take the original, right? It's a better place to end it. I'm assuming Strikers actually picks up where
Original Persona left off?
leaves off? Question mark?
And by original, I mean 5. 5 original.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter which one it leaves off on, because it leaves off. The point is, like, one of the games, it's a sequel, I'm assuming, story-wise. Not that they're adding a ton.
I own, but I haven't played yet because I haven't beaten Persona 5.
I want to buy the Steam version. But it's kind of like how Persona 4, they made those dancing games, which are technically sequels. Or, sorry, the dancing game and then the fighting games. Both of them. They're technically sequels. So I'm like, God damn it, I gotta play them. That's why I bought the PS4, like the dancing games for Persona 3 and 5 or whatever. The collector's pack. Because I'm like, well, if I can extend the story by any amount, I'd be cool with that, even if I have to put up with the rhythm game. Like, no rhythm games are good unless they're Guitar Hero, in my opinion, because you have like an instrument that's physically like simulating slightly what it would be like to actually play the instrument. That's just my opinion, though. Because like, if you use a controller for every single rhythm game, it's like, cool, I'm playing the electronic beat machine. That's my logic anyway. To answer your question, Random 11, how much is this? $200. I mean, I theoretically would probably get it, but I don't know, man. It depends on your other buy priorities.
Oh, I already pre-ordered it, so.
Well, you're talking about the Roxy figure?
Yeah.
Buy from Ami.
No.
It's a shipping
Why?
cheaper?
It's cheaper.
Is it?
It's not cheaper.
The
Yeah, it is.
shipping and import?
No, it's not cheaper.
Why is it cheaper?
Shipping,
well,
import, Reese.
But it's still coming from
Even-
Amazon Japan.
no. Okay, so hold on one sec.
Amazon Japan
on-
Amazon Japan is 17,028.
Yeah, but that's with tax. You gotta back tax out. So when
Yeah.
you put it in your cart,
Ami is 1,500 or
Okay.
15,000. It's
Okay,
like 20
when
bucks
you-
less.
Okay, listen, please. When you put it in your cart, you got to back the tax out because Amazon advertises it with the tax, and you don't have to pay tax because you're in America. So when you put it in your cart, Amazon backs the tax out. So it's actually 15,480
It takes off the
yen.
tax in
Plus 6,500
Amazon
shipping. Holy crap.
Yeah, so it's 65. Well, for me, it's 6,300 yen shipping, and 2,000 yen import fees. So,
Holy Christ!
however, that said, Ami doesn't tell you how much shipping it is until it comes
It's
out.
still cheaper. Yeah, it's only $20.
It's not cheaper. It's not cheaper.
Yeah,
it's not
it
at
is.
all cheaper.
To
What are you
US,
talking
it's
about?
$20, but to Canada, it's probably
How
like
is it only $20?
6,500 yen.
They tell you that it's only $20 shipping. They don't tell you how
Yes,
much
it is.
shipping is on Ami.
Yen to
In my
US.
experience, when I pre-order
Yeah.
on Ami, they will not tell you how much shipping is until it releases.
Yeah, that's
then
correct.
they'll
And it's usually never more than $20.
Okay.
that's the
Well,
US
you can
gets a lot
roll
of
that die. I'm. The other thing is when
How about we
as a
both buy it and compare them when they get shipped?
Compare figure sizes.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
As a Canadian, I also have to worry about import tax,
Oh
which
God.
Amazon prepays.
Okay.
Uh,
That's good.
And Ami doesn't. So when Ami ships me something,
Yeah,
I have to
you're
worry
gonna
about
get hit
getting
with customs,
billed.
and they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, $10 handling fee because it
Yeah.
took us so much work to handle your package." I just want to say I love your.
I guess you are
pronunciation.
Canadian too, aren't you?
I am.
No.
But I will say, regardless, the base price is cheaper on Amazon if you put it in your cart and look at the actual cart. Because it's only 15,480, and Ami
Do you
is
have to make a
15,700.
do you have to make
Got
a
Japan
separate
account.
Amazon account for Amazon JP?
So Amazon uses your same
I don't remember.
credentials if you log into a different Amazon dot whatever. You do have to like re-add your card, but otherwise it's like kind of a universal account. At least with
Yeah.
mine, I think.
If I had to change if I had to create an account, I just use the same credentials, but I don't remember.
Yeah, that's the worst
specifically.
case.
It's
Anyway.
not letting me sign in with my regular credentials, so it seems like you have to make a new one.
Yeah. Oh, and okay, that's probably why you weren't seeing it back out the tax, because you need to have it set up to ship to an American address, and then it'll back out the tax.
To answer your question, Legendary Anime JP Fan 2, horribly for me because I don't have money to throw around at stuff. But for others, I hear Right Stuff's sale is turning them into a what is it called? Basically bankrupting them.
For some things, it depends. I got half off on certain things.
They're not doing free shipping to Canada on a lower tier than $250, are they?
Okay, I was gonna say, did they even get rid of the 250 threshold?
That's what I'm wondering.
Well, I
Like-
mean, usually the Christmas sale is when you go all out and spend more than 250 anyway. At least in my opinion.
Not me. I bought all the stuff I already wanted earlier on full price.
Oh, you got the good deal.
Yeah, the good deal of full price.
Yeah, I'm just upset that what is it? There's all these releases that I'm like, God damn, I'm behind on. I gotta get Akira 4K. There's like all those Funimation limited editions. I feel like there's another one. I mean, that Transformers Steelbook I mentioned. I mean, I want to get those 4K things that are coming up, but they're not all particularly limited or anything, so that can wait. But yeah, I'm just like, oh, missed opportunity.
I missed,
basically the only thing I want right now is the whatchamacallit? The puzzle thing.
The Malayan puzzle.
Yeah.
Is that on sale?
The box or the actual puzzle?
The box. I got the puzzle already.
Yeah.
It's on pre-order, so I don't think it would be on sale.
No,
that's what
I think it comes out in like April or something, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's why I was only really
February.
interested sometime in the spring. That's why I was only really interested in if they had like a discount on
Yeah, they hardly ever
minimum
put
for shipping.
pre-order stuff
I don't think they've ever reduced the shipping threshold because they had this one sale that pissed me off. They're like, we're having a Canada something sale, and I was like, you sure aren't if you're not gonna lower the shipping threshold, because they were talking about like, oh, we appreciate our Canadian customers. I'm like, no, you don't, you dumb whores. But to Sentai's credit, they used to have a lower threshold of $200 free shipping, but then because they assimilated so closely to using Right Stuff's shipping center, they realized, $250, we gotta raise it. And I'm like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I got some things that are worth like 60 for like 30. So that's decent.
That's a nice deal.
Some things.
Oh,
I never did think to look at the Sentai sale.
One of these is
Sentai has some of those limited editions that I was waiting forever to go on sale. And I'm like, oh, god damn it, another thing I could have bought theoretically.
Another one of these I got for like for example, one of these is a save edition that I picked up random 11, and it's typically like $20 that I got for 15, so I saved a few dollars. Not a lot, but I saved a little bit. As an example.
Yeah.
It's not an essential.
And then, like I said, I got there's a limited edition from Viz that I picked up for 35. That's usually like 60.
So what is it? Random 11. I like your pronunciation. Is calling Ami Ami and waifu.
Is that not how you pronounce it?
Well, AI is an I sound, so it's waifu. And then what is it? Ami. So Japan pronounces their A's as ah. So a I o is their.
Yes. Okay.
But that's why I always call it Ami Ami.
It would be.
I think normally people typically pronounce it that way. Random 11's just different.
Not normal.
You know, he's got an iPhone, so he thinks different. Even though differently is the actual proper grammar.
It's okay. He's not retarded. He has an iPhone.
No, that's why he's retarded. But I think Brad, because of Apple, he's used the word like the phrasing of like oh, they're doing something different or something. And I was thinking differently, my grammar ho. But yeah, so Ami Ami waifu. That's the lesson of the day.
Waifu. It's waifu.
It's like wafer crackers or whatever when you say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that was their that's their vowels. A I U E O.
Yes,
so you just like apply
just like
that.
Manga and manga.
Manga and mango.
Dude, I said if
It
I
would
ever
technically be
like,
manga.
You know how they have manhua and manhua for like China or something?
Yeah.
I was thinking if Canada had like a manga sub brand that like theoretically I'd make or something, I'd call it manga, like spelt manga, but pronounced manga.
When I was a kid, I used to like drawing, so I would back in the day there used to be a thing called a book fair at my school.
Same.
Scholastic.
Back in the day, Scholastic
book fair.
Before. When you had $7, you were riding high and buying everything off the shelf. Everybody was
I think
tipsy.
the best Scholastic things I ever had, they had these things called like book orders or something when you were younger.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yep, the paper, like a little catalog book orders.
Yeah, and the best things I got out of that was video games. Like I got like 3 of them.
Mine didn't sell video games.
Well,
you might be a
neither
little.
did ours.
Well,
You're a little younger than me.
The book fair didn't sell video games, but the catalog book orders sold video games.
Like the only 4-page catalogs.
I was like, "This is sick, bro."
I don't remember.
But the book
specific-
fairs, I don't know. They just
The book
had, like,
fairs. The cool things at the book fairs were the science
pencils
kits.
and
They used-
erasers and pens.
Yeah, those used to be good too. But the science kits were I like the science kits. I never got them. I just like looking at them. My parents
I
would
think
buy them
the
for me.
biggest thing I ever got from that catalog was like Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, back when it first came out in 2000.
Oh, do you remember those, like, what are those books with the dragons on the cover? It's like Aragon or whatever, and then there's like Eldest
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah,
Aragon, Eldest, Inheritance, or Brissinger,
I read
and
the first.
Inheritance.
Yeah, Brissinger. I read the first 2 books, and then I realized that, or maybe even the first 3, if there's 4 of them. I didn't read the last one for sure.
Yeah, I read the first 3, and then I didn't read the 4th one for some reason.
Yeah, but I realized that it was basically a ripoff of every other novel ever.
Every
Like
other
Star
novel
Wars,
ever.
Harry Potter. No, seriously, like his dad is like, it's like there's like a "No, I'm your father" scene.
Yeah.
Like,
And his brother
you know,
was evil.
yeah, he's the author is not original at all.
I mean, no author is,
and
because originality's
so
dead.
I just was like, I'm done with this book.
So,
but what I was gonna say before you interrupt
okay.
me again,
Okay.
was there was a drawing book about how to draw manga, and I bought it, and it was obviously not a really good book. It was written by like an American or
I
Canadian,
have one
I don't
of
know, whatever.
those.
Not a Japanese person, not a legitimate book.
Well,
it sucked.
It's not legit.
But the point is that it was there, and it was what I bought. But this was also early days internet, and there was a question, and I swear to God, there was books that had it printed as Magna,
Magna?
Magna.
I'm reading some Magna right now.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I don't remember if any book actually had it as Magna, or if it was just bad googling. But I swear to God, there were some books. Anyway,
yeah.
So you were saying that you want to create some Canadian thing. That's what you got to name it, Magna.
Magna? Yeah,
Yeah.
these Magna comics are.
Looks just like Amine.
Oh, we have to capitalize on that. Like I put Fumination Amine as a suggestion. Hey Seb.
Seb.
So
Oh,
the
shit
thing I
is
was
money,
saying-
isn't it?
The thing I was saying about does that mean the JoJo's launched, or is that a later time today? Did I just make you pre?
Hold on. I'm just checking to see. Netflix stuff goes up at midnight Pacific time, doesn't it?
So that's in like 2 hours. I'll still be up, but I mean,
Yeah.
dumb. So the thing I was saying about the
Gotta wait 2 hours still. God damn it.
thing I was saying about those dragon book things is I would always see them at like I'd see older kids reading them, and I'd always look at the cover and be like, oh, there's a dragon on it, I want to read those books. So I said to like my mom at like a book fair or something, I'm like, I want that one or whatever, and she's like, I mean, she understood that it's like it was a higher reading level or something like that, like all the pages had like all the small text on it and stuff, and then I'm like, I want that one, and she's like, no, you're not gonna read it or something. Basically was the gist of it. And after a few years or whatever and a lot of persuading, she did get me one of the books, and she was
the
correct.
last
I
one
did
in the
not read
series.
it. I read like, because I hate reading, so I like I've explained it before, but it's like I start to read it, and if I'm not immediately into it, I do not process anything I read. I read the whole page, and I'm like, what did I just read? I don't remember a single thing I just read. So that was that book for me. I did not actually read it, and it was pain and suffering. And then they made a movie of it that I can't remember if I watched or not. But either way, the point is, don't buy a book just because it has a cool cover if you're gonna be a lazy bastard.
Are you saying don't judge a book by its cover?
No, judge a book by its cover so you can read it, not read it. So you cannot read it.
I went, speaking of the movie, I went and saw the movie in theaters because I liked the book.
Seen the movie. I also seen it in theaters.
I thought it was awful, and that was the only time
it was a terrible movie.
And I thought it was the awful. I mean, this was like what 2006 or something when it was made. 2005, 2006. I thought it was awful. It butchered.
I think
the
it was
book.
later than that.
No, I was still in high school. I thought it was awful, and that was the only time that when I saw a movie in theaters, that was the only time I've ever heard people actually applaud the end of a movie.
Really?
It was an awful movie.
It was an awful movie, and I just rewatched it, so I should know.
You rewatched it
what
recently?
Yeah, it was on, and I was like, oh, I kind of need something to watch while I'm on doing the dishes.
I like Jeremy Irons as what's his name, Brom, the old dude, but then he dies at the end of the movie anyway. He's basically
and there's
the
Malkovich
Obi-Wan.
as the bad guy.
Yeah.
I just remembered why I was so interested in the series because I saw the book Eldest, and I'm like, it's a red dragon. Red's my favorite color. Dragons are cool.
We were into that book from the first one, because that's how legit we were.
What do you mean you're into that book from the first one? You mean like immediately?
The first one was Saphira or whatever, right?
Aragon.
Yeah, but
Saphira, and then I think the Thorn. I think is the red one.
No, the red one's Eldest or whatever.
No.
Or wait,
no. Eldest isn't a name. It's a concept.
It's a concept. Oh, he's
I don't
the
remember.
Dragon.
I don't remember.
It's the eldest brother.
The problem
all I do
with
remember
the frickin'
Let me just finish one quick thing. Yes, it is a cover. So Saphira was on the first cover, Blue Dragon, and I was like, "Oh, cool!" And we read that book, and we're into the story before there was a second book. So then we had to wait for the second book to come out,
right?
And then we got the second book, and we read it, and we were like, "Oh, we're still into it." And then we got the third book, and I think we started to read the third book, and that's when I was just like, "Nah, I'm out. I'm out of this."
I remember reading the third book in high school, I think it was senior year, and for some reason, I read it all night long. This was in the middle of a school week too. I was up all night reading it. So and I went to school the next day. I was like dead tired. I just remembered, and this was when I was home alone for the week. So I didn't have my dad going, go to get your ass to bed. You got school in the morning, kind of thing. So I was sitting in the kitchen reading all night long. that third book. That was it. That was the story. I thought it was funny.
But yeah, I was not as big of a fan as you were. At that point, I had realized the tropes were just adding up, and I was like, I'm done with this book.
It turned
too many tropes. Too many copying storylines.
I can't remember which.
The movie and the games. There was a game?
Yeah.
I don't remember the game.
The game based on the movie.
Oh, well, that means that it automatically sucks.
Yeah.
Like if
it's
they
like all the Harry Potter
On
games.
the book, maybe they'd have it.
Yeah. If they made a revamped Harry Potter video game series based on the books.
There is a new Harry Potter book or a Harry Potter game coming out that looks pretty good.
Oh,
it takes place like way back when.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Hogwarts.
I hate the aesthetic of Harry Potter though. Everything's made of like wood and I don't know. And I just I associate like my brother like had a wand that he took from one of his friends and they like shoved it in one of his friend's asses. Like
what the fuck is going on there?
By that I mean he like jabbed it at him. Okay, I don't mean like some. he like jabbed him in the ass with it. I don't mean he like went into like a full like full intimate moment. Like I shoved it in his ass. Like,
Jesus Christ.
All I'm
You know,
saying
there
is I
was a-
associate Harry Potter with
there was a
that,
news
and it
story
has
about,
ruined
like,
Harry Potter for me.
There was a news story about a group of boys that like all got fucked with broomsticks at in a school in Toronto. Or like, were you part of that school? I forget
No,
what the name of the school was.
no.
That happened.
Well, maybe my brother inspired some terrorists with that. Well,
I have a lot
either
of
way,
fond memories with
I
Harry
have to live
Potter.
with that for the rest of my life. Every time I see Harry Potter, when they flick their wands at each other, and I'm like, ugh. But yeah.
And I was at the age where Harry Potter got, as cliche as it is, as often as you hear it, it was the series that got me into reading. So
But reading
I do have
sucks,
fond
so
memories.
That's
You know what
does
series
suck.
got me into reading? MSN
That's a good series, isn't it?
and Pokemon.
I'll say this: Pokemon's good gateway to teaching kids how to read. That's what my one coworker did with her son.
I thought Pokemon was the gay way thing.
I mean, it is, but it at least incentivizes kids to learn how to read, despite not knowing how garbage copy paste those games are. Oh, is that what I was thinking about? Copy and paste when you brought it up. Yeah.
Oh, I never finished off my
So,
thoughts on the Cowboy Bebop movie.
yeah, go for it.
And since he's not here, I was gonna. Oh yeah, why do you think the movie is a sequel, or what? Why do you think Spike survived after the end of the series? So, the end of the series. I mean, we were like throughout this halfway through the series, we learn about the star fading, or the star falling. It's the death of a warrior, and at the end of the series, we see after Spike does the bang and falls, and then we roll credits, we see only one star fade, and so it could either be Vicious or Spike. And throughout the movie, I mean, it starts with Spike is laying on the couch, just as Spike, wake up, time to go, and then Spike rolls over, and then we go into the convenience store thing. And then halfway through the movie, after the tram thing where Spike gets shot and he like blacks out or passes out, we hear Jet's voice again saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Spike?" He died. Actually, he was dead for the beginning, which could be talking about either Vincent or Vicious. And then again, at the end of the movie, we see Spike back on the couch, waking up from a dream, and he can see those the butterflies that, are these butterflies showing me a dream, floating around in his hand, and he goes to catch one, and then he opens it up, and it's gone. Like he's finally awake from his dream.
This is why I hate all this convoluted symbolism, hazy bull crap. It's like, God, because no one can come to agreement on anything. It's like, oh, he's totally left. No, he's dead. No, he's
so.
Just
I mean,
dead.
that was my initially. That was my thought. Oh, this is like a dream he's having while he's recovering from his wounds from fighting Vicious, because Vicious's star was the one that faded, and Spike's still alive and recovering. But thematically, it is better that the star is Spike's and Vicious didn't get a star to fade.
They really
because he wasn't warrior
had
enough.
a falling meteorite crash into the Bebop crew and just end it all, so we don't have to try and figure out definitively if he's alive or not.
Yeah.
But can we just address Spike when he got shot clean through the chest? I'm like, dude, you're not coming back from that. You got shot at least in the heart, and one of your lungs through both sides.
And Vincent specifically says, "Oh, I shot off center just to miss everything." He's just like,
no,
what?
that looks centered to
Still
me.
got shot, man.
Dude, that at least he has a freaking bullet through both halves.
He's got.
Of his
I mean,
lung.
also when
and he
Vincent,
fell into the water, so he easily got one of his lungs full of water.
Yeah, and when Vincent grabs Spike's chest and twists, breaking his ribs.
That I did not get that. I'm like, really? How do you get such a good grip and like a lethal grip on him to go?
And then be able to, like, yeah, I don't know.
I found it funny how every single fight started with the guns, and then both of them had such chattily reflexes to either dodge or get the guns out of their hands, and then it's like, oh well, we're back to fists, and I'm like, what? Okay, I guess whatever.
Still have to admit the fight choreography for the movie is fantastic.
Well, yeah, that's why it's fantastic because they clearly rotoscoped it from Naruto, the Neji fight. I'm joking, by the way. That quite literally people do.
The opposite happened.
Yeah. Now, the fight looked good and everything. I feel like there were some parts of the fights that kind of felt like a formality. I'm like, okay, I get it. You've swung like 50 times already. Can we just like end this? Especially the second fight that I'm like, dude, Spike is so injured right now. He is not in shape to be fighting him at this capacity.
Right.
And then it's like, oh, finally, girl came around with a gun. And then it's like, oh, then he gets shot. And then I'm like, okay,
you just got blown away. And, oh, yeah, I remember you. We had sex. That's why you have my blood.
Well, that was my question. I was like, they must have smashed and exchanged blood. But then I realized, wait, no, they were on the train and he let off that grenade or whatever.
Yeah, but
she probably inhaled
the thing,
it there.
the realization that was before he actually got to it. They actually make it, so it happened when they had a relationship before.
Well, he said she was the girl I loved or whatever. I remember how. And
yeah,
I don't know why she.
You were the one with the nice ass.
Okay. Freaking like he like I don't know why she couldn't remember, or maybe she was just lying to Spike in that dialogue, I guess. But I found it. I think movies like this are kind of weird because, like, well, they didn't kill off Elektra, so theoretically she could recur back in one of the episodes, but a movie exclusive. I guess that counts towards the theory that was after, but whatever.
Yeah.
I find it kind of stupid that they made a movie after the fact that's like, oh, it takes place between such and such episodes, or something like that. Like, I mean, being a fan, and then like they release a movie, and you're like, "Oh, is Spike really alive?" And then it's like, "Oh,
is it a sequel? The sequel? Oh, no, wait, no, it can't be a sequel.
It's a what would you call it? It's not a prequel because it's in the middle. It's like, oh
mid-quel?
No, it's actually, it's what?
A midquel?
A midquel. Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's not. I don't know if that's an official term, but I know people have been using that for like the Lion King.
Well, we might as well use it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that would just be kind of annoying, and I find it annoying just like for the decision of like, oh, when do I watch this? You know, just from that perspective.
Just watch it after the series.
Well, I technically did because last time I watched the series was like in 2015. So it is after, way after.
I watched the movie before I watched the series, so.
I mean, I guess you could treat it the same way you describe Lupin. It's like, you know, if you know the characters enough, you can probably watch it.
Yeah, that's basically how I introduced this. I showed this movie to my mom back, way early in my anime fandom. And we just watched the movie, and I just thought, okay, these are bounty hunters, and it's kind of creepy, kind of crazy.
Kitties without nipples, and she's like, ah.
and then when the Blu-ray finally came out, we watched the series, and then we watched the movie again, and she liked it a lot. And then she said she had tried watching the live-action series. and she couldn't get past episode 2. I was like, good. It
Good.
sucks.
Very good.
Have you guys watched Read or Die for the Watch Club yet?
No. Yet another 26 episode series we're going to add on to it. I think it's
What is
probably
it?
because the collectability is so AIDS. Like they
Read
released
or
that
Die.
Blu-ray, that Blu-ray
Read or
box
Die?
set
Yeah.
that is like $1 bajillion if you buy it third party now. And the only other affordable
We might do
option-
the OVA, but not the
Is-
TV series.
That's before, right?
I don't know. I think it's like 2 separate entities.
Oh, really? So it's like the OVA adaptation and the TV?
I think it. I don't. Hang on.
I thought that was just the OVAs came first and then the sequel. Well, Random 11, aren't you the expert here?
Expert on Read or Die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
watched the series when it was on Cartoon Network, but I'm not
really?
an expert.
I
Okay, yeah, I guess it could be
well, we're figuring
My
you
anime-
know if the OVA.
My
I have no
anime
clue
list.
about OVAs.
My anime list says the TV series is a sequel to the OVA. So. Yeah.
So I was correct.
All I know is it was a weird title because on Cartoon Network for the guide it showed up as ROD the TV.
Rod.
Yeah.
So I used to read that as Rod the TV, and I was like, I have no clue what that means, but okay, I'll watch it.
Is this a Hot Rod cartoon or
Hold on.
something?
I still don't really understand the title really.
Where's
But
this
Read
at?
or
Oh,
Die.
is this like
because they're
Crunchyroll?
obsessed with reading. They're like read
yeah, no,
or die.
I get the
is
Read or
one.
Die part. It's Read or Die the TV. That's part
Oh.
of the title of the anime.
Well, don't get into Persona because theirs is called Persona 4 The Golden Animation.
Yeah. Like the manga is just called Read or Die, but the anime is called Read or Die the TV.
Rod the
RODF.
TV.
God damn it. It's not on Crunchyroll anymore.
Well, oh god. Yeah, it's degrading its possibilities of being appealing to the masses. They really need to re-release that. But yeah, because I want to see it in the
Oh, is it
Blu-ray
JC
ripped
style?
version. Even though the Blu-rays are just upscales, but we don't talk about how that works. Oh, by the way, this is the perfect way.
Sorry, what's wrong with the Blu-rays?
They're upscales.
Expensive as fuck.
Oh,
They're expensive, and then it's an upscale anyway, so you're not getting that significant an upgrade. Kind of like how Bacano's an upscale, and it's like I want the Blu-rays, but it's like even if you get the Blu-rays, it's like you're not getting like 60 billion points of difference. But yeah, something that would be the last thing I need to bring up about the Bebop movie. This would be a perfect way to well, not perfect way. This would be the final detail before I have no regrets about the discussion. I traded a 3DS for a bunch of anime. Well, not a bunch, but like a fair amount of anime that's definitely worth more than the 3DS. Like I got the Full Metal Alchemist season 1 DVDs, like the original 4 separate pieces. The 4 separate DVDs that were like foily looking. They were shiny.
The season 1 part 1, season 1 part 2, season
Yeah.
2 part 1, season
There's
2 part 2.
that in addition to like Blood the Last Vampire, which was I don't know worth a bit at the time and stuff. But included in that was Cowboy Bebop, the movie on DVD, and there was no disc, so I have a case of Bebop movie that is empty. So yeah, that was my first impression of it.
I bought the movie 3 times.
Do you want to buy the
Okay.
case for a 4th?
No, you can have it. So I got the movie, like the DVD, like Christmas of 2010, and then bought the Image Entertainment Blu-ray, which I never actually watched the entire time I owned it.
I thought it was released by Sony. I thought it was released by Sony.
No, Image Entertainment. Oh, this was the first Blu-ray. that was released by Image Entertainment back in like 2011, 2012 or something.
Really?
And it was an awful Blu-ray release because it had 2.0 audio and didn't have 5.1 like the Sony DVD. And then the Funimation Sony Steelbook, which is the best release the movie has had in the States, and it's now like $300. Good luck finding it.
Wait, so they don't have a standard yet?
No, that was the only release that Funimation put out for it.
Oh. Well, I looked
So,
out. Are those special features ones that Funimation did, or
all the special features that were on the Sony DVD are on there, plus that like 10-15 minute reunion thing.
That's what I'm talking about. The reunion, is that a brand new, fresh recorded thing, or
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. It was specifically for the movie that was shown before the screenings of the movie in theaters, and it's on there now, and it's on the new disc.
That was pretty good.
So it's got all the old stuff plus the new thing, except the only thing that we don't have on like the standard releases is that one like 20 or 30 minute thing that was on the Boogie Woogie box, whatever.
Oh no, the 20-minute whatever thing.
Yeah, basically the same kind of thing.
So, what is it? In that featured, Stephen Bloom says something like, "This was my first lead role, and unlike you guys, I wasn't really experienced or whatever in anime," or something like that. And I just sat there. And I'm like, "Hold it! No, you were Guyver number 3. You son of a bitch! You had plenty of experience." Right, Random 11.
I think lead. I don't think Guyver number 3 would be called the leading role.
Steve Bloom was Guyver number 3.
Yeah, he was Guyver number 3. That's why he sounded pretty decent.
In the original dub.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the dub, so I don't know.
Just like Ed is main girl in Guyver.
Yeah.
Melissa
I didn't put that together either, but I think you said that earlier, so I knew that. But
yeah, I'm just reassembling it because you didn't put it together, so we got.
I didn't even like. Normally, I can like pick out Steve Bloom's voice in basically every anime.
Yeah.
But when I was watching it, I didn't put it together. Maybe it's because he was young.
Well, I don't think. Maybe it could have been the mic quality that you didn't get the full range of like the depth of the bass in his voice or something. But like, yeah, like older Steve Bloom roles, you kind of have to double take. And like I looked into it out of curiosity. I'm like, sounds like it could be Steve Bloom, but I don't know if this is too old a dub for him to be around. But nope, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's what it says.
But yeah, so I'm just calling him out because he totally did have experience in anime. Guyver number 3, like calling him out.
Well, is it possible that Guyver wasn't dubbed until after Cowboy Bebop?
I feel like Guyver is one of the older dubs in general because it's manga. Was in charge of a lot of old dubs. Of these ancient dubs. Wait. Look at that
Guyver
News Network.
VR Guyver
Bio Booster.
Over.
Oh, good question. Because
release date 2003. Wow.
But that's the DVD. What about the VHS?
The Cowboy Bebop episode 1 aired September 2001 on Adult Swim. That was the English air date.
Oh, that's pretty early. I'm used to the older anime coming out like 5 years afterwards or whatever in dub form.
Yeah.
And
yeah, well, my guess is that perhaps one of the VHSs had an earlier release date than that, and the DVD is just a re-release.
The DVD of what?
Guyver.
Oh.
VHS 1992, but that's that's the live action.
Alright. Well, I gotta go to bed because I'm going on a tour tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, we can end it here officially before you close out. All right, so next podcast is Outlaw Star. Or wait, no. Is it like...
Yeah. Probably...
Would it be in 2 podcasts then if we're just going to like watch the whole thing? And
it's probably going to end up being 3 podcasts or something.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because we're so slow and late and straight.
The Wikipedia says... Sorry, the Wikipedia says the OVA series first released in the United States by U.S. renditions in 1992.
Was it dubbed back then, or was it
LA Hero, which released the first OVA, provided the translation. It was released on 6 VHS tapes dubbed in English. There we go. So it was before
Bebop.
Yeah, Bebop.
So Steve Bloom exposed.
There you go. He's a liar. Dirty, rotten liar.
All right, so I'm going to shoot for trying to get maybe through half of LSR. I've already seen it, so I might prioritize trying to watch Stone Ocean.
Oh God, yeah, you're gonna try and balance it. You'll be like, but I want to watch.
It goes up on Netflix in an hour and a half, and I gotta go to bed.
Is it the full thing, or are they doing the 12 whatever?
I think it's 12 episodes.
Oh, well, that's
goes up on Netflix?
Yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6.
Ah, fun.
So,
Reese, do you know how it ends?
A certain character, or are you talking about character or world events?
The entire thing, like.
Okay, the world is.
Like you just have to confirm or deny. You don't have to go into details and spoil.
I'm guessing. I'm gonna say confirm yes.
Okay.
Which is why we get part 7. Is that what you're alluding to?
No, not at all. I don't think that's.
Or why part 7 is the way part 7 is.
I mean, I assume, yeah, but like.
Okay.
You were saying like, oh, so hype, and I'm like, I can.
I don't know anything about what happens in the series. I just kind of have a general idea.
You confirmed. You just confirmed that you do know.
Like what happens at the end, but not what happens throughout.
For JoJo's?
I'm still excited.
I'm not. I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna get cucked.
We'll discuss about what we think we know off stream.
I'm just saying, you'll get cucked. Get ready to get cucked.
I'm more than prepared for this, I guess.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna end it there on that weird note.
All right, so yeah, prepare.
Probably see you next Monday or something.
Yeah, watch Outlaw Star.
Outlaw Star.
We probably won't have the discussion, but getting started on it while you can, it's a good idea. And we'll see you.
It is a good show. I was impressed by it. When I first saw it, I didn't think I would like it, and I did. So it was really good.
Save it for the Watch Club.
Yeah, see you in space, cowboys.
Peace.